Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry. This is Henry.
Coverage of the pre-finals and finals from Orlando Kart Center. We are getting set to run through it all again. Henry, you were down on the grid with Caleb Vieska through the warm-up sessions. I know we were just kind of getting rolling right as the juniors rolled out on the racetrack, but from what you saw during the practice, for those who you talked to, what should we keep our eyes on for the junior max drivers that will kick off our morning here?
A lot of excitement, an awful lot of excitement. The feeling down there was very good. People enjoyed the racing yesterday. Yeah, there were some penalties. Some people thought they were a bit harsh. However, I think that's the best way to take, the race. We're going to start off, we're going to race clean. These tickets are going to be won in the right way. Interesting, Davin Roberts, we were seeing him struggling yesterday. Rear axle moving around. So we either had no brakes or was stuck on the brakes. Edward Kennedy, aggrieved at a penalty for contact. He is fired up. But of course, everyone is looking at Ryan Gandor thinking to themselves, right, how do we stop him? Well, the first part of that is because Ryan didn't qualify on pole position for today. We've got a new name, Felipe Benito, for Speed Concepts Racing on pole position. This is the rest of the field's first chance to peg Ryan Gandor back. Also, we're watching for Nate Dupuis at the back of the field, excluded from Sunday's qualifying. He was front row yesterday, back row today.
As they head into the tram lines here, folks, once again, Felipe Benito on the inside, and the black, white, and red Speed Concepts Racing entry takes us to turn one. And it is close, very close there for that front row, but he'll escape with the lead through turns 3 and 4. And for the first time, we're racing on Sunday, and look at that, one of the PSL Pyrrol Arts sideways in front of the field there in turn 4, turn 5, able to continue. That was the driver in the yellow helmet. We had one more go off. That's one of the HM Propeller Kart Republics.
Yeah, Martin Saar in Kart 210 on the outside of the front row really made a good start, anticipated it well. Stayed side by side with Benito through turn number 1 and slots into second position. That is Gandor now up into third place, I believe. There is Edward Kennedy on the Energy chassis. He is as fired up as I've ever seen him, the young Canadian driver. Oh, we've got a problem coming out of turn number 10. There's a car park next to the scrapyard, and there's 1, 2, 3, at least 4 drivers all in the mix there. The number 219 is one of them. That's Leo Da Silva from the Racers Edge Motorsport team. But up front, lead change. New leader, Argentina's Martin Saar. That is a good start to the race. Aggressive early on, and we got a 4-kart breakaway. Gandor there in the... Is that Gandor? Yeah, no, that is Gandor. It is
indeed, yeah, Ryan Gandor, and now he's going to go for second from third. Great start off the rip, and the young Canadian moves to second here as they head down the backstretch, but only for a moment. Oh! Felipe Benito says not so fast. Right on back by there, and he held his, and even more. Side by side, that's Riley Cranham.
Yep, Cranham, I spoke to Riley's mechanic, and Riley was just loving the atmosphere. He said it's such a different atmosphere, friendly, people are happy, and more chilled. The racing's just as aggressive, but the paddock atmosphere in the USA a lot better than what he's used to in the UK, he has to say. This is going to suit his wheelhouse. The fact that, he said it's more aggressive than I thought, and he said it with a smile on his face as Gandor makes a move. P3 for yesterday's winner.
Well, here at Orlando Kart Center, I think this track probably is a bit maybe, of a more familiar territory to you Brits than the rest of those coming over from really those older school kart tracks that we see probably more of in Europe even than the States, and that's the fact that you have really long brake zones and that it feels narrow. This place, granted only about 2 decades old, seems to have a lot of characteristics of some of those tight and twisty tracks that still find themselves on the national calendar in the UK today. And I think that's why you see some of the drivers coming over from the UK be so comfortable on the brakes here and look so impressive at this specific facility. And that Scrapyard Hairpin's a prime example. This one coming up as well.
Yeah, the new all the new CIK homologated tracks that are being built, they're fantastic facilities. But this track, it wasn't designed on computer. Every corner has its own little personality. Yeah, the tarmac is abrasive. The runoffs are not equal. The curves are different from corner to corner. And there's a move. Kennedy to the inside again. That's the corner where he got a penalty for in the final yesterday, but he makes it stick this time. And just in front of Kennedy, there's a move from one of the Birrell ARTs. That is
that's Baillargeon.
Making a move. Alexis Baillargeon picking up what I believe is 5th or 6th position.
It ends up being, I believe, actually maybe 7th here. Jackson Porter was the driver he got by. We obviously saw Jackson have a rough go of things yesterday. Not so great qualifying, kind of had him in the hornet's nest. Not a great pre-final, then getting tangled up and spun around in the Scrapyard Hairpin in the main. He had a better start to this pre-final today, better qualifying effort, but he's going backwards now. That's another spot lost for the young man from the Southwest U.S., this time to Edward Kennedy, another Canadian running extremely well here this weekend as the Energy Corsa Americas crew 2 deep and 2 drivers inside the top 10. They're batting 1,000 for solid performances over the first day and a half. And then back to Davin Roberts, Isaac Malkiewicz, also a rough Saturday. He's looking at least in a better spot to start his Sunday. Needs to kind of keep it out of trouble. Your update on Nathan Dupuis while we keep our eyes here on this group. The Sodi kart driver is already about halfway up the grid. He's up to 16th from starting all the way back on about 30th. So halfway up for Nate Dogg.
Yep.
And the Velocity Sodi USA low-key racing kind of combo entry this weekend. He's under the low-key racing banner, but he'll be under Velocity by Sodi USA, or Sodi USA by Velocity Racing is the official terminology. He'll be under Sodi USA by Velocity next weekend to close out the championship. But this weekend, it's kind of a pseudo-privateer effort. Low-key Racing still wanted to take care of Nate and his family, but at that same point, they didn't really have anyone able to make it down for rounds 1 and 2, so he's under their tent. He's the only one under their tent. They're kind of an independent effort. Now up front, these are 2 solid programs that are putting their drivers at the pointy end of the field, and the new leader for the first time in this pre-final, Riley Cranham on that Birrell ART.
Yeah, and of course, a Birrell is not what Riley usually drives back in Europe. And speaking to his mechanic, and of course after the freezing cold temperatures we had for testing, he said the only really nice sunny weather they had was just before practice, so we went out just before qualifying rather, so by the time we got to qualifying they hadn't quite sorted the kart out to Riley's liking, but every session that goes by it's a tweak here, it's a tweak there, just to get Riley more comfortable, and the rest of the field are worried now. If there's any more tweaks to go, he's only going to get faster, and he's already leading, but not by much. Saar second through turn number 9. Gandor right there in third. A gap back to Benito, our pole sitter, in what is 4th position. No, that's Hamish Campbell, I believe. Now the Aussie in kart 2-3-2. He's sick at the moment, in the literal sense of the word. He's not a well boy, is Hamish Campbell, but he's digging deep, he's gutting out, he's giving some of that true Aussie grit that his countrymen are known for, and he's up into P4 ahead of Benito, the pole sitter, his Speed Concepts Racing teammate, in 5th position. Martin Saar is whipping those curbs like a government mule. He is all over the curbs, a lot more aggressive at this point than Cranham. Now, that tells me that he's got to hustle that go-kart more than Cranham to keep up with him. Cranham looks very, very stable, cool, calm and collected. Gandor playing a smart waiting game. He hasn't been, making any unnecessary lunges. He knows he has the points lead. Points mean prizes, prizes mean tickets.
3-car breakaway headed to 2 laps to go this time by. And like you said, points here. If Ryan has a really good day today, he doesn't need to win today. Even a 3rd in the pre-final and a 3rd in the final, with the way that everything has shook out over the course of the last 24 hours, he would still be sitting very comfortably going into next weekend to compete for that ticket. If he wins today, if he even wins just this pre-final and then podiums as a top 5 in the final, he'd feel extremely confident going into next week. I'm sure for him, and along with many of the international drivers not local to Orlando, Florida, probably looking at some of the tourist attractions on Monday or Tuesday to enjoy themselves, he'd be able to really enjoy them on the front end of this coming week here, knowing that he's got a hefty points lead and would have high odds of getting that ticket by next weekend. From
speaking to a lot of the drivers from overseas in the paddock, Universal Studios on Monday and Tuesday is going to be very busy, because that's what they're all eyeing, That's the beauty of this event. We're coming out of turn number 13 now, onto the run in the straight. Will we see Martin Saar? He tucks down behind that NASA panel, doesn't make the move. Cranham is going to have to start defending. Into the closing space. Martin Saar rally crossing over the curbs. Great effort, but Cranham remains resolute, and now here comes Rayan Gandor. Now Gandor's got to get a bit aggressive. Let's have a look. The crossover, and it's a nice start. Calm start in the morning, Xander. Look this.
That was sweet. That was sweet from Rayan Gandor. Now again, he got a bit racy. You can see he's already marked up that left side pod, but he kind of got into it a bit with Martin Saar coming out of the corner. Now I'm not sure if the officials are going to like that. And both of them, if they're not careful, they're about to give up 2 spots. Check it out. Over, under. Here we go with the 2-3-2 of Hamish Campbell. Can Benito get through? No. But Hamish is going to pick up 2 spots. The kid from down under with an over-under to pick up 2 positions to go to P2, as it's a cruise to the line for Riley Cranham in the pre-final, Henry.
Great job indeed. He allowed everyone behind them to trip over themselves. To be fair, Martin Saar, he began that last lap like a man possessed. Was watching the rest of the field come across the line now, and Hamish Campbell, slowly, catchy monkey as it were. The old nursery rhyme said, he just waited, we were watching it, we were like, nope, this is going to happen. You could see it unfolding before your eyes. And of course, well, it's the last lap. You've said about, Gandor and Saar defending. Man's got to defend on the last lap. And it did cost them both the position as the drivers come back into pit lane under the watchful eyes of family members, friends and drivers from other classes. Still a few jackets out there, but I've got to say the temperature actually a bit warmer than yesterday. There's a little bit more cloud cover, so the track is probably going to be getting a bit more greasy, I would imagine, with all the rubber. It's got that slightly humid.
Yeah, it will get to a certain point and then kind of tip over, I think, when it comes to the track condition here at Orlando Kart Center. This is probably the most different rubber compound that will hit this surface over the course of this 6-week stand, where it is hosting major events, international level events from all of the 3 major engine manufacturers in the U.S., Rotax and IAME with Superkarts USA. The first event using the Avinco tires, those seem to typically gloss the surface. They have more of a synthetic to natural rubber blend, and so we're not seeing the line darken as much. The Mojos, however, being used this weekend, they have absolutely blackened the racing groove, I think more than any of the previous weekends combined, and last weekend as well did kind of wash what there was of some rubber and marbles off the racetrack with heavy rain throughout Saturday, throughout Sunday, I believe even a bit on Friday. It was nasty weather a week ago. ago. It is nice to see, as Henry mentioned here, the temps beginning to climb just ever so slightly. Again, hopefully coming up for a beautiful couple of days for everyone to enjoy the scenery, enjoy the area, and then next weekend enjoy more racing as we get into the latter half of this massive winter stretch here, winter training, if you will, for the regular season for everyone when they head back home. Senior Max is once again split in half with the qualifiers for Sunday. That was the Friday afternoon session, so a long time from when they were racked or seated, if you will, in this order. And then beyond that, split into odds and evens from those new groupings Friday afternoon for today's pre-final. Now, the one thing we didn't really get to touch on a little bit, and maybe Caleb can give a bit more intel as we keep our eyes down on the grid and get some more kind of intel going of what drivers did in terms of their tire strategies on Friday and throughout the day yesterday, so we know roughly where they all lie, because as Henry's mentioned on yesterday's broadcast, for those that are just joining us now, all of the full-size divisions are allotted, I believe, 2 sets of tires, so that'd be Junior Max, Senior Max, DD2, DD2 Max Masters, as well as Masters Max. I don't know if the same applies for the minis and the micros. We'll double-check on that math, but at least for the full-size karts, junior and up, you're allowed 2 sets, but you can put that second set on whenever. You can alternate the sets once you've gone to your new set. Some drivers decided to wait, run their primary set of tires through both practice or both qualifying sessions Friday afternoon, run those scuffs then for session number 3 as yesterday's pre-final, and then put on a new set for yesterday's main event. They could go back to those 3 sessional tires for today's pre-final coming up, or they could stay on that new set. You could kind of go back and forth. There's some drivers that have stayed on those scuffs all the way through Saturday. So they've run now potentially 4 full heat cycles. That was Alan Isambard's strategy. He ran 3, actually the first one, and then went new in yesterday's main. That would give him, again, a 1-session set of tires for today's final. If he wanted to wait till then, he'd go back onto his 4-session old tires for today's pre-final. But again, some drivers might say, you know what, I want to at least go ahead and scuff these in, or I think the benefit's going to help me to start better in that main if I go new in today's pre-final. So there's so many different strategies you can go with. And while we get ready for the first of the 2 Senior Max pre-finals, Caleb, let's go down to you. What are you hearing down on the grid, and what can we know about the drivers coming up?
Yeah, thank you very much there, Xander. What I have pretty much seen already, the only driver kind of on new tires inside of the top 5 is Kai Hunter, and you kind of saw that yesterday. He didn't have as good of a pace as the other RPG teammates that he had up there in the front of the field, so he's going to be starting on new tires. Expect him to kind of get up to the front and try to pull away, but again, a lot of these other drivers only have 1 heat cycle on these tires because they did use them on the Friday for the Sunday qualifying, so it's going to be interesting. I still think this field is going to be super close, and I'm interested to hear what you think also, Xander, because compared to 2 to 3 heat cycles, is it really that big of a difference going into the main event later on today?
Well, back down to you, Caleb. I mean, my question really to a lot of these guys is, and maybe you'll be able to ask them, but really you'll have to probably go up and check, and that's, are they going back and forth because they do have the option to? We're used to a lot of traditional race weekends. Once you go to that second set, you're married to it from then on. That first set that you started on goes into the dumpster or goes to your practice tires for the warm-up on whatever day. But these drivers, especially ones, for example, Laurent Legault and the like that had a great run yesterday, Aiden Ingrata, who won and went new in Saturday's final, are they back on those scuffs from their pre-final, which would mean session 1, session 2, session 3, and I get that this would be session number 4, and then that 1 session old tires they broke in yesterday's main, do they go to that for the Sunday final, or do they switch in and use them up a little bit more and go to set number 2 for the pre-final? There's a lot of varying you can do beyond even the initial strategy of when do you go new. So like you said, though, I that's one thing I'm curious about. In terms of session 2 to 3, I don't know.
Yeah, and honestly, I really have no idea either, but from what I have seen, looks like the drivers inside of the top 5 have chosen to go on the newer set because they just simply don't want to risk kind of losing a lot of time to the other drivers who are using newer tires. So to answer your question here a little bit, Legault is still further back. He still isn't on grid. He's in the next session, so I'll have to ask him on what he's going to do, but you still see kind of like that glossy film on the tires. So my assumption here and my thought is that these guys don't want to risk it all too much and are going to go on the newer set of tires here for the pre-final.
And so that, I guess, would tell us, for those watching at home, that they are anticipating a big fall off or have seen a big fall off from session 2 to session 3, or even in this case, it would be probably session 3 to session 4. So at a certain point, every tire is a little bit different as they degrade. You typically expect a 1 to 2/10 kind of fall off from that very first time the rubber meets the road, and we see that, right? We saw that in yesterday's main. Lap 3 on to about lap 10, those new tire drivers were rocket ships. But then they'll kind of slowly degrade, and at a certain point, they fall off a cliff, and you have massive, massive losses in grip. Based on the fact of what you're telling me, Caleb, makes me think that after session 3, you might as well write them off and throw them in the trash.
Again, newer sets of tires coming out to this one, and I really think your point is really valid here, Xander. Speaking of Kai Hunter, it's a lot softer tire than what a lot of these U.S. drivers are kind of used to. So again, the fall off could be that steep, and again, more work for me to find out.
Thank you, Caleb. We'll keep you busy. We appreciate all the hard work you're doing down on the grid. Let's go back now as Henry rejoins me up here in the booth. We'll be, once again, folks that are watching, we apologize about the lack of live timing on your screen. There have been a few miscues, but we are going to have that up, I think, as soon as potentially this race. In the meantime, we've at least got an idea of what's coming up. So you've got on the bottom of your screen the lineup for the pre-finals. They will then send Senior Max to bat cleanup, bat last, and go out as our final session of the weekend because they've got a last chance qualifier. None of the other divisions do. So this is, again, the run order coming up. We just finished Junior Max, 2 Senior Max pre-finals. We're about to start the first one of the pair, and then we'll go Micro Max, DD2 Max after the Masters Max run, and then Mini Max closes out before about an hour break, then the Senior Max LCQ, and then we go back to the Junior Max A final. Here's a look at our live onboard camera. Thanks to the Racing Edge Motorsports Group, Kevin Monteith, and Jensen Burnett for being courteous enough to put it on, and we'll be riding shotgun with the young Canadian. The rookie superstar was very impressive yesterday, Henry, and is one of a handful of drivers I think that could be knocking on the door of that career win #1 in the senior ranks here this afternoon.
I've got to say, just as a fan of karting, there are various restrictions in the UK about the use of onboard cameras, yada, yada, yada. And it is absolutely fantastic that Kart Chaser have got this onboard shot. We see them sometimes at the Rotax Grand Finals with Alpha Live. There is Jensen Burnett. Nothing gets the viewer as excited, and you never get the actual feeling of what it's like to drive one of these karts unless you're sitting in the seat, and that is fantastic. Let's hope Jensen, I'm sure he will give us plenty of good shots, and well done to Kart Chaser, you guys, for putting us literally in the driving seat.
Well, as they warm the tires up, we can see at least on screen better starting spot today, as Caleb mentioned, for Diego Ramos. I think yesterday him staying on the older tires was to maximize Sunday, and look at Saturday as a bit of a write-off. Last year's champ will join the rookie on the front row. You've got our TV camera on the bottom right corner. The onboard from Jensen for this start. Hopefully it's still clean racetrack and all clear in front of him when he gets down to turn #4, but we've got full access to it to bring you all the action. The purple and chrome REM Cosmic on the inside, the red and white PSL beer alarm on the outside. It's a slow start, a near standstill start, and a late punch on the power has a huge jump for Jensen in that inside lane.
Diego Ramos was pleading with the race director, no, I can't go. And the race director went, well, listen, son, I'm in charge. And Ramos has had an absolute stinker. Not as bad as those two drivers. That is the 337 and the 398. That's Oliver Marak, and the 337. That was Nicholas Fuka, the AM karts, both in the barriers. But Jensen Burnett, I'm going to say the REM kart, he's a shiny, happy person at the moment, even though the kart is purple and chrome. Hard on the anchors into turn #10. Kai Hunter was wearing him out there as they come into turn 11 and 12 over those curbs. There you go. Now you know, audience, why these drivers have to wear rib protectors. No suspension. He's defending. Look for the right-hand side. Kai Hunter trying to go through. No. Burnett setting his stall out early. Oh dear, and that is one of the HM propeller karts. Is that the number 328 Brandon Carr? up in the air, and a chain reaction crash. Diego Ramos almost got turned around, and now Kai Hunter trying to do a Slim Shady round the outside. Has he done it? He's now got the inside line for 7. New leader, Kai Hunter. Oh, and I gotta say, he let Jensen Burnett know. He ran Burnett very wide to say, listen, we're not going to go side by side again. You stay where you are, sunshine. Up to 3rd, Caden McQueen.
Oh no, Ramos into the wall along with Michael Boyadzis.
Boyadzis there, oh, it's not gone well for Diego Ramos, I have to say. Looking at the way his body language was at the start, Xander, he was upset that the start was called when he didn't want it to be. That put him in a bad mindset. He then got caught up in another incident at turn 1 this time ago. Further down the order, that is a sign, ladies and gentlemen, even the very best of the drivers can occasionally get a little bit of the red mist, so to speak.
Yeah, and the way that the wreck happened, I mean, that spot right by the grid is a very tempting passing zone, but it's also very tempting for drivers to kind of get aggressive and try to close the door or hang tough on the outside. There's just not enough room. You can see Michael Boyadzis just went by. That nose cone is destroyed on the front of the JHD Kart Republic. Ramos's kart physically looks okay, which makes me think that it was Diego right here where our camera guy was in this corner, went to go past Michael. Michael either crowded, didn't want to give the spot up, or fought him on the exit of the corner. And Diego, basically, there's really not a way without slowing down to almost a standstill to pass in that turn, Henry, and come out side by side. The inside driver either needs to bail out, jam on the brakes, and not go through on the inside, or the driver that's getting past needs to bail on the brakes and let the inside driver swing all the way to the outside of the track. And those were two guys that could not come to an agreement there, and it looks like Boyadzis, top of the corner of the screen there, is still down. Back to Brandon Carr right now. He is buried in the back of the field along with Federique Lemieux. So this is not a good Sunday start for him. He'll lose a spot there. This is a fight near the transfer zone, and Brandon Carr was in that bubble spot. Now Federique has it, so Brandon Carr is on the outside looking in now of the fight to get into the main, although he may be able to benefit, as it looks like that nose cone on the energy course of Caden McQueen might be a little bit loose, because there's been a lot of battling. I'm not surprised at that at all. This is a battle on screen for 4th, for 3rd, for 5th. Manuel Troncoso in the middle of the group there. He's 2nd. Santi Fernandez on the Kalkev Kart Republic is 6th. McQueen will take over 2nd in the line. 4th overall. 3rd for I believe that'd be 3rd for Manuel Troncoso. He got by Xavier Suarez. Suarez is the one there on the AKT OTK.
Yeah, Mini Tutti, who finished yesterday, Xavier Suarez down in 33rd position. It's not a very well-behaved race, this is, I've got to say. We had some really good racing yesterday, and this morning, I'm not quite sure what was on TV last night that all the senior drivers have watched that has got them all riled up, because some of this has been a little bit on the touchy side, I've got to say.
Well, I think a lot of drivers yesterday didn't make a lot of forward progress, Henry, and they realized that starting position, track position is going to be really key. Also, again, as Caleb mentioned, the concept of going back to the older set of tires, if you went new at any point yesterday, is not really on the table or in the cards, it seems like, for most people, because they're worried about being at an even bigger disadvantage to someone going new today. Caleb?
Yeah, Xander, so the answer that I have here, a lot of drivers have opted to go back, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing on the racetrack now. Kai Hunter is just that much faster because of the tire advantage that he has over Jensen Burnett and these other drivers. Everybody seems to be going back to the older tires that they used in the pre-final and in the quali yesterday. So again, expect to see a really, really close race in the final later on.
Okay, so that's the opposite then of what we thought might have been. And it actually probably adds to the desperation factor.
Yes.
It'd be one thing if the drivers that went new yesterday were on only one session old scuffs. I think that, as Caleb mentioned, they'd be a lot more balanced, but we're seeing a lot of disparity in pace in this pre-final, and you're just being told basically by the team, hey, listen, we're going to send you out on a massive, massive grip disparity, survive, and don't go backwards. And that is the opposite of what Kai Hunter has been instructed and allowed to do. He's been allowed to pull the pin and go to that new set and pull away and secure a front row starting spot for later today. But at the same point now, when you get a gap like what he's got, keep in mind there may be someone that could be saving a new set all the way till the final.
Oh yeah, exactly. And of course, you know, the drivers starting further back, if they were on a slightly fresher set of rubber, they're getting desperate because this is my one chance to make, you know, to make moves. And of course, yeah, those drivers that have been told you drive to survive are thinking twice. So you can see as the weekend progresses, aggression levels, you know, pressure, it all starts ramping up. But, well, I was going to save this for Caden McQueen because of the Lightning McQueen reference, but Kai Hunter, he eats pressure for breakfast. And there is Jensen Burnett, smart drive. Again, haven't seen much wheel-to-wheel action from our onboard camera, but the onboard camera lives. That's the one thing.
That's good. We were joking about it last night that our very first demo made it through the first session, gave it to another driver later that evening. It was a night race, second session, wrecked it. And, well, it was on us. We still went back to the drawing board and didn't get it completed in time to be prepped. But we were set back about almost a full year. So,
but let's have a little look. Let's take the, you know, coming down the main straight. Now you're going to watch this first complex, and I want to wait to see you have the first left-hander. Just how close the barrier is. So turn 1 and turn 2. Now you come through this kink here. Woof! You've got to thread the needle there. That is a really fast, spectacular corner. Just gives you an idea of how inch perfect these drivers have got to be. Avoid the inside curb there, and then this slower section. Where are you aggressive? Flat out through 7. Then you've got to eat the curb there. Avoid the curb. Set the kart up and, you know, out onto the main straight. But over the curb, not too far towards the grass. Brilliant view. Thank you, Riley.
And I think Jensen is probably staying off the curbs right now because he's just going to be taking care of himself. I think he knows that Kai Hunter's just going to manage the gap to here on out. We're coming to the white flag this time. The only curbs he's hitting is that right-hander right there.
Forgot to mention to the viewers, that wasn't 100%, by the way, viewers.
Yeah, and that's what makes some of the lap time disparity when they're on equal footing in terms of tires so massive at Orlando is a driver behind trying to hunt someone down will get the grit bit between their teeth and really start slamming the curbs, and you can pick up 2, 3, 4 tenths, but again, it is so physical, and you're also running the risk of, you know, potentially throwing a chain or breaking apart by slamming the kart up and over the concrete over and over again. So if you're in Jensen's place, if you're in Kai's place, you're not going at full bore. You're also obviously in Kai's position trying to manage your tires, but especially you're like, well, risk reward, it's not worth going a tenth better because I don't want to run the risk of breaking something. But when you're behind in a main event trying to hunt a leader down, you're going for broke, you're sending it, and hopefully that's something this Brit will not have to do. Kai Hunter to the win in our first of the 2 pre-finals here in Senior Max. How about it for Santi Fernandez? I would be a betting man that the Calkev Kart Republic went sticker rubber in this pre-final. He's driven up to 4th with the fastest lap, and check out top of the screen, Ramos trying to fight back. Is he going to fight his way into the show?
I think he is just about managed
on that
to
last
do it.
lap. That last lap, he just jumped it.
He passes Brett King for 14th place. King finishes 15th. The first man out is the blue and white Fox and Son, the blue and yellow liveried Fox and Son kart of Vitaly Lanevsky in 16th. Alexis Vaillancourt, Frederic Lemieux also misses out. Retirements. Sydney Cassell's out. Brandon Carr out. We saw Boyadzis and Foucault, and also the Frenchman Paul Fauchemin in kart 373 for the Prime Power team. He was a top 10 finish yesterday. So Carr and Fauchemin, 2 big names who will have to fight their way through the last chance qualifier. And this is good as well. I love this. The karts come in, they've got to go over the weigh scales. This is where the interaction between the drivers is fascinating for me.
Again, a huge thank
Jensen
you
needs
to
race suits. He's
no, that's the cool way to wear them now, Henry.
Really?
Tight and showing some ankle.
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
you let them. Yeah, no, baggy suits, baggy down around your shoe. Yeah, not cool, not in anymore.
Not cool. Oh, okay. Shows what I know.
No.
I'm the old Jacques Villeneuve school. Old school is the best school, but obviously, what do I know? Then again, Enzo Di Gennaro did call the dinosaur on his crash helmet Henry, so shows my age a little bit. No school like old school. I'll stand by it.
Well, it was a solid run at least for Jensen, a great run for Kai Hunter. We're ready for some more. Senior Max Pre-Final Group B is on deck, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side with some more racing from Orlando.
line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
So anytime you hear someone speaking Spanish, he starts talking about like
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the most recent Senior Road Tax Pre-Final, let's see it down in pit road with Caleb Vieska. Take it away, Caleb.
Thank you there, Henry. And Jensen, for us up here, the biggest speculation was all about tire strategy, and you could see there was a big disparity when it came to speed. Just talk to me about your tire strategy for a day and how hard it was to kind of keep them behind you for the first couple of laps.
Yeah, so because there was two qualies, which was a bit unusual, we decided, hey, we'll go new first quali, and then to secure the pole for the second one, we can go new as well, but save those tires for the end. So we've been running the qualifying one-day tires, so about 40 laps old. Like, you have the pre-final, you have the quali, you have the final. So I saw Kai had some new tires, so as much as he didn't like it, I didn't mean to be dirty, but I was just trying my best to keep him behind, because I knew if the second he got in front, he was just going to break away. So I did my best. I don't know if the stewards really liked my defending, but I did my best to keep him behind, and yeah, we had a good race.
Yeah, and lastly, while we're on the topic of tires here, you're obviously used to running overseas at the TAK FIA championships out there. How does this kind of Mojo tire compare to what you're used to running?
For me, compared to the Vegas and Maxis we run in Europe, it seems to, it doesn't have as big a drop-off. Like, for the new compared to what tires I had, let's say Hunter compared to me, it was only 2-3 tenths. In Europe, a new set of tires versus a 30-lap set of tires would be at least half a second to a second. It's way bigger difference.
Well, there you have it, Xander. I think Jensen just answered your question. Back to you.
Thank you, Caleb. That figures and that tracks again. That's been a big priority point for Mojo and for Rotax Global to develop a tire that, for customer demand from the earlier iterations, the Rotax that I think really made waves with so many kind of bucking the trend characteristics. One of them was an extremely hard tire compound, both for the sake of driver development and also trying to have longevity. But over time, those tires still had a massive benefit of going new, and they were still just almost to the point that the customers were like, hey, we want something a little softer. But they said, okay, we'll give you the softer compound, we'll give you more grip, but we don't want it to fall off a cliff.
Yeah, and also we don't want to make you have to buy a brand new set of tyres every 25 laps.
Yeah.
So the drivers learn tyre management, but without, sort of, you're not fighting a losing battle. But that was great. I've got to say, if Kai Hunter was displeased with Jensen Burnett, to be fair, that's Jensen's prerogative. This is strategy. Jensen knew the tyres were newer on Kai's kart, so fight what I can. Don't make it easy. I'm not going to let you past. I'm going to do what I can, but then once you go, I'm going to go. That's smart. That's what this 2 tyres per week, 2 sets per weekend. Open strategy. That's what it does. It makes the drivers think, and Jensen drove accordingly. And got to say, nice a bit of honesty from the young Canadian there. Hey, I'm not sure if the stewards like it, but I got to do what I got to do, based on strategy. And if Kai doesn't like it, well, he's going to be quicker than me. He'll find a way past, which he did. All things considered, that was a good race. Here we are with another good race in prospect. And I do believe we have yesterday's podium 1, 2, 3, starting 1, 2, 3. Ingrata, Legault and Goff on the front of the field. We do apologise for the lack of grid. There's it's not Kart Chaser. We are working very hard to get you all the images, crack a few heads behind the scene.
Yeah, as soon as Race Control had some hiccups this morning, as they've been sorting those out, they've said as soon as they can, they will be able to restore the public feed to everything. They've been back and forth on trying to primarily first get Speed Hive going, and then us. Obviously, we don't want to interrupt anything that pertains to the operation of the event. But again, we're ready. As soon as Race Control gives us the all clear, we'll get those live times up on the left-hand corner, just like normal, for all of you to be able to see where your favorite driver runs, what the gaps are, how many positions they've gained, and the like. But going back to the Burnett comment, I think probably it happened off screen, because we only at least really were able to pick up on him going to the white line in the hairpin on 1 lap. I would imagine Kai Hunter, he's raced, he's defended, he's attacked. I don't think that move alone might have been it. There may have been something we did not catch that caught the attention of Kai.
Kai just likes chirping, that's all. Okay, the grid. It's Ingrata, Legault, row 1, Goff, Della Vecchia, row 2, Pernod, Barrichello, row 3, Saborin, Nanji, Lorenko, and Karai, your top 10. This is pre-final number 2 in Senior Max. You've got to be in the top 15 to make it automatically to the main. Who will be in a prime position at the end of these next 10 laps as we go green safely through turn number 1 for all the leaders, and the RPG train already forming with Goff up to P2. Everyone's still got to chase Aiden Ingrata.
As they exit turn number 5, this time at least nobody in the dirt. Couple close calls, but no one off track. All of them in one long line now through the sweeper in front of the mechanic stand. So Ingrata to Goff to Legault. Legault's going to go a little bit narrow. That'll back them up for third on back. Let's see if Della Vecchia pokes out a line. He takes a frantic look backwards. Legault heard him coming as well. He wanted to be proactive, went low, defended. Della Vecchia will over-under, but he'll be stuck on the outside if he doesn't bail, and he bails indeed. Back in line to fourth. How about Eduardo Barrichello? Survives that first lap yesterday. He dropped like a rock after a great opening qualifying effort for Saturday. Is he going to have a better day and a little more pace to back up that new Barrichello branded Barrel Art chassis this weekend with a Sunday performance? It looks okay with 1 lap in the books.
And this is the senior class. Drivers moving into it the year of their 15th birthday. Obviously, Legault, an experienced driver. Della Vecchia in the black race suit. Look how small he is. This is his first year as a senior. The size disparity between some of these drivers is very noticeable. Lewis Goff is also a first-year senior driver, but he's much of a taller lad. So, you know, he's a bit more rangy, a bit more broad of the shoulders. Dalla Vecchia is going to be working very, very hard, you know, the pint-sized assassin, as it were. Here we go, further down the order. That is the Fox & Son number 329, Aidan Lorenko, from Connecticut, up in the northeast of the USA. Making a move. Aidan finishing down in 28th yesterday.
Aidan Lorenko yesterday is one of many who are trying to rebound and have a good shot to do so with a flip in the qualifying order. So up a couple in a transfer spot safely right now for him. Again, think about Savannah Callis and Sydney Cassels, who were both on the outside looking in after the penalties fell in yesterday's LCQ. Both drivers trying to work their way into the show today. Savannah right now, first driver on the outside as of the last time by the loop. But maybe today will be a little bit better for that battle for the transfer spot. In fact, she was making a move there at the top of the screen on her Kart Republic in that black helmet. But we're following Timothy Pernod. Right now, he currently runs safely inside the top 10 and 8th. Looks like he's again gone by Dominic Karai. This is back to that transfer battle. Sydney maybe didn't pull that one off. I thought she was going to be able to make it happen. That was on Aiden Galway. Here's Galway, actually. He'll lose a spot.
Yeah, that is number 325. That is Brandon Comerford going past Aiden Galway for 14th position. Galway still in the transfer spot as we're looking a little bit further up Eduardo Barrichello.
Oh, no.
That looks
not
like
anymore.
Comerford. That's Comerford and possibly Nicholas Vega intertwined like a lover's tryst. Although probably there's a divorce en route between those two. Looking down there, Luca Posick, Ethan Thorne not in the transfer spot.
Oh,
Neither
check
is...
this out.
Oh,
we're 3
hello,
wide.
hello.
And we got contact. Lucas Nanji gets popped in the air by a sideways Dominic Karai. And, oh, man, there is a lot of the accordion effect. And there it goes. Around we go in front of him. Pernod is involved in it. If it is Karai in the 396.
It is Dominic Karai, the Speed Concepts driver on the Carlos Sainz chassis. It looked so good going into the corner. You just thought, oh, if all it takes is for one driver to get sideways and there's going to be a chain reaction, and there was. We spoke a little bit further back. Zach Daly is down in 23rd position. We spoke to him, blew an engine yesterday. He's on a replacement motor today, just thanks to the D2 Motorsport team for getting him out there. Dylan Ludwig did qualify for the main event yesterday on track, then got a pushback penalty. He's down in 23rd. Savannah Callis down in 20th. Brandon Comerford now down in 17th. Ethan Thorne in kart number 357 is the man on the bubble. The driver from Peru on the Speed Concepts entry. Timothy Pernod still 13th. So bad, but not disastrous bad.
I don't know how many pushback bumpers have been deployed so far.
Plenty.
It definitely looks like Brandon Comerford's is. Oh, he's going to get rooted out of the way there. Full-on bump and run by Luca Posick.
Might be another pushback bumper just after that move. Posick there on that Gillard chassis. Comerford now saying, right, well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. A bit of hand waving there. Brandon's realising when you ride motocross, you can't really take your hands off the handlebars at all. But in a go-kart, there are opportunities, and Brandon is learning this very quickly in his very early stage of his karting career. He's about to learn another lesson. Don't leave the door open, because someone's going to stick their nose up the inside of you. And that is Comerford's chances of making the main automatically over.
Well, that was, again, Dominic Karai for the second time in this pre-final, ending up in the losing end of a battle, but not in a one-position loss, in a full-on crash. So now he and Brandon Comerford are all the way down at the bottom of the pylon. It promotes Adriano Vera, our LCQ winner from yesterday, into the Bubbles transfer spot. And as we check back in here, just past the halfway mark, 6 down, 4 to go. You haven't missed much. Aiden Ingrata continues to show the way. Rookie Lewis Goff holding strong there, if anything, closing in a little bit in second. And the same for Laurent Legault, who went purple last time by. But we've got a new man in this trio. Salvador de la Vecchia didn't show up on live timing last time by. the AM Racing Team X-Pre. They've got stickers on them today, and they're fast.
Yep, the stickers are obviously worth 2/10, even though Salvador said he preferred being the man in black. Lewis Goff left the track last night after being on the podium, went to Daytona where his dad runs a sports car team, and I've got to say Lewis is having better fortune than the Optimum Motorsport crew who retired from the Rolex 24 hours during the night. Goff is now leading this race. It's the first time we've said new leader in senior Rotax for some time in a race that concludes Aiden Ingrata, I have to say.
It is the first time, I think, all weekend Aiden Ingrata has lost the lead. At least, indeed, a low amount for sure, Henry. Lewis Goff leading his first American laps in senior Max. As he rounds the final turn, he'll put lap number 8 in the books, 2 to go. But he's got 3 hungry drivers still hot on his heels through turn number 1. That was a great wide arc. Let's see if it pays off with a good exit. I don't know if he's going to be out of the woods yet. Let's see if anyone dives here. No, his teammates will play the conservative route and stay in line. I wonder if there was any bit of intermediary communication from the Rollinson Performance Group camp to say, all right, boys, last lap you're allowed to fight, or at least don't clean each other out, make that move and make it painless if you want to go beforehand, because right now he's barely even fading low.
Hello?
And he's going to pay for that one.
Yeah, and he didn't defend Ingrata. Look at Della Vecchia. All credit to this youngster from Venezuela, Salvador Della Vecchia, driving the wheels off that go-kart. He had heartbreak in 2022 when he was a Mini-Max champion of this, couldn't go to the grand finals.
Oh no!
Dear, and Della Vecchia could get an opportunity. Mike Rollison just has lost another couple of fingernails there as he's watching his drivers take lumps out of each other. Della Vecchia is thinking, right, can I get in the top 3 here? He's going to try the over-under. Here comes Salvador. Round the outside, he's going to get squeezed though. Lewis Goff continues to lead. All's fair in love and war, but don't hit your teammates.
Yeah, that was about as sketchy as it could be. I don't know how they did not end up off in the grass. Now, in the dirt, opening up, last second over-under from Ingrata. It will pull him alongside. Does he get ahead? Yeah, oh no! Still contact! Lewis Goff in the air, to the outside, through the dirt, and he'll end up still side by side for third. Ingrata to the line for the pre-final win. Goff, I don't know. Della Vecchia got him by a nose. Salva.
Brilliant last couple of corners. You know, Aiden Ingrata, he had the line. He was inches in front of Goff, so he moved Goff over. Goff decided, I got a choice here. I can try and stick it out or brake. He thought, I'll try and stick it out. And eventually, he went through the air, dust clouds everywhere, landed, stuck the landing, 8.7 for style, and managed that. And Aiden Ingrata's like, okay, you're the new kid on the block, but you're in my yard, sunshine.
Can you tell that's a rental? Lewis Goff is not driving his own equipment here this weekend.
Let's have a little look. Lewis, welcome to seniors, young man. Welcome to seniors. There's Laurent to go, Peacemaker. Now, come on now, lads. Let's behave ourselves. Salvador Della Vecchia goes. That was great. Keep doing it again in the final for me, please.
and that right there from Laurent Legault is exactly what you want out of your experienced
leadership.
Senior drivers here. And Laurent, again, talking to Aiden Ingrata, who is now on his second might be third, technically, full season. We've seen him kind of intermittently throughout the last 2 years here in the U.S., but for Lewis Goff, again, 15 years old, saying, hey, look, he came over on me first, right, coming down that straightaway out of the hairpin. But again, Aiden, I think it was full accidental contact, and it may not have felt that way from Aiden's perspective in turn 1 to start that last lap. So the incidental contact, I think, already kind of shook the nerves and took that nice and conservative play and threw it out the window. And we're not only talking Mike Rollison chomping on fingernails here. Ryan Norberg is on property and coaching all the RPG senior drivers, I'd imagine, as his usual department as well. And he's probably got a whole lesson ready for the 3 of them.
But you know what there? We were watching that. That is what you want out of a driver. Leadership. Laurent Legault using his seniority in terms of experience to say, okay, listen, calm down. I know that you're upset. Hey, it's racing. That is what I would be, if I was a team manager, I would want that out of my driver. You know, in the thick of the action, that shows a lot for me from Laurent Legault, because you can see the adrenaline flowing there between Goff and Ingrata. But yeah, because they have to go back, they have to go through the data together, they have to sit next to each other in the RPG tent. You know, I like that from Laurent Legault. I love the fact we can see this part of the racing. What happens behind the scenes is just as interesting as what happens on the track in terms of, what makes these drivers so special. What makes these drivers, you know, superstars. Pick your favorite driver. Everyone loves a bit of personality. Legault, the peacemaker. Not John Cena. That was rubbish, apparently.
What?
Was it? Well, you can't.
It was a good show.
I didn't see it.
I liked it. Oh. You probably couldn't figure out how to get on the app, could you?
No, exactly. I made my own WhatsApp group this morning. You know, look at that. I've even got a laptop now.
Yeah, mark that in the history books here today, folks. January 26, 2025. Henry has made his first ever group chat on WhatsApp.
Thank you very much.
Huge accomplishment.
Yes.
Back to the on-track action, though, folks. Here, Senior Max is now parked until the afternoon. The last chance qualifier will be the only session that remains for them before their main event to close out the day. Still have 4 pre-finals to roll from Orlando. And once again, folks, we thank you for joining us. We hope you're tuned in and ready for racing throughout the day. And if you're keeping an eye on the Rolex 24, well, thankfully, our main events will be kicking off right about when that race comes to a close. So you can just hop right over if you're split screening it and put the full focus on the Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy. We'll be right back.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth rear sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back, folks. Caleb Vieska standing by down in the pit lane. Caleb, we'll pass it on down to you.
Thank you, Xander. I'm sitting by here with Laurent Legault. You were pretty much passenger to everything that ensued in front of you. Just walk me through what it kind of looked like from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, both of them have been really competitive this entire weekend, and they're just trying to go at it for the win. So neither of them wanted to give an inch to each other, and that's what happened. I think personally it was too much for just a pre-final, but I can understand as a competitor that both of them wanted to go for a win, but from my perspective, it seemed just a bit too much.
Yeah, nextly, just how has your weekend been up to this point? And like we said, it was kind of a breakthrough for you.
Yeah, I mean, so far the weekend's been going pretty good. We've been really quick in qualifying, which always helps. When you start up front, you manage to get out of the shit show a bit. And the pace has been really good as well, so I'm looking forward to the rest of the weekend. Also next week I think we'll be really competitive, so I'll just try to keep my foot on the throttle.
Well, there you guys have him, Laurent Legault, feeling confident going into his main event. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Caleb. And Laurent Legault, as mentioned, they're trying to stay out of the mess in that pre-final. A smart driver here who is having, as he put it yesterday, I think, you know, a lot of race weekends, we haven't always seen him top the charts in practice. He would get there over the course of the weekend and get close. This weekend he's been fast from the time they unloaded that cart off the truck. And he has been putting it conservatively, safely in the top 5, collecting good points in every single session, and that session right there was another display of it. Keeping his nose clean, stayed out of trouble, didn't draw the eye of the officials in any way. If there's any official intervention that happens to Ingrata, he'll end up with the win in that pre-final because of that smart conservative style, and it would put him on the front row for the main event later today alongside his other teammate, Kai Hunter. So great work there by Laurent, and happy to see, as Henry mentioned there, him kind of playing mediator a little bit for his teammates who were obviously a bit worked up after the way that race became argy-bargy in the closing couple of moments. On track now, the youngest superstars of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy, the Micro Max drivers. Yesterday, Zane Burgess added another tick to the win column. The newly signed Andretti Global Development driver with Soda USA by Velocity Racing has been their superstar through 2024, and already now with what is, I believe, 2 if not 3 wins to his name here in 2025. But today he starts buried in the field in 6th. It is the driver who started on the front row with him yesterday, Jaden Francisco, and Ryan Perry Motorsport that'll lead the field to green, and a career-high qualifying effort for young Hudson Howard on the JHDD Kart Republic. He'll lead a national main event or national pre-final to green from P2. Henry.
Yeah, Hudson Howard this morning, best answer. I said, do you remember watching your dad Jay race? He goes, yep, I would sit at home and sit in the box and eat cookies. That was his that was his takeaway from his dad's very high-level racing career. Zev Godchok, what a superstar yesterday. Zev Godchok finishing on the podium. He goes from P3. Bernardo Goubert, Brody Stoffel. Burgess had 2 laps deleted for blocking in the second qualifying session, which is why he's down in P6. Cam Becker, Dutch Westbrook, one of the drives of the day yesterday, starting from P8. Murilo Dominguez, reigning champion Dominic Vieira-Roa down in 10th. We have got a full grid 24 Micro Max drivers. Looking there, potentially Nolan Goulart, tough day yesterday, starting 16th. Albert Farrow, younger brother of yesterday's Minimax winner, Arthur Farrow, he starts P13. So plenty of action almost guaranteed from the youngest members of the Rotax Racing family. Quick reminder, yesterday it was Burgess from Godschalk, from Vieira-Roa, Francisco and Farrow, your top 5. Becker, Goober, McDonnell and Stoffel, with Lincoln Lima rounding out your top 10. And, well, let's see if we've had the storm, maybe the calm after the storm, although it's Micromax, I doubt it.
I will say yesterday was probably more of a Micromax oddity, and that was that the main was pretty tame. The Minimax drivers, they put on a show from green to checker, but Micro was a bit more spread out. It was a bit more of a strategy race and a pace-based race, not the all-out battle and warfare style that we're so much more accustomed to seeing out of these draft-dependent divisions, the low-horsepower classes. Let's see if today changes anything. We need basically for that to happen for the Daytona and Talladega-esque style of racing we've become accustomed to in the cadet classes. We need more drivers up in the hunt. So how much listening and learning and digesting of information and data and coaching and video did our drivers do last night? Well, they obviously did not see the senior LCQ, where Manuel Blanco had to red flag the race and give a wag of the finger to the front row for doing just that, a stop and go coming to green. But Jaden Francisco, he still has the field at his command. For now, we're going to give him a shot at the first try. Hopefully no pushback bumpers were deployed, Henry, into the tram lines we go. Francisco's on the red and chrome and black nitro kart on the left, and you can see everyone a little bit out of shape with how slow they are, running into each other a bit. Hudson Howard on the white and blue on the right.
But the green flag waves and we go racing. Francisco leads them into turn number 1. A couple of drivers getting a little bit crossed up further back, but the leaders through turns 3 and 4 cleanly. Francisco doesn't even need to defend from Howard going into turn number 5. And there's Godshock is up into third of the number 8 Bennett kart. Good clean start by the front runners. Now out of turn number 6 down towards 7. And Francisco has a breakaway. Let's look back to see where our round 1 winner Zane Burgess is. I think he's still only P6 there. He makes a move going into turn number 9. Put that yellow, black and white Velocity Racing Sony kart into P5. Number 55 kart of Zane Burgess going past one of the J. Howard development drivers. That was Brody Stoffel being put to the sword, as it were. Now into the last complex, turns 11, 12, and now out of 13 for the Micromax drivers. At the end of 1 lap of racing, all 24 of them stream across the line. There's yesterday's winner, Zane Burgess, who was a bit worried about his injured wrist earlier on in the day, but yesterday afternoon I said, oh, it's fine. Nothing like a win to take the pain away for Burgess. He's now chasing Bernardo Goubert on one of the D2 Motorsports karts. That's another Sony kart, but run by Danielo Romano's new team as we head through turn number 7. A remarkably spread out lead group at the moment. Heading up Scrapyard Straight. Francisco under pressure. Howard makes the move. Francisco doesn't defend. Thinks to himself it's too early for that. Howard has the lead. Now Francisco will see. He'll try and push Howard along. He'll give Hudson a good lap, I would say, you know, whilst being pushed, and then Francisco will decide, okay, this will work for me, or, nope, Hudson, you're not quick enough, I need to lead. Godshock in third, shadowing. Then it is the number 10 kart of Bernardo Goubert in P4 through turns 4 and 5. Burgess makes the move for P4 on Goubert.
One lap underway for your Micromax pre-final here, and Zane Burgess has got himself in the main pack and 1 spot higher. Now the gap back from Goubert in the number 10 to Cam Becker is about just outside the draft window. Let's see. Oh, Cam's actually fallen back, I think, a little further. That is going to be one of the Formula Ks. Maybe is that? I'm not sure if who that may be. Well, that's got. Is that McDonald?
Brody McDonald in the CEF Racing Formula K chassis, the number 68 kart. Good to see the Formula K.
Oh, no, Dutch Westbrook involved. One more involved. Brody Stoffel involved. Was that maybe Goulart as well? We just had 3 of them collide there in the last turn, right as we went to go back into the middle of the pack. It is indeed Cam Becker on that chrome and green machine for Oriole Kart Performance. I picked that one out incorrectly. It was indeed Cam in 6, but in the top 5, it was in Cam's group that where the wreck happened. The top 5 are still good. Zeph Gottschalk, Zane Burgess. Not going to have a net change, but they went side by side for what it looked like 3 back-to-back corners. Make it 4 now, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. Burgess has got the momentum, and that's key for young drivers. When you catch a driver, if you've got momentum, you've got to make the move quickly. Otherwise, and Howard locks up under braking. Great kart control there for Hudson Howard there. You saw the tyres smoking as he planted his foot on the anchors to get that kart turned in, and he does without losing ground. He's actually broken the slipstream a little bit of Jaden Francisco, who is going to come under pressure from Burgess. We've got 5 in a row. We've got Howard, followed by Francisco, followed by Burgess, followed by Gottschalk, and then followed by the number 10 of Bernardo Goubert. Then a big gap back, and that's where the incident happened behind this lead group, so the top 5 are well clear. Let's have a look at P6 at the moment. Couldn't quite see the sunshine. That is Becker, yes?
I think that was Murillo Gonzalez or Dominguez.
Oh, yeah,
in the Beryl Art in the 15. Here's Burgess making a move. That's for second.
Makes it look easy.
He does.
He makes it look easy. That's all I can say. about Burgess. It's effortless how he could catch and pass, and he's used the same spot. No one's, twigged to this yet, but that's his spot. And yep, that's 3 places in the same part of the track this race.
I will give Hudson Howard his flowers, though. Your race leader has the biggest lead I think Micromax has seen of any of the drivers so far this weekend. It looks to be, by the eye test, pushing on the door of a full second. Let's see through turn 5 how much Burgess can close up to him, and on to the rest of the lap. Can he make inroads and bring that group back up to the number 49? Because it's been evidently some extra pace found for the Jay Howard Driver Development Camp, and for Hudson Howard, listening to old dad, maybe paid off a little bit overnight. Either way, they've got a nice gap back. Here's a look back further down the order. That's last year's champ Dominic Vera, and ahead of him, Dominguez, I think, on the Beryl Art. That's how far back the rest of the field are from your front 5. They're entering the S's here and running the final turn, and 6th on back. A huge gap, although I think Dominguez is being hunted down by that AKT energy of Dominic Vera. So while it won't be a lot of positions gained, it won't at least be any loss for the number 1 plate. He should be about a 1, maybe 2 spot net gain if he can get around Dominguez here before this one's set and done.
Yep, indeed. There is Dominguez, and there is Villarroa, but Hudson Howard, like you said, you gave him his flowers. He's got his head down and had just gone. And, there was an issue with the airbox yesterday. I was speaking to Steve Carr, who manages the mini arm, the micro and the mini arm of the Jay Howard team, and it's he said growing pains. The team's expanding so quickly, there's little things that get overlooked. Hey, mistakes happen once, and he's there to make sure that they don't happen again. And indeed, Howard is doing his part, again smoking it under braking. The only driver we could see, tire smoke as he locks up, and yet he still makes the apex of that corner at turn number 10. Burgess is quick, but I think he's going to run out of laps. In fact, he's got 1 lap to go. We haven't seen Hudson look over his shoulder, so he doesn't know how close Burgess is. I'm sure the team are signaling to him so he doesn't unnecessarily defend.
That group all separated by about 4 to 5 kart lengths. Now that was the first bobble in a minute for Hudson there. You saw him kind of hang the rear tire off, starting to have a few more frantic looks over the shoulder. He just needs to focus ahead. As long as he puts a good lap together, Zane won't be able to get there, and neither will Jaden nor Zev. We've lost touch a little bit with our kid in 5th, Bernardo Goubert. He's fallen out of the draft, it looks like, of the top 4. He's at least got plenty of space back to Murilo Dominguez, and I think Dominguez as well should be safe in 6th. So not a lot happening. Attain pre-final, and it will go down as Hudson Howard's first time taking the checkers in Micromax on top of the leaderboard. JHDD and another generation of superstar is on top in Micro. Hudson Howard, your pre-final winner over Burgess, Gottschalk, and Jaden Francisco ends up in the middle of them.
Oh, and at the top of your screen, somebody spinning coming out of the last corner. It's a Birrell. Driver slapping. I think that is the number 11 car, Lincoln Lima, for the Prime Power team. Losing a bunch of places on the last lap. And
spinner in the number 48, the Team Ferris Racing entry.
Liam Compitiello, for the Team Ferris. He's under the Mike Doty Racing awning this weekend. He's got the Team Ferris graphics, but awning tent sharing with Mike Doty. That was finally, we have sanity prevails ever so slightly in Micromax as some of the parents, the families walk back from the viewing tower or the spectator area. Who is that? Is that Paulie Massimino there with his black beanie on? Yes.
Yeah, you can see the Sodi crew, Terry, Zane's father, and trying to probably debate of what more they may need for a shot at a race win later on today. They've got about a 10-minute gap here, and that's why you'll see this catwalk clear and no one kind of replacing them on the viewing stand. We'll put the countdown to green up on screen for you for the second half of our pre-finals here. They should be set for what'll probably be right around top of the hour, I would imagine, right around maybe 11 a.m. local time, maybe 10:55. There's a gap built into the schedule. They've got at the halfway point of the class rotation just for a few minutes to make sure that everything rolls on schedule. So whether or not you're listening to myself or Henry in the paddock or keeping a tab of what's active on grid, that timetable is perfect, and you know exactly when you need to be up and ready to race and when you don't. We'll be ready for it when they are on the other side here of the break here. But again, beautiful day in Orlando. Hopefully should be even touching maybe 70 degrees. So we're ready for it when it is time to go back racing again.
To the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry. This is Henry. Henry
all the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Short little break. Keeps everything on schedule, and here we are, right on time. DD2 and DD2 Max Masters is on deck. Mini Max is on deck. But first, Masters Max is ready to roll. Yesterday's pre-final was a head-to-head duel. Danilo Romalo, Rubens Barrichello. But as has been the storyline, the talking point through the weekend thus far, when do you go new tires? When do you go scuffs? Yesterday, Danilo Romalo walked away from the field, and we weren't able to keep an eye on whether he went news or not. Henry, what were you able to find out overnight?
Well, I spoke to Danilo this morning, and he did not go new. He beat Rubens Barrichello head-to-head in a straight fight. But in this qualifying session for the Sunday round on Friday, Romalo went out, set fastest time, then came in after just 3 laps. Barrichello stayed out for another 2 laps, did take pole position, but it took him a couple of extra laps. Now, Caleb spoke to Rubens down on the grid earlier on. That chassis, it's obviously it's a Birrell, but it's painted differently. It's got a couple of little tweaks, Rubens saying they haven't quite developed it fully yet. There's a few little things, including the colour of the chassis, that he'd like to just tweak ever so slightly. So even though it's a Birrell, it's not an exact Birrell, just with a different paint scheme. Rubens has got a little bit of input and wants to change it maybe to a Barrichello orange.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, you know, it's one thing that has already been done many times over, both with Birrell Art, with OTK Group, and the like of having a famous racing driver, a world-renowned, a globally known Hall of Fame level talent like Rubens Barrichello to be the face of a brand, a spin-off line of the main house brand. But for Rubens to actually be hands-on involved and wanting to say, well, I'd actually like my go-kart to be a little bit different here and a little bit different there from the base model or the standard design of the Birrell Art, I think that's pretty cool, Henry.
Yes, it is indeed. And Rubens was saying that, you know, Ronnie Sala, the owner of Birrell, he's done so much for Rubens and Rubens' kids, you know, FIFO and Dudu during their career, you know, just loves it, absolutely loves it. Not quite sure if the rest of the field is going to be loving this, because Barrichello is bringing them to the line nice and slowly. Green flag goes up. Barrichello v. Romalo, round 2, ding ding, ring the bell. Barrichello gets the lead through turn number 3. Romalo on his wheel tracks. Outside goes Danilo Romalo. Oh, you've got to wake up a lot earlier in the morning than that, Danilo, to get one over on Rubens that way. And it cost Danilo second place. Mundi Loya moves into P2. So Mundi, the Peruvian driver, 1 Grand Finals appearance to his name so far. And looking to go back again. He moves into P2. Daniel Costa again. Watch for Costa to improve as the championship progresses. He follows Romalo through, and Loya goes from P2 to P4 in a hurry. We watch for the father and son duo. Dominic and Michelle Legrand run in 5th and 6th. I think it's son Dominic leading dad Michelle. And of course, this will be where the GP racing team up in Toronto will be on Kuzmachov alert. Their teammate, apparently they were all smashed by the end of the day yesterday, having a great time watching Kuzmachov race. The rule is every time we feature the 601 kart, his teammates up in Canada, they got to do a shot of the good stuff. Top shelf, not some piddly little beer. That's the rule. But it's, I gotta say, Danilo Romalo looking strong again. And this just goes to show, in karting, yes, you can have a Formula 1 driver, but they're trying to work and develop a chassis at the same time and just tweak things. So it's not 100% the finished article yet. And there we go, Danilo Romalo, you know, only a kart racer, he doesn't race cars, he's able to drive up past because it's, you know, that is how difficult this sport is. You cannot just come in as an F1 driver and think, here we go, I'm going to walk away with this one. Not going to happen. Romalo leads Barrichello in his wheel tracks. Barrichello, I apologise. Then it is Loya loitering with intent behind them.
Well, and to, you know, again, Rubens' credit also, as well as the rest of the field, it's a vastly different discipline, the vastly different driving style. You know, Rubens has been one of many that has echoed and backed up the statement that, you know, shifter karting, some of the fastest classes in karting are the closest comparison to driving an F1 car. And the power to weight ratio speaks for itself, but no suspension, and the driver making up the biggest percentage of the mass on the machine when all together is a totally different mindset, totally different way to attack going fast around a racetrack than driving a much heavier race car. So to Danilo Romalo, this is another weekend of driving a go-kart or building engines, both of which he's got a lot of experience of and is active in as a major member of the community this year, developing and launching his spin-off race team under the D2 Motors brand. But in Ruben's case, this Rotax Max Winter Trophy, this has always been a fun family affair for himself, for FIFO and Eduardo, even if they don't spend a lot of time driving go-karts at Orlando Kart Center as much as they once did in the previous years. So he's probably still getting back into his own rhythm over the course of weekend one, and he might even be able to step things up comparatively to the rest of the field for rounds 3 and 4 just off the fact of shaking off the rust. Although, again, right now, he still looks good. It's not to knock on the 6'11". Mundi Lawyer cannot quite get past him. He's best of the rest. It's just Danilo has that little extra edge.
Yeah, I've got a bit of homework for Caleb Viesca down in pit lane to try and find out. I will bet a bottle of water that Rubens Barrichello has an almost brand new set of tyres waiting for the final. If Caleb could go and find one of Rubens' team and just to try and sort of get a little bit of insight into what tyres Rubens is going to be going on in the final, because by the looks of it, I think Rubens is saving an almost brand new set of tyres for the very last race. I wonder if Caleb can go and stick his journalistic nose into a little bit of Barrichello business for us, because Mundi Lawyer is using Barrichello's rear bumper up here, have to say.
Yeah, very similar story to what we witnessed yesterday in the main event. While Danilo drove away, there was a moment, a couple of laps in the middle where it looked like Rubens and Mundi were going to be able to make some inroads. Mundi made a pass on Rubens. Rubens went back around him, and then Mundi said, okay, fine, I'll let you lead the way. But ultimately, by the last 5 to 8 laps or so, Barrichello didn't have the pace. Truthfully, neither did Lawyer, but Mundi at least gave Rubens the opportunity to lead them forward, and it never panned out in the way they were hoping it would, which would be to catch Danilo Romalo. And like you said, maybe they're both saving a sticker set of tires or a fresher set. Maybe Romalo's on a little bit better rubber, but if he's not, he's 3/10 clear on raw ability right now. Here's Mundi looking for second. I think Rubens is going to conservatively give way and not fight that one at all. Behind, though, we've got a good little scrap. Daniel Costa and Dominic Legrand, that's the second time they've traded fourth, and it may not be the last.
No, indeed. Daniel Costa getting to grips with the Birrell product as well. And really, we're not going to find out where everyone is until the last race of the weekend. And that's what I love about this 2 sets of tyres, open opportunity to use them. Let's see, Lawyer pulling away from Barrichello. Oh, and there's Costa and Dominic Legrand having a little bit of a territorial dispute there coming out of turn number 5. Advantage Daniel Costa. And yeah, but the fact that Lawyer is now pulling away from Barrichello tells me that Mundi's Mojo rubber is in slightly better nick than Barrichello's Mojo rubber. Let's have a look further back. You've got Costa in 4th, Dominic Legrand in 5th. Running in 6th position is Michel Legrand. Simon Protour is 7th. Sylvain Chenard is 8th. Fernando Aguayo 9th. Victor Kuzmachov is 10th. Brian Hannon is 11th. I've got to give props to Brian Hannon. He congratulated me on my insane in the membrane lie yesterday. That just goes to show that he is as old as I am.
Dominic Legrand, I think on the start, must have knocked that pushback bumper in. He was all by himself yesterday, so probably didn't have a whole lot of experience in terms of running around other drivers, and I don't know if he knocked it in off the start or in the first few laps, but that front nose cone definitely looks to be deployed. So the 5th place man, while it would feel probably a bit better to the ego to get by Daniel Costa, the smart play is to ride, hopefully not lose any more time, and at least drive far enough away to still secure a 5th place starting spot in the final, but Father Michel has picked up the pace a bit. He's closing in on his son, only second and a half back. Simon Proto, with the penalty looming for Dominic, would also leapfrog him in the main event lineup, and he would slot in as things run just ahead of Sylvain Chenard in the final results, which will put him on the inside of Sylvain in row number 4. If again, that bumper is deployed, which from what we can tell and our fantastic camera crew are showing us, it looks to be for the man in 5th right now, Henry.
So yeah, the Maison Durotti outfit that runs the Legrand the Legrand family. Why does Michel Legrand run the number 678? Well, he started racing in 1978. Why does Dominic run the 693? Because he started in 1993. He said that motorsport, car racing and karting has allowed them to travel the world and experience all sorts of wonderful things, and they're still loving life. I'm not sure how old Dominic is, he's not 66, but his dad going strong. Mundi Lawyer, meanwhile, has not given up. Well, we're running out of laps here, but he does have eyes on that man there, Danilo Romano, and Mundi having a really strong run. Does the Peruvian driver who beats Michel by a year. He's not a year older, but he started racing a year earlier, 1977. Although Mundi said he did take some time off to, go to work, have a family, earn a bit of coin, and then come back and enjoy it as a very competitive hobby.
We'll talk about that again. What an international grid here with Mundi Lawyer from Peru, Rubens Barrichello, Danilo Romano from Brazil, Daniel Costa. Well, I don't believe he hails from Orlando, finds himself now as a relocated native here to OKC in 4th, and Legrands from Canada in 5th. But it's about Brazil, as Danilo will win the pre-final over Mundi Lawyer. Rubens Barrichello will end 3rd. There's Dominic. He'll end provisionally 5th. Michel will leapfrog him after the pushback is deployed. It'll move him into 5th, so Dad will get one up on son. And then Simon Proto, is he within 5 seconds? He is. Let's see the next group. Sylvain Chenard will hang on over Fernando Agallo. And Victor Kuzmachov, well, for your Premier Karting boys, you got lucky there. We just flipped back over to check in as the leaders head to the scales. You can save yourself one shot here today, but we'll load you up in the main.
Kuzmachov beating Brian Hannon to the line by 7 thousandths of a second for 10th position. That's fantastic, because these guys, we haven't got any female Masters racers, but these guys, obviously they know that the chances of them winning the ticket are slim down at the back. They just want to have fun, race hard, have someone to race with, and enjoy themselves, and that's what they're doing. As we look up there, now walking across the top there in the grey top, that's Davin Roberts. Now, I was going to talk about Davin in the junior race. Look how tall he is, and he's only 12 years old. He's easily the tallest junior driver, and that's going to pose him a couple of problems, if he has another growth spurt. We were talking about he's doing a lot of running, a lot of swimming, a lot of calisthenics to stay fit, but not build up too much muscle, which, of course, adds weight to his body. He doesn't want to go over the minimum weight limit. He's still got about 5 pounds of lead on the cart, so he can still go to the occasional all-you-can-eat buffet, but not for long.
We've got 2 more pre-finals to go. DD2 and DD2 Masters MAX on the other side of this break, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Mini Max that will roll after them. And again, back through the lineup, kicking off with Senior Max. They've got 2 more times for that class at the racetrack. 1 more time for most drivers. 6 will get to do it twice with their LCQ kicking off the end of our lunch break. And then, of course, the 36-driver field will finally be set for their final. We'll see you on the other side of this break after a word from our partners.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Where you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are,
Whatever we're here for, racing is who we are.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. DD2 MAX and DD2 Masters MAX onto the circuit. Here's a look at Brandon Carr. He'll be sporting the onboard camera for this one. Once again, we've got our pole man. We'll be riding shotgun with the HM Propeller. Kart Republic did not have the best of days in Senior Max to start his Sunday, or the best of sessions, really, but he's got at least, hopefully, a good DD2 session in the bank. Alan Isambard, top qualifier on Friday for Saturday. Second is where he'll roll from today. He went new tires in yesterday's final. Most of the field did not go to a new set at that point. I don't know if anyone has been saving a set for today or if they all are starting to balance out on scuffs with this pre-final. We'll, of course, figure out shortly as Nicholas Ambiato and Ludovic Saborn will line up behind BC and Alan Isambard. Then it'll be Matt Taskinen on the inside of Lucas Pernod, an all-Canadian and all-PSL karting row 3. Gianluca Savalio, Antoine Lacerate on row number 4. Lucas Nanji and Samuel Rojas, row 5. Noah Lapoya and Derek LaRoche on row 6. Tyler Givogue, Preston LeBreton, and Martin Jansen will conclude the 15-driver field. Henry, a little wave by for Gianluca Savalio as they complete their outlap.
15 drivers, and 6 of them have been to the Rotax Grand Finals before. Taskinen for Canada, Carr for the UK, Ambiado for Chile, Pernod, Saboan and Savalio also for Canada. Very experienced lineup here in what is Rotax's ultimate class, and we did see fireworks yesterday. There's the 595 Martin Janssen back. Good to see the 595. He didn't finish yesterday's main event. The only driver that didn't finish the main event. But what can the Steel City Saint Brandon Carr from Sheffield, England, do with the onboard camera from pole position? But
as Alan takes a look back behind his shoulder here with Brandon Carr leading us into the S's. They will probably wait till the last second to form up and get to double file. So we'll wait on them and then head to the front straightaway. Let's see as Isambard pulls alongside. No, he's going to go to the helm of it. He's on the left side. Brandon wanted to let him through, try to keep those tires clean. Now they'll get double file and ready. 2 gears, first and second, a high and a low, and they'll pop it into neutral to rev it up as well before they pop back into gear when they're lining down the straight. So who gets the nice launch? It's a slow rolling start by the Brit on the inside. Brandon Carr gets us going, and we're underway.
And it's a very good start. We've got, and at the back of the field, one of the Birrells, I couldn't quite see who that was, just hopping up over the rear bumper of a rival, but they get around relatively cleanly. Isambard did not have a good start. He's now got his elbows out, and at the back of the field, that looks like it is
Lucas Nanji, and I believe maybe
Saboyan. I think that's Saboyan with the Team Canada race suit and a very mangled NASA panel. What are the HM propeller? HMP
That's teammates right there. Yeah. Ludovic Sabor and Lucas Nanji, both for HM Propella, 6th and 7th from the grid to the rear now as Isambard is starting to try and make up for what was not a good opening half lap. He gets by Savalio there in the yellow helmet. Allen up to 3rd, or back up to 3rd. Breakaway though for your top 2 Kart Republics. Nicholas Ambiato on the SLA Kart Racing entry. Brandon Carr for HM Propella, 1 lap down.
Yes, indeed, through turns 1 and 2. Ambiado, an up and down day yesterday. Carr finishing on the podium. Ambiado, after a fighting drive, coming home in 5th eventually. Savalio for the Racing Edge Motorsport team there, battling away in the number 499 Kart. The Cosmic Chassis. Here's Alan Isambard through turn number 7 into 8 and 9. Now, Carr and Ambiado, they need to be smart. This is where patience, composure, and a little bit of racing nous will come into play, because Isambard is closing in. Savalio looks like he's on a mission as well, as is Taskinen. Taskinen trying to go around the outside of his countryman, but Savalio will have none of it, and Mustache Mountain remains in P5 with Lapola in 6th position. Taskinen looks like, well, he looks for all the world like a true Canuck, trying to fight his way to the front of the queue to get a bit of poutine in him as he closed in on Savalio. There goes Matt Taskinen to the inside and then runs wide on the exit at 6, but pointing at Savalio. Savalio on the outside line has to give way through turn 7. Now, will Gianluca play nice? That's the next question, and sort of follow Taskinen up to the leaders, because we're going to have a 3-kart battle for the lead as Isambard to the inside put the American driver in P2, Ambiado down to 3rd.
The lone Sodi here this weekend in DD2 Max is flying once again. Alan Isambard last time by 53.31. That was a huge bite into the gap that brought him close. He again resets fast time, still with that pass, 2/10 better than Brandon Carr. And we'll head to turn number 5 now. Alan Isambard closes into a half car length away.
Yes, indeed. You take with the lone Sodi kart, we've only got one OTK product on the DD2 grid. That is Savalio's Cosmic chassis. We've got KR, or Kart Republics, we've got Birrells, we've got the one Sodi, the one Cosmic, the single Formula K, and of course, Antoine Lacharit's Mac Minarelli.
Big move down to the inside, one lap from where he made the move for second. He'll make the move for the lead. Isambard gets by Brandon Carr, and this might be set sail right now. I don't know if anyone's got any tires left for the final, but if Isambard is on his Saturday main tires, this is only session number 2. He'd still have the leg up if they went back to their, or if everyone else is on their primary set. If they are all on equal footing or even better than the kid in the 453, that is bad news. He is starting to already pull away. Caleb?
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Alan Isambard, after speaking to his dad, which is also his mechanic here this weekend, he's on his older set of tires. So if this is anything like we're going to see in the final, then this is just question marks for the rest of the field.
Wow, big news here, Henry.
Yep,
so
fantastic work, Caleb.
Heat cycle number 4 he's working on right now.
Bad news for everybody else, as Isambard is able to keep his nose quite cleanly in front under no pressure. He's made passes, recovered from a poor start, and still may have a good set of mojos in the bag, ready for the main event. What will ever do? Taskinen drawing up to the 2 HM propeller, oh no, it's the 2 Kart Republics. Ambiado driving for the SLA karting team. Car for HM propeller. There's Savalio in what is a pretty lonely 5th position at the moment, with Lucas Pernod 6th, Lacharit 7th, Napola 8th, and the leading master driver, Tyler Guibourget, on the CEF Racing Formula K chassis is running in a pretty respectable 10th position, ahead of Rojas, ahead of Nanji, ahead of Janssen, and ahead of Saborin, who is the only retiree so far.
Tip of the cap to Matt Taskinen and Lucas Pernod. They are the only drivers, or the next best, pace-wise, to the race leader, Alan Isambard. While the Kart Republics started off strong and qualified well, they are 4th and 5th for the two men in 2nd and 3rd. Actually, Brandon Carr is even slower than that. Last lap, he did improve his time a little bit. Isambard still opening the gap up, but Lucas Pernod resets overall fast time, and Matt Taskinen is absolutely tracking down P2 and P3. Here's a look at the multi-time Team Canada member. As you mentioned, Henry, 6 drivers have been to the Rotax Grand Finals. Matt Taskinen, a very experienced Rotax Grand Finals competitor, once again trying to maybe lock a ticket up early to represent the red and white crew in Bahrain in December.
Yes, indeed. And Savalio, a former top 5 finisher in the Grand Finals in this class in Bahrain back in 2021. So he likes the circuit, which is described by most drivers as one of the best in the world. As well, I've got to say, Ambiado seems to have got a second wind. Isambard, those tyres starting to fade. It's up and down.
In the run now, down to turn at number 5 here. Take a look, though. I think there might be a pushback deployed for Taskinen, and that bumper looks very loose, if at all. I hope not. I think he might be okay. Definitely riding very low. I don't know, Henry. That thing looks like it's definitely flexing a bit more than one that is not deployed. Savalio looks okay. He's definitely running a low front ride height on that REM Cosmic in comparison to the rest of the field. But I'm not feeling so hot here about Matt Taskinen, which is unfortunate because this is the best session comparative to the rest of the field I feel like he's probably had, especially pace-wise this weekend. Here he is right now looking for 3rd.
Yeah, Taskinen hasn't been able to really show his full paces. He went out in qualifying with a bent rear axle. Didn't realise until he put the kart down on the dummy grid, and all 4 wheels weren't at the same angle. So that cost him. He's now trying to fight back. There is the move on Brandon Carr for P3, and Taskinen now, well, provisionally into the top 3. His job is to get as far ahead of the drivers in the lower reach to the top 10. Get across the line more than 5 seconds ahead of them, so that if there is a pushback penalty, he doesn't lose too much ground. The problem he's going to have is that Ambiado and Isambard, if they start battling, they'll slow each other down, and everyone else will close in behind.
What I want to know right now is if Alan Isambard is holding back at all. We're seeing him kind of check over the shoulder. 1 lap to go, and Nicholas Ambiato has been chipping away at the margin. Another half a tenth knocked off. He's almost able to force a dive bomb. He's going to force Isambard to defend in turn 5. He's going to have to white line again in 6 because that'll hurt the exit. And we've got a race on our hands with half a lap to go. Alan Isambard, one of the bigger challenges yesterday was the one he received from Ambiato, and he's got him again, nipping at his heels.
Watch for the crossover coming out of the turn 10 hairpin. Isambard's going to have to defend. Ambiato to the inside. He'll now switch to the outside. Taskinen will be hoping that they run each other wide. Taskinen's got momentum, but not enough. Isambard hangs on. Ambiato's got one opportunity. Is he going to have a lunge? No, he saves a little bit of dignity for the last race, but there's a drag race. Isambard by a kart length to the line, wins it by 0.08 of a second. Here we go, here's a good battle across the line, further back.
Lucas Nanji trying to rebound. He'll end up getting through that entire group to 8th. He started that last lap in 11th. Great recovery for the Canadian, for HM Propeller, that saw turn 5 send him backwards down the leaderboard and facing the wrong direction as well in lap 1.
And you're looking at the timing screens that we've got in our commentary position, the Speed Hive Live app. We do apologise that you're not seeing it on our screen. It's not our doing. There is issues for the timekeeping team here that are preventing us from showing you the live timing. But 7th is where Taskinen would end up if he did have a penalty. So there we go. That's Taskinen will either 3rd or 7th for Matt Taskinen. Great finish to the race, I've got to say. Speaking to a couple of drivers, so the first ticket that was won for the 2025 Grand Finals was in DD2. That was the first final at the International Asia Trophy in Thailand last weekend. Shenya Hong won the ticket, and his tutor and manager, Roger Young, was messaging me. Shenya was watching this race from Chinese Taipei, saying it looks really good, and he's looking to try and go to Europe to get a bit of practice in, because he thinks that whoever wins this ticket from Orlando is going to be very, very strong come the end of the year.
With Mini-Max next up, folks, again, those watching along, there is a big gap after that Mini-Max Pre-Final. There will still be the Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier, and then as you're looking at the bottom of the screen, that's when the run order will change. The official timetable, the last iteration put out was yesterday at noon if you're trying to map out your Sunday afternoon of when your sessions will be on the racetrack. And it'll wrap up once again with Henry leading us through podium ceremonies this afternoon for round 2. And by that time, and potentially during our break as well, we'll be able to get a tally of how the points have stacked up to this point in the championship with a day and a half worth of racing in. And that's going to be something that we'll be obviously keeping a close eye on with all the grand finals tickets up for grabs a week from today. I mean, think about it, Henry, here, 4 hours and 7 days from this moment right now. And we are going to be confirming a number of drivers headed to Bahrain in December.
Tickets 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 out of 394. The way that Rotax allocate the tickets, obviously they have a continental event called the International Trophy or the Winter Trophy. Asia was last week. This is effectively the International Trophy. It's called the Winter Series for North America. Europe has their International Trophy in July at Le Mans, and South America will have their International Trophy in September in Ecuador this year. Below that, on the next level down, you have sort of series, Asia series. It was the East-West Trophy in the United States, but that's changed a little bit this year. You have the Euro series as well. Then you have your national championships. You have the national championships in each different country. Now, not every country gets a ticket, because if you've only got 3 drivers in your class, then you're not going to get a ticket. There are 36 available in Micromax, 72 in Minimax, Junior Max, Senior Max, and DD2, 36 in DD2 Masters, and another 36 between E20 and E20 Senior. If you want to go to rotax-kart.com to have a look and see where all the Rotax races are around the world, then feel free to do that. In the United States, that's why you may only get 1 or 2 members of Team USA in, a specific class. Obviously, United States is getting much more competitive now. It was one of the leading nations up until the end of 2016. Then it sort of dipped a little bit. Now it's sort of slowly working its way back up to prominence. With a lot of strong runs, last year for the likes of Davin Roberts, Jackson Porter, Dalton Haynes, Race Liberante a couple of years ago as well. It is a long journey back. The standard of racing here in the States, and I'll say it again, not because I'm sat next to you, but I think Kart Chaser's got an awful lot to do with that. I'm seeing more and more drivers coming out with ranges of merchandise, getting fan clubs, It's great. They're building their brands. Interviews are getting better. The drivers down in the paddock are speaking on the microphones much better. Why? Because they're getting more practice. Why? Because they're getting more coverage. Why are we seeing more sponsors? Because they're getting more eyes on the sport. It is very good indeed, I've got to say. And there's still plenty of work to be done. Isn't that right, Xander?
Lots of work. Again, for us, we're just getting started and no different than how everyone's getting started in their run to Bahrain to try and chase a ticket to represent Team USA. I do want to also add on, Henry, and give you the opportunity to explain to some of the viewers at home there are 2 types of tickets to be awarded, and we'll be able to cover that in terms of what is an international or an open ticket versus a nations ticket, and the specifics there. But first, Caleb's got us some more intel down on pit lane as the DD2 and DD2 MAX Masters MAX scale line has cleared. Caleb?
Yeah, thank you there, Xander. I'm standing by here with Nicholas Ambiato. Nicholas, firstly, that race was very, very close all the way to the finish. Just walk me through it.
Yeah, it's a difficult race. December and Brandon has a very nice setup and nice driver, but I need just take for the new tire for the final. Yes, it's the plan, but just a good race, a very good battle for the last lap for December. And I need to take thanks for my team, my family, and just my friend for watching in Kart Chasing.
Yeah, nextly here, you're obviously from Chile. You were at the Grand Finals last year. Just talk to me about that experience and how that was for you.
Yeah, it's a very great experience. The Grand Final had a very nice drivers, very aggressive, but yeah, it's my favorite final. I don't have a good results, but the idea is now racing Bahrain this year. I'd say obviously if it's possible, take the podium or battle the 10th, 5th position.
Y finalmente, para tu familia que te está viendo desde Chile, ¿qué le quieres decir a ellos que están en casa?
Un saludo a toda mi familia que me está viendo. Le mando unos saludos a mi amigo y dar las gracias porque siempre han estado para mí en este deporte.
Well, there you guys have from Nicholas. He's hoping to have a really good result here later on in the final. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Caleb. Nicholas Ambiato, a great run and his first time to the Grand Finals. Only wettens the taste buds, so want to get back there and represent your country's colors once again. Now, Henry, while the engines obviously in the background were just firing for our last pre-final mini-max, breaking down a little bit, obviously, that there are a set number of tickets that are awarded. There's levels to each of the Rotax Max Challenge competitions. This one is the international competition for North America, but specifically the types of tickets here, because I think that's also something that many new to Rotax or less familiar with it would love to know a little bit more about.
Yes, as you look at the grid very, very quickly, this is an international event, which means the tickets can be won by drivers from any country. It's called an open ticket. In February in Phoenix, that's also an open ticket event. You go to your national level championships, for example, the Belgian Rotax Max Challenge, only Belgian drivers or drivers with Belgian race licenses, for example, can win the ticket there. It's to ensure that as many nations as possible are represented. Drivers can and do traverse the world chasing the open tickets, but especially with developing nations, you know, some events, some national level events are reserved just for drivers from that specific country. But for here and for Phoenix in February, hey, anyone is welcome and anyone can win the ticket. Here is your pre-final grid for Mini-Max. James Roots and Enzo Di Janeiro on row 1, Cameron Johnson and Max Romaccia row 2, William Vita and Parker Ives row 3, Aguilar, Sanguinetti, yesterday's winner Ferro and LaRusso, Kanjan Apitak and the other LaRusso, Massimo, who has got, I can't remember what was on the little logo on Master of Disaster on Massimo LaRusso's crash helmet. Then Matias Dominguez, William Rossetti, Cristobal Bonet, William Dion, Eric Wysokowski, Mateo Pai, Melville Dos Santos and Alonso Gonzalez are your top 20 on what is a pretty stacked grid. There's more than 20 of them, and pretty much top half have all got a chance to win. Now, down towards the back of the field, 32 drivers in total. Watch for Blaise Diniz. He had a good run yesterday. Watch as well for Matisse Lacroix. He is quick. Kai Abelard of the Leading Edge Motorsport team, and the two teammates, Ethan Miller and Salvatore Nasca. Nasca Miller Racing. They're based in the garages. One wears green, one wears orange, and they're just here having a great time. Mates, play fighting, playing, and racing together.
So, 32, and thank you to the SRA crew for helping us get sorted out. They had obviously a rough Sunday morning, but they were able to make sure that the primary concern, timing and scoring at least, was functional, whether it was online, whether it was to us or not. And now, as you can see, folks, we're back. Full timing and scoring available on your screen, and we'll keep it up to date throughout the rest of the day as well. Pre-final action, the final session before the Mini-Max drivers are gridded and ready for their main event. James Roots and Enzo De Janeiro. Here we are again, red and white on your left and right-hand side of the screen there. Enzo's kind of got more of that blue helmet on the right-hand side. James is on the left in the Bureau Art PSL karting colors. Here we go, 8 laps, and it's no good. It looked like it might have been, ultimately. Not good enough on the first try by. We'll send them around again.
Now, Roots driving for, he's got the Birrell Art colours, but it's the Prime Power team that Roots drives for this weekend. De Janeiro, I see our camera crew, out on site, Nicholas DeAndrea, Taylor, Boris, Jerry Fandry and co, having a great, doing a great job, but Enzo De Janeiro's crash helmet, he's got a dinosaur on it, and foolishly I asked him what the dinosaur was called. You can imagine his response. I am now a dinosaur. I've always been a dinosaur. But there we go. James Roots, first time in the USA. Yesterday's winner, Albert Ferro, sorry, I'm going to get that wrong. It's Arthur Ferro, Arthur the Elder, Albert the Younger. He is there in 8th. The TB kart of Christian Sanguinetti, the only TB kart here in number 121, the Mean Green Machine, starts 9th. And privateer driver Luke Konjanapatak. A great effort yesterday from number 108, the Don't Sleep Energy sponsored go-kart. Originally, race time, he's got there with the number 80 on the back of his white crash helmet. Konjanapatak doing very well indeed against a stacked field of Mini-Max drivers. Believe it or not, only 3 of these drivers, Konjanapatak for Thailand, Vita and De Janeiro, both in the USA, have been to the Grand Finals before. Watch for Max Romaccia, watch for Parker Ives. This class rewards race smarts, and I think Ives and Matcha possibly have the edge with De Janeiro as well. Roots and Ferro, it's that year younger. William Vitor has come out swinging this year. The Lion from Zionsville looks aggressive, looks confident. Harley Keeble schooling the lad well.
Let's try this for attempt number 2. Is this one better? And it will get the green. We're racing down to turn 1. James Root will get away nicely, and he'll bring Cameron Johnson with him. So the Franklin Motorsports livery Merlin, representing here in Orlando, Florida, as the only Merlin at the Rotax Max Winter Trophy opening weekend. Oh, side by side, De Janeiro right back to second, and the rest of the field looks like they've kept it on the dark stuff. We're green and away with 1 lap potentially written off the board.
Best way to get over a harsh or a penalty in yesterday's final for Enzo Di Janeiro. Get out there, shake it off, make some clean moves and get to the front, and he's doing just that. There's Matcha and Ives side by side. Matcha sideways with the braking, Ives to the inside, picks up a place. There's the TV Kart of number 121 Christian Sanguinetti making a move. Matcha dropping down the order. He's now got that Vicente Aguilar, I think, right behind him, and then it is Ferro. Again, Ferro didn't feature that much at the front of the pre-final. He waited and bided his time until the main event. So don't be too shocked yet, Dan Holland Racing fan. Well, actually, it's Daryl Malotti Racing in association with Dan Holland this weekend. Daryl Malotti running the show for the Pharaohs, and he's looking for a raise when he gets back to the UK. There is Parker Ives, son, of course, of Greg Ives, former crew chief for Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the NASCAR Cup Series. Parker spending a lot of time driving, testing junior shifters, getting used to gear changes at this young age. Such a valuable skill as well for these youngsters to learn, especially if they've got eyes on driving cars in the future. Some of them just want to be professional go-kart racers. What better way to earn a living? Get paid to drive go-karts. It's possible, especially here in the USA.
Parker Ives had a little adjustment there on the radiators. He came down the front straightaway trying to get either a little more, a little less airflow right behind Cameron Johnson. He's on his heels, the closest gap of the top runners. Let's see if he goes for it. He will. And the 148, I don't know if it'll get all the way done. He's going to have to do it through one more corner. But after an over-under, he's got it. Parker into 4th, Johnson back to 5th. He was as high as 2nd from 3rd. Now he's at his lowest so far. If he's not careful, he'll go back more. Maxwell Matcha looking sporty early in this session. Let's keep a tab on that Velocity Soda USA black and orange 115. He's up a couple spots. Last time by, he was as fast as the leader. William Vitor did have the fastest lap on the JHDD entry, but Matcha closing in on Johnson. This would be to get into the top 5 and also get further away from Christian Sanguinetti on the TV Kart back in 7th, who is a little ways away from Matcha, or at least he was as of last time by, and indeed it'll update there, about a half second and fading, while the gap up front is closing here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Roots yesterday, 3rd, took the last podium position. William Vito had his chances scuppered with an incident at the start of the final where his nose cone got sort of trapped inside one of his front tyres. He still fought back well. Di Janeiro as well, after his penalty yesterday, dropped, I think, out just about 10th maybe in the final classification. So both Vito and Di Janeiro are thinking to themselves, we need this result a lot. Roots is just looking to, consolidate a good day yesterday. Will that make a difference to how Roots defends or how Vito and Di Janeiro attack? Well, time will tell. Speaking of attack, what a move from Cam Johnson. Up the inside, over the curb. He made that move in mid-air. Did the number 110 Kart, and that puts Johnson up into P5, and Parker Ives is going to lose another place to the number 124 Kart, Arthur Ferro.
Back up front, William Vitor to the lead over James Roots. Still more battling further back. This is Sanguinetti going at it with Vicente Aguilar. Aguilar and Sanguinetti, that's for 8. Up back to the lead, through the top 10, fighting everywhere here as we're at crunch time now. Side by side behind Sanguinetti, hanging on tough. That was Matias Dominguez. Did he get the job done? I don't think he did, but William Vitor is going to get the job done for the lead and bring Enzo De Janeiro as well. Here's Dominguez. 2nd corner. This time it'll work on Aguilar for 9th.
What I really liked about that corner there from Enzo Di Janeiro, turn 10 was where he earned his penalty yesterday. He was a little bit too forceful under braking, moving a couple of drivers out of the way. He didn't do it then, so he's learned. So he now knows where he can brake to make the move. That is smart driving from Enzo Di Janeiro. You take your lumps, you listen to your team boss Ben Cruttenden and your dad, and then you learn those lessons, and he's learned them very quickly. Good driving, smart driving. He's now running. Who's that there? That is the move for 2nd place, Di Janeiro. has passed William Vita for the race lead, I believe. Let's have a look as they emerge from turn number 7. Is it a Parolin leading? Yes, it is. With Root second, Vita down to third, and Matcha lurking in fourth.
Maxwell Matcha is still on his way to maybe getting some more spots before this is over, while the drivers up front are trying to trade that top starting position. Matcha started this one a little bit further back. Let's take a look really quickly here as we keep an eye on the ticker. The spots that have gone up and down for everyone. He's back to neutral, up a few, make it 4 for Arthur Farrow. Maybe more so if he keeps on digging. And then back down, Dominguez up 4. Let's look at this gap though. Between the 3, you could throw a blanket over them all as Enzo De Janeiro begins to cover off the inside lane from Roots and Vitor.
It wouldn't have to be a very big blanket either, because inches apart through turn number 7, Vitor had a bit of a slow lap. Now he's building momentum again. Watch, he'll be thinking, I'm going to stick to the outside line, should William Vita be now, because De Janeiro is defending the inside. Watch the over-under now for William Vita from third. Not quite, he couldn't get it to the inside. Now he's looking to the inside, side by side with Roots. Vita goes second, but De Janeiro, Vita's left the door open, and Roots goes straight back to the inside. But De Janeiro from the steward's room to the top of the order in Mini-Max Pre-Final. Great stuff from Enzo De Janeiro. 0.3 of a second over James Roots. Vita third, Parker Eyes fourth, Johnson fifth, Farrow, Sanguinetti. What happened to Maxwell Matcha? I'm looking down, he was not in the top 10, so away from our cameras, something went wrong for Maxwell Matcha. Obviously some form of incident. Sanguinetti was 7th behind Farrow, Aguilar, Dominguez and Kanjanapitak in the top 10. Then the LaRusso twins, Matcha 13th.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Arthur Farrow on the last lap went purple, or the lap before he had gone fastest. I think he and Maxwell must have tangled. Arthur had a big loss of time that lap, and Maxwell obviously did. He ends up down in that 13th position on the Soda USA by Velocity Racing entry. So bit of a shake-up there on the final moment in the Mini-Max Pre-Final, but for Enzo De Janeiro, smooth sailing, and he's already gotten some major performances as the Super Tune banner team for Ben Cruttenden now on the Parolin USA official nomenclature. Enzo De Janeiro, top of the board and to the pole for the main event later this afternoon, if, again, all results will stick as shown. Again, all things on screen provisional, folks. Vicente Aguilar in 8th, Matias Dominguez in 9th, Luke Kenjanapitak, the privateer, another top 10 run there. The LaRusso brothers, they're getting closer together. They're just ending up closer in the middle here, Henry. A little further back for Massimo, a little further up for Nicholas.
Yeah, indeed. And the two twins, Massimo and Nicholas, working together for the premier karting outfit. Matcha Gonzalez, William Rossetti in the top 15. Behind the top 15 now, well, I think most of the main players are on this screen, if I'm being totally honest. William Dion, Cristobal Bonet, Matteo Pai, Lucas Bertagna, Melville Dos Santos, Kai Abelar of the Leading Edge Motorsport team, Wichkowski. Miller beats his teammate Nasca for 23rd position. Raimundo Ibarra, Matisse Lacroix, Charles Teo. Charles's dad was saying, hey, you know, we can't test very often because it be snowing up north in Canada. Blaise Diniz, 27th. Then Roy Chang, William Choquette and Samuel Veria for the CEF karting team. Good to see the Formula K brand back as well.
That wraps up the coverage from the morning half of sessions. We will put the countdown timer up once again. 65 minutes, and then we are back with the Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier. 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific here in the U.S. And I believe with the current time difference we're on for daylight savings and not, I think we're, maybe -5 GMT, so that'll be 6 p.m. GMT. But quick a break here for a word from our partners who make it all happen. On the other side, a quick word from some of the top contenders in the paddock and around it. And then we'll be taking a short break overall to let the hardworking camera crew team, our booth, the SRA and RTX officials, and the Orlando Kart Center staff get something to eat and get ready for a full afternoon of main event racing.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome. From Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask your question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Counting a new 219 chain.
Welcome back here. Taking a look back to that race that we just had. Enzo Di Janeiro. Enzo, firstly, what a good race that you just had. We talked to you a little bit earlier on today. Just walk me through how your weekend's been up to this point.
It's been a good weekend. Saturday was a rough day. I mean, we got a penalty, so time to change up and see if we can get on that #1 podium today.
Yeah, and obviously you're already off to a good start with a good pre-final finish. And I want to go back also to last year. You were at the grand finals over at Sarno. How was that experience, and how bad do you want to get back there next year, or this year, I should say?
It was a great experience, very fun race. Met great drivers on a different level, and I'm very excited to go back and prove that I'm even better this year.
Yeah, lastly, you obviously got your final coming up, but I know it's a big group of people that put this together for you. Who would you like to thank, I guess, for making it all possible for you this weekend?
I would like the whole Paralympic Association, the whole team, my dad, my mechanic, everybody that's helped me out this weekend, and yeah.
And lastly, Henry's a little upset that you called him a dinosaur there on grid. What do you got to say to Henry here?
I mean, he's old, so.
Well, there you have it, and there you have it, Henry. We send it back up to you guys.
He's so old, he was reading his book right there, Caleb. He just got his headset on now. Henry, any response?
What? I'm going to go and I'm going to see him later now. Not that I'm allowed. Not you're going to, say that violence towards children is acceptable. However, there's an exception to be made for Enzo. No, wow. I mean I'm only joking. HR, please. It's a family sport. No. But it goes back to what we're saying. What a great character. Why wouldn't you want to invest in a young man like that who will represent your sport, your team, your brand, your company, like that? Love it. Love it. I'm still going to go and have some words with him.
We'll let you get to it. We'll let everyone else have an hour break from listening to the likes of me and you. And, again, let our hardworking crew get something to eat. We'll be back when that countdown timer hits 0 with the Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier. for second.
Should still be enough. Timothy Pinot, there goes the move from Eduardo Barrichello. Barrichello's teammate. Oh, and Barrichello is not going to get all his own way at the front. Nicholson, new leader, Eduardo Barrichello.
Fox is waited. I think Leon's tired of waiting for him, so... Leon!
Yesterday, well, I'm back. And here comes Timothy Pinot saying, you haven't met me yet because I haven't been on the podium, but I want to be.
At some point, when is it going to happen? Not yet.
Oh,
there it
no!
goes. There it is. Pernod gets on top of Leon. He's got heavy damage. I bet that engine's going to overheat it. Oh, no. He gets into more contact, and now he's off the racetrack again.
Noel Leon out of the race. It is over.
Eduardo Barrichello is going to win on Sunday and get the Rotax World Finals ticket to Bahrain.
Win on Sunday. Book your plane ticket on Monday. Eduardo Barrichello provisionally goes back to the Grand Finals for the second year.
Now it is fully dry, and we're fully underway. Down at turn number 1, side by side, quickly to single file. Keeble was able to get down to the inside lane, and we're away and racing down to turn number 5. Keeble's close. Here he comes, looking low. Reese is going to crowd him all the way up and over the curbing. Pony Kart as Keeble sends it down the inside and parks it on the apex, and Bedard out of the nowhere section of the track gets into frame and takes the lead. It's Keeble to second, Reese back to third, and Harley Keeble, all that hard work, he parked it perfectly on the apex, but probably didn't realize how close Oliver Bedard had gotten.
Still on the outside, Keeble shuts the door. Race goes right back down the inside. Keeble gets moved to the wayside, and here comes Taskinen.
As Keeble tried the same move, no, Reese all the way to the low side. Keeble, crossover move, gets the run. Here comes Matt Taskinen, nearly there. Keeble's going to close the door on Taskinen, and a 53.35 was his best, and then Leonardo Reese is going to send it again. The outside again, he gets back clear. Reese is going to drive into the side of him, and he sent him into the wall. It is Oliver Bedard that scores the win for the first round of the Rotax Max Winter Trophy in DD2. Can Matt Taskinen get the whole shot like he did in the pre-final? It's going to be close, even down to turn number 1 as they, oh, wow, contact into the corner. Reese kind of shook out to enter the corner. It opened for Bedard to get by, and it nearly sent Matt Taskinen into the weeds.
Yeah.
So keep your eye on Keeble. Here he comes for third. Harley gets through on Matt Taskinen.
There's a storm coming. Oh, and just on cue, lightning strikes. And that is Keeble, Reese, volume 2. Bedard leads Taskinen up to second position.
It was just chaos in there and into the scales for Harley Keeble. He's done, so he'll end his day early, and it's 2 DNFs that will effectively remove him from the championship.
On from there, and Reese now capitalizing on Nicolas Guillam's wide entry tournament, but Guillam's thinking, right, well, I'm going to come back at you, and Reese gives him the hand signal there, saying, well, that seemed fair enough to me. But it looks like it's going to be 2 wins out of 2. The Premier Karting team stands on the premier step of the podium. Olivier Bedard, another win. Taskinen second. It's a Canadian 1-2. Leonardo Reese, a disappointed third. They come to the line. Flag goes down. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Taskinen. Bedard is pushed back to third, but Keeble leads them through turn number 3 in this 16-lap race. Here comes Leonardo Reese, and Bedard gets out of the way.
Here he goes, inside for second. Leonardo Reese already into the top 2 spots as Taskinen almost went back through, but I think that was also partially to defend for Bedard.
In front, and there's the move. Bedard wants to just stay 1 kart behind Leonardo Reese. 2 entries, but there is one for DD2. There goes Guillaume up the inside of Taskinen, and this is good news for Bedard because this battle is falling further and further behind him.
Into turn 8. This is the trouble spot from yesterday. Leo set him up for the crossover, had to jump the curb. He's alongside him down the back straightaway. Leo Reese to the inside, down to turn number 10. Can he steal it on the final lap? Keeble, side by side, Reese pops him into the corner. Harley Keeble was watching him, and Reese kept him on the outside, wouldn't turn in, and now to the chicane, a perfectly placed turn 10. Leo Reese on the final lap steals one away from Harley Keeble. He wins the final, Keeble second, but Olivier Bedard will clinch the Grand Finals ticket in third.
Could today be the day? As we go through the lights, this time we're green down to turn number 1, and there it is. A lot of drivers already trying the escape routes through turn number 1. And weekend 2 is Mossman gets through there into the top 5 for fast Frankie Mossman's SCR Red Speed. Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
2 laps, lap and a half to go. We'll get the white flag this time by ZCD on the bottom. Mossman and Bauer together. Mossman was aggressive. DeMello on the inside. Here comes Norberg on the outside. Door to door, side by side. There was problems with Aiden Lorenko. White flag in the air, and Norberg had to back out from DeMello, and it allowed Aiden Ingrata to slip in the mix there. There's your 2 leaders. Here's the scrap for the podium. Norberg getting through. It's Austin Garrison out of left field into the top 4 into this pack. Norberg blocking low for P4, Gary for third, as Diego Ramos is a winner again for the first time in 2 years. Here comes Garrison to the line to race with Norberg. That's for 4th. Norberg will hold over Garrison by just a couple of thousandths there at the stripe. But a PSL karting 1-2, and for Diego Ramos, the monkey is finally off his back. He gets his first big win with PSL karting after the heartbreak he experienced last week. As one happy Brazilian who has had a great weekend, a deserving race winner. And he is fired up. Here we go, 16 laps, and we are underway down to turn number 1. Mossman with a decent jump to the inside as everybody else fans out through turns 1 and 2. Oh, it's going to be double. Harley Keeble to the lead in turn 10.
With a cups to yourself on the international karting scene.
What a move there from Mossman to get on Ramos, and then Garrison getting through on Ramos. So Austin Garrison now, third, down the front stretch. Here comes Frankie Mossman. New leader in turn 1, and he takes over the point here now with 4 laps to go.
That fast Frankie Mossman signaled to Harley Keeble and say, come on, push, will work, and it doesn't. Keeble back in front. Scarborough to the inside of Ramos for P4 as Keeble defends into turn 10.
Look at Austin Garrison with an over-under to the lead. Austin Garrison followed the Young Bucks down to the inside, then opened up last second. And now Garrison's lead, a car length and a half. Mossman behind, he's not going to wait. He goes through. Austin Garrison's lead now. 5 car lengths back to Mossman. It's Scarborough for the podium. Gets through in turn 6. The young lady up to third.
Harley Keeble. Keeble comes back at Scarborough. And Ramos trying to follow through.
Out of turn 13, Austin Garrison adds another tick to the win column. It's a Speed Concepts 1-2 in Orlando. And you can see the celebrations from the 2 drivers out front. 16 laps. Eduardo Barrichello, Aiden Fox, and we're green down to turn number 1. And a good start for Frankie Mossman, as well as ZCD, who slipped through to third. Keeble is side by side with Ingrata, gets run to the edge of the racetrack. For now, though, new leader, ZCD, down the inside in turn 4 over Eduardo Barrichello, who goes right back to the inside.
Oh, Eduardo's backing him up. There goes Clement DeMello. What a move from Zach Clement DeMello, and we're side by side down Scrapyard Straight.
Side by side down to turn number 10, and everybody's side by side, and Barrichello is off. Eduardo Barrichello goes off in turn number 10. Oh, he's got to go. He does. Turn 5. Harley Keeble is through for second.
Garrison is chasing hard, but it's a new move. Leader, Harley Keeble. Mossman back to second. No, Mossman attacks straight away to go back to the front.
Spot in 7th right now, and side by side for second and third. Keeble back to 4th.
Diego Ramos and Harley Keeble wheel to wheel.
Oh! Ramos is taken out of the sweeper. Diego Ramos, the championship leader, is spun around in turn 7. And now the championship has just come unglued. Give the advantage to Frankie Mossman, who fights for the lead.
Oh, Keeble and Keeble.
Miller and into Garrison, the other championship contender.
Lead. Mossman back to the point.
Here comes Ingrata. Aiden Ingrata to the lead in turn number 10. Into 1 and 2. Crossover from Mossman. He's there, but he's not going to get clear. They're side by side through 3 and 4.
Who's going to get the run to the flag?
Mossman. Mossman gets the lead. Keeble to second. Final corner, final chicane. Frankie Mossman blocking for all he's worth. Keeble has to follow, and a win, a potential walk-off to the grand finals. Is it enough? Frankie Mossman wins on Sunday.
Black and orange, Isambard Performance Sodi. Brandon Carr in the white and orange Kart Republic.
We're green, and down to turn number 1 we go. A good start for the first few rows. Good start looks like for most of the field. Little bit of a check up there. That might have been Rojas on the Beer Alert or Taskinen. One of the two back down as Brandon Carr and Alan Isambard are side by side for the lead into turn number 6.
And that opens the door for Lucas Pernod to take second position away from Brandon Carr. It was just wheel-to-wheel contact and inches apart. Well, there was no inches apart. And Carr having to adjust his steering very, very quickly. Pernod capitalizing, and now here comes Brandon Carr's another one of the HM pellet. Who is that in the Team Canada race? That is Saboran, Ludovic Saboran, chasing Brandon Carr, and a little bit of a hand gestures between the two of them as Saboran goes, well, come on, get on with it. And Brandon's like, I'm trying. It's the best that Alan Isambard could have hoped for, and there is the move. Is that Mustache Mountain himself? Yes, it is. Matt Taskinen.
How about the drive back forward already for Nicholas Ambiato after the carnage in the pre-final? He's knocking on the door of what looks to be 6th. Fellow Kart Republic and Ludovic Saboran. Here he goes. Deep on the brakes, little lockup, little sideways action. He'll take over another spot. That should move him safely into the 5th position.
Isambard, he took the pain and came out on top in the pre-final on older tyres than everybody else. Now he's got fresher boots. He is up the road. He's pulling away by half a second a lap at this point. He can actually not overuse them. You know, he can get away with winning this race, not running 100%. And Carr up into P2. Now he may have a problem as Isambard, because Brandon Carr doesn't care how old his tyres are. If he's got the bit between his teeth, he is going forward. Only way he knows how to drive is Brandon Carr. Head down, rear end up, pedal like the devil.
What end up?
Rear end up.
Got it.
Keeping it PG.
Into the hairpin. Whoa, double send. Matt Taskinen, get you some with a big move. Lucas Pernod ends up losing out 2 spots on a last-second effort to bail out of the way as Nicholas Ambiato moves himself now onto the potential podium.
And again, Taskinen getting used to a new chassis. So used to seeing him on a CRG. This is a great battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all in a line. But it is happening over 3 seconds behind. Oh, and there goes Ambiato. I am convinced that Ambiato's on fresh tyres as well. He has come from last to second inside 6 laps.
He may not have gone to fresh rubber, but he did have a couple laps less than everyone else in front of him. As we are racing again, this time Pernod gets back around Taskinen. Brandon Carr nowhere to go but down as he falls back another spot. Saboran still right there on his heels. Now Carr's going to try and go forward to the inside of Taskinen. He'll shuffle him. Saboran there, still side by side. Here comes Gianluca. 3 wide. Are we going to send it? Yes, we are. Ludovic Saboran to the bottom.
And one regulation that has changed this year is that the DD2 drivers are not on fixed gearing. They're allowed to change the gearing on these 2-speed karts, which gives them a lot more freedom, and they give away top-end speed. Other drivers are better at the top-end stuff. It's making for far more dramatic racing. So well done to the organisers. Last year, the DD2 field were a little bit displeased. 5 seconds up the road from Nicholas Ambiato, who in turn is over a second in front of Pernod, who is a second in front of this group, led by Brandon Carr, now chased by Savalio. Taskinen falls back into what is 7th place. Nanji is 9th, and Saboran is Saboran there as well. Now he was 4th, now he's about 8th. No, it's a 2. It's Saboran down to 7th. Nanji at the back of this.
Lucas Nanji on the 408 HM Propeller Kart Republic now is going to go from last of the group. Well, he's going to try to go forward. Didn't quite get enough ahead.
The SLA team, a big feature in the paddock. They've only got one driver here this weekend. It is Ambiato. Oh, and Savalio drops a wheel. So also what I'm saying is that SLA, they're not necessarily used to running a DD2 kart.
He is matching the pace of the guys with new tires, and he didn't go new for this session. So we're starting to see kind of that plateau of the benefit of the stickers as Brandon Carr fires the first shot for third. He'll take the spot in turn 5 and begins a bit of that white lining with Pernod right behind him. Taskinen there, a lap and a half to go.
This is the battle for the final podium position. Carr in the number 428, Pernod in the 451, Taskinen in the 410, Savalio watching on at the distance. Oh, Taskinen locks it up under braking. That was good kart control because that could have been a nasty incident.
Fortunately for Matt Taskinen, I think he's also realized that while he doesn't want to wait behind Lucas Pernod, he's not going to get to Brandon Carr, so he needs to pick his pass wisely because if he ends up getting passed again and losing the spot, it may be 2. Gianluca Savalio lurking in the distance back behind on the purple and pink REM Cosmic. And meanwhile, 5+ seconds up the road, Alan Isambard is headed for home. A dominant day and a perfectly played tire strategy with a bit of defense in the pre-final and full attack, full offense, and domination in the main. Isambard wins round 1 at DD2. Ambiato, what a run to second, and here we go. Oh, look at Savalio and Pernod and Taskinen. Gianluca almost got him there, Henry, in the last turn.
Yes, indeed, but Taskinen just held on. Welcome back to Rotax, Alan Isambard.
Senior Max, round 1 is green. Oh, and contact. Ramos goes wide in turns 1 and 2. He'll collect it, but go all the way back to about 5th from last here as we pick up the rest of the field in turn 5, Henry.
Actually, he was quite lucky there, believe it or not, Diego Ramos. He didn't get completely turned around. He has dropped places, but he hasn't lost lots and lots of time to the rest of the field. Frantic stuff into turn number 8. There's an RPG kart making a move, and on fresh tyres, Ingrata leading McQueen. Here comes Lewis Goff. Goff to the inside of Caden, and he picks up P2. It's an RPG 1-2 with McQueen, and then Burnett, and then a gap back to Nicholas Fuka on the AM Engines, number 337, in 5th position as we complete lap 1 of 16.
Lewis Goff needs to be on his horse here to hunt down his teammate, and he's going to get at least a little breathing room. Jensen Burnett takes over 3rd with a nice move down the inside on Caden McQueen.
He's also in the puppy fat. You know, he now looks a bit more mean, a bit more focused. You know, he knows that as you move up his father...
This is Timothy Pernod on the PSL barrel line there. He's trailing Nicholas Fuka's AM Racing Team machine as Laurent Legault is going to pick up another one. That'll move Laurent up and into 3rd. Remember also, not only is he on fresh rubber like his 2 teammates ahead of him, he was almost as fast as them after clobbering the wall in the pre-final.
14 different positions in the final. And now, in senior, one of the biggest powerhouses is McQueen to the inside on Burnett, the P4.
And save that second set for tomorrow. Are starting to see that a low air pressure call and a smart and experienced driver in Kate McQueen might be able to make that strategy work as Timothy Pernod finally pulls the trigger and goes by Nicholas Fuka for 6th. Teammate right behind Lucas Nanji, the HM Propeller Kart Republics. 14th, 15th, charging for more.
Yep, and there is Ramos in 16th. Oh, somebody in the barriers. Somebody in the barriers at the end of it's Lemieux. It's the number 3 level. Which Lemieux? That would be Antoine Lemieux in the barriers. Goff is now falling back into the clutches of Laurent Legault. And I think there could be a backlog for second, which will help Ingrata no end. Yes, Goff checks over his shoulder. He's now more concerned with what's happening behind him. There's the move. Pernod on Burnett for P5.
2 laps to go, and he's a 10th away from another spot higher and a big swing of the points as they set themselves up to make a run for that grand finals ticket that'll be awarded a week from tomorrow.
In turn number 6, Legault will have to time this right. Goff has looked over his shoulder several times, so he's now focused not on offense but on defense. Legault sets him up, takes a tight line coming out the turn number 9, up scrapyard straight. Legault in his teammate's wheel tracks. Will he look to the inside? Yes, he does. Can he make the move? Yes, he can. And now he gives Dopp the signal, let's go. Although I think that's in more hope than anticipation. But Aiden Ingrata will be starting his final lap on what has been an outstanding day for the young Canadian. Can Goff fight back? He's running out of time, Xander Clements.
And everyone is running out of time. They've run out of time to get to Aiden Ingrata. Check this out, 5th, Timothy Pernod at the 11th hour now at the last second has gotten by Caden McQueen. Here comes Kai Hunter as well to try and crack the top 5. Salvage this Saturday that could have been a main event win, but instead a penalty put him buried in the pack, and he's been just fighting to get a few points recovered. While on the other end of the spectrum, his teammate, Aiden Ingrata, takes a look back. Laurent Legault's gone around Louis Goff, and Aiden Ingrata will lead all the laps with ease. At least it looks that way. The 3:55, the Canadian, Ingrata wins round 1.
It wasn't easy, but Ingrata made it look that way by simply setting the kart up well, using strategy the best way he could.
He may not have gotten it fresh rubber, but he did have a couple laps less than everyone else in front of him. As we are racing again, this time Pernod gets back around Taskinen. Brandon Carr nowhere to go but down as he falls back another spot. Saborin still right there on his heels. Now Carr's going to try and go forward to the inside of Taskinen. He'll shuffle him. Saborin there, still side by side. Here comes Gianluca. 3 wide. Are we going to send it? Yes, we are. Ludovic Saborin to the bottom.
And one regulation that has changed this year is that the DD2 drivers are not on fixed gearing.
So now, marking a lap later, he looks strong again, but for a half lap, letting Brandon go allowed them both to keep touch of Alan Isambard versus defending on this straightaway like Alan is for the lead here on this last lap. That might have given him the win. So now, Carr, a big crossover. The same for Pernod. They're nearly 3 wide. Alan's got the nose out front to the S's. Here we go. Last turn, Henry.
Indeed, and Alan Isambard on a very, very wide Sony kart will run the drag race to the line, takes the win as a 4-wide one, a blanket 4-kart finish. Here we go then, Roots defends to the inside, Matcha tries to crossover, but Roots is wise to it, runs a bit wide coming out of turn number 10, wheel to wheel, you can hardly fit the feather between them, into turn 11 and 12, Matcha to the inside, Roots on the outside, Matcha over the curb, Matcha gets the job done, Ives trying to squeeze Roots, but it's gonna be Maxwell Matcha.
And you can almost fit all 4 of the top 4 drivers inside the shot here, Henry.
Yeah, Caden McQueen will be thinking to himself, oh, okay, if Hunter slows them down going into this next corner, I might have an opportunity. Hunter to the inside, Burnett trying to go high, wide and handsome, can't do it, the crossover. Here comes McQueen. Caden McQueen takes the lead. Oh, Hunter and Burnett gift wrapped it. Here comes Hunter back inside, wheel to wheel, McQueen on the dirt, Kai Hunter. That's why the British Road Tag Championship is known as the most aggressive.
Yes, Orlando's been pretty well for me so far. New track. It's been quite fun so far, learning new tracks. But the racing side of it was a bit hard. I was catching Aiden at the start when I was in second. Then I just dropped off a little bit, lost a bit of power against Aiden. But third, it's not that bad. I take the points.
Feeling good going on tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel quite confident.
I wouldn't say, honestly, it was cruise control. I was struggling out there. I was just, if I pushed a little bit too hard, I would slide. Honestly, I didn't feel too comfortable with the new tires for some reason. But I want to thank Mike Rawlison, my mechanic Patrick. He's been doing a phenomenal job all weekend. Joni with the setup calls. My parents for making this happen. And yeah, and also Reese and Kai for the amazing power.
Since the beginning of the weekend, we've been really fast, so I think that also that sometimes in X30 especially, that's something that sometimes I'm lacking, just a bit of raw speed. This weekend we had that, so it makes the racing a lot easier.
Yeah, and a couple of your competitors obviously have the advantage when it comes to tires going into tomorrow. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys looking to deal with other guys like Kai Hunter and Caden McQueen who have almost newer sets? Kai, actually, your teammate, has a brand new set waiting for him tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure, Kai's going to be very fast tomorrow, but I think we're not too bad ourselves. Like, we only did the final, which is 16 laps, so I don't think we'll be too bad on the tires tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes. We all have very good speed, so for sure it'll be tougher than today, but I think we can do a good job tomorrow as well.
You see Jorge Ortiz lining up at the back of the grid. He got involved in multiple incidents in the heat races. More other drivers looking to go forward as we're green down to turn 1. Leon, great jump. Fox takes advantage as well. He gets into second, and Noel Leon will lead by 3 car lengths over to turn number 4. But here he comes down the inside. New leader, Aiden Fox in turn 4. Leon's going to fight it over to 5, but he's going to hurt himself more as Barrichello goes by for second.
Should still be enough. Timothy Pinot, there goes the move from Eduardo Barrichello. Barrichello's teammates, Barrichello is not going to get all his own way at the front. Nicholson, new leader, Eduardo Barrichello.
Fox is waited. I think Leon's tired of waiting for him, so... Leon!
Yesterday, well, I'm back. And here comes Timothy Pinot saying, you haven't met me yet because I haven't been on the podium, but I want to be.
At some point, when is it going to happen? Not yet. There he goes. There it is. Pernod gets on top of Leon. He's got heavy damage. I bet that engine's going to overheat it. Oh, no, he gets into more contact, and now he's off the racetrack again.
Noel Leon out of the race. It is over.
Barrichello is going to win on Sunday and get the Rotax World Finals ticket to Bahrain.
Win on Sunday, book your plane ticket on Monday. Eduardo Barrichello provisionally goes back to the Grand Finals for the second year.
Now it is fully dry, and we're fully underway. Down at turn number 1, side by side, quickly to single file. Keeble was able to get down to the inside lane, and we're away and racing down to turn number 5. Keeble's close. Here he comes, looking low. Reese is going to crowd him all the way up and over the curbing. Pony Kart as Keeble sends it down the inside and parks it on the apex, and Bedard out of the nowhere section of the track gets into frame and takes the lead. It's Keeble to second, Reese back to third, and Harley Keeble, all that hard work. He parked it perfectly on the apex, but probably didn't realize how close Oliver Bedard had gotten.
Still on the outside, Keeble shuts the door. Race goes right back down the inside. Keeble gets moved to the wayside, and here comes Taskinen.
This Keeble tried the same move, no, Reese all the way to the low side. Keeble, crossover move, gets the run. Here comes Matt Taskinen, nearly there. Keeble's going to close the door on Taskinen, and a 53.35 was his best, and then Leonardo Reese is going to send it again. The outside again, he gets back clear. Reese is going to drive into the side of him, and he sent him into the wall. It is Oliver Bedard that scores the win for the first round of the Rotax Max Winter Trophy in DD2. Can Matt Taskinen get the whole shot like he did in the pre-final? It's going to be close, even down to turn number 1 as they, contact into the corner. Reese kind of shook out to enter the corner. It opened for Bedard to get by, and it nearly sent Matt Taskinen into the weeds.
Yeah.
So keep your eye on Keeble. Here he comes for third. Harley gets through on Matt Taskinen.
There's a storm coming in. And on cue, lightning strikes. And that is Keeble, Reese, volume 2. Bedard leads Taskinen up to second position.
It was just chaos in there and into the scales for Harley Keeble. He's done, so he'll end his day early, and it's 2 DNFs that will effectively remove him from the championship.
On from there, and Reese now capitalising on Nicolas Guillam's wide entry tournament, but Guillam's thinking, right, I'm going to come back at you, and Reese gives him the hand signal there, saying, well, that seemed fair enough to me. But it looks like it's going to be 2 wins out of 2. The Premier Karting team stands on the premier step of the podium. Olivier Bedard, another win. Taskinen second. It's a Canadian 1-2. Leonardo Reese, a disappointed third. They come to the line. Flag goes down. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Taskinen. Bedard is pushed back to third, but Keeble leads them through turn number 3 in this 16-lap race. Here comes Leonardo Reese, and Bedard gets out of the way.
Here he goes, inside for second. Leonardo Reese already into the top 2 spots as Taskinen almost went back through, but I think that was also partially to defend for Bedard.
In front, and there's the move. Bedard wants to just stay 1 car behind Leonardo Reese. 2 entries, but there is one for DD2. There goes Guillaume up the inside of Taskinen, and this is good news for Bedard because this battle is falling further and further behind him.
Into turn 8. This is the trouble spot from yesterday. Leo set him up for the crossover, had to jump the curb. He's alongside him down the back straightaway. Leo raced to the inside, down to turn number 10. Can he steal it on the final lap? Keeble, side by side, Reese pops him into the corner. Harley Keeble was watching him, and Reese kept him on the outside, wouldn't turn in, and now to the chicane, a perfectly placed turn 10. Leo Reese on the final lap, steals one away from Harley Keeble. He wins the final. Keeble second, but Olivier Bedard will clinch the Grand Finals ticket in third. Could today be the day? As we go through the lights, this time we're green down to turn number 1, and there it is. A lot of drivers already trying the escape routes through turn number 1. And weekend 2 is Mossman gets through there into the top 5 for fast Frankie Mossman's SCR Red Speed. Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
2 laps, lap and a half to go. We'll get the white flag this time by. ZCD on the bottom. Mossman and Bauer together. Mossman was aggressive. DeMello on the inside. Here comes Norberg on the outside. Door to door, side by side. There was problems for Aiden Lorenko. White flag in the air, and Norberg had to back out from DeMello, and it allowed Aiden Ingrata to slip in the mix there. There's your 2 leaders. Here's the scrap for the podium. Norberg getting through. It's Austin Garrison out of left field into the top 4 to this pack. Norberg blocking low for P4, Gary for third, as Diego Ramos is a winner again for the first time in 2 years. Here comes Garrison to the line to race with Norberg. That's for 4th. Norberg will hold over Garrison by just a couple of thousandths there at the stripe. But a PSL karting 1-2, and for Diego Ramos, the monkey is finally off his back. He gets his first big win with PSL karting after the heartbreak he experienced last week. As one happy Brazilian who has had a great weekend, a deserving race winner. And he is fired up. Here we go, 16 laps, and we are underway down to turn number 1. Mossman with a decent jump to the inside as everybody else fans out through turns 1 and 2. Oh, it's going to be double. Harley Keeble to the lead in turn 10.
When it comes to yourself on the international karting scene.
What a move there from Mossman to get on Ramos, and then Garrison getting through on Ramos. So Austin Garrison now, third, down the front stretch. Here comes Frankie Mossman. New leader in turn 1, and he takes over the point here now with 4 laps to go.
That fast Frankie Mossman signaled to Harley Keeble and say, come on, push, will work, and it doesn't. Keeble back in front. Scarborough to the inside of Ramos for P4 as Keeble defends into turn 10.
Look at Austin Garrison with an over-under to the lead. Austin Garrison followed the Young Bucks down to the inside, then opened up last second. And now Garrison's lead, a car length and a half. Mossman behind, he's not going to wait. He goes through. Austin Garrison's lead now, 5 car lengths back to Mossman. And Scarborough for the podium, gets through in turn 6. The young lady up to third.
Harley Keeble comes back at Scarborough, and Ramos trying to follow through.
Out of turn 13, Austin Garrison adds another tick to the win column. It's a Speed Concepts 1-2 in Orlando, and you can see the celebrations from the 2 drivers out front. 16 laps. Eduardo Barrichello, Aiden Fox, and we're green down to turn number 1. And a good start for Frankie Mossman, as well as ZCD, who slipped through to third. Keeble is side by side with Ingrata, gets run to the edge of the racetrack. For now, though, new leader, ZCD, down the inside in turn 4 over Eduardo Barrichello, who goes right back to the inside.
Oh, Eduardo's backing him up. There goes Clemande Mello. What a move from Zach Clemande Mello, and we're side by side down Scrapyard Straight.
Side by side down to turn number 10, and everybody's side by side, and Barrichello is off. Eduardo Barrichello goes off in turn number 10. Oh, he's got to go. He does. Turn 5. Harley Keeble is through for second.
Garrison is chasing hard, but it's a new move. Leader, Harley Keeble. Mossman back to second. No, Mossman attacks straight away to go back to the front.
Spot in 7th right now, and side by side for second and third. Keeble back to 4th.
Diego Ramos and Harley Keeble wheel to wheel.
Oh! Ramos is taken out of the sweeper. Diego Ramos, the championship leader, is spun around in turn 7. And now the championship has just come unglued. Give the advantage to Frankie Mossman, who fights for the lead.
Oh, Keeble and Keeble.
Miller.
And
into Garrison, the other championship contender.
Lead. Mossman back to the point.
Here comes Ingrata. Aiden Ingrata to the lead in turn number 10. Into 1 and 2. Crossover from Mossman. He's there, but he's not going to get clear. They're side by side through 3 and 4.
Who's going to get the run to the flag?
Mossman.
It's Mossman.
Mossman gets the lead. Keeble the second. Final corner, final chicane. Frankie Mossman blocking for all he's worth. Keeble has to follow, and a win, a potential walk-off to the grand finals. Is it enough? Frankie Mossman wins on Sunday.
Black and orange, Isambard Performance Sodi. Brandon Carr in the white and orange, Kart Republic. We're green, and down to turn number 1 we go. A good start for the first few rows. Good start looks like for most of the field. Little bit of a check up there. That might have been Rojas on the beer alert or Taskinen. One of the two back down as Brandon Carr and Alan Isambard are side by side for the lead into turn number 6.
And that opens the door for Lucas Pernod to take second position away from Brandon Carr. It was just wheel-to-wheel contact and inches apart. Well, there was no inches apart. And Carr having to adjust his steering very, very quickly. Pernod capitalizing, and now here comes Brandon Carr's, another one of the HM pellet. Who is that in the Team Canada race? That is Saboran, Ludovic Saboran, chasing Brandon Carr, and a little bit of a hand gestures between the two of them as Saboran goes, well, come on, get on with it. And Brandon's like, I'm trying. It's the best that Alan Isambard could have hoped for, and there is the move. Is that Mustache Mountain himself? Yes, it is. Matt Taskinen.
How about the drive back forward already for Nicholas Ambiato after the carnage in the pre-final? He's knocking on the door of what looks to be 6th. Fellow Kart Republic and Ludovic Saboran. Here he goes. Deep on the brakes, little lockup, little sideways action. He'll take over another spot. That should move him safely into the 5th position.
Isambard, he took the pain and came out on top in the pre-final on older tyres than everybody else. Now he's got fresher boots. He is up the road. He's pulling away by half a second a lap at this point. He can actually not overuse them. You know, he can get away with winning this race, not running 100%. And Carr up into P2. Now he may have a problem, as Isambard, because Brandon Carr doesn't care how old his tyres are. If he's got the bit between his teeth, he is going forward. Only way he knows how to drive is Brandon Carr. Head down, rear end up, pedal like the devil.
What end up?
Rear end up.
Got it.
Keeping it PG.
Into the hairpin. Whoa, a double send. Matt Taskinen, get you some with a big move. Lucas Pernod ends up losing out 2 spots on a last-second effort to bail out of the way as Nicholas Ambiato moves himself now onto the potential podium.
And again, Taskinen getting used to a new chassis. So used to seeing him on a CRG. This is a great battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all in a line. But it is happening over 3 seconds behind. Oh, and there goes Ambiato. I am convinced that Ambiato's on fresh tyres as well. He has come from last to second inside 6 laps.
He may not have gone to fresh rubber, but he did have a couple laps less than everyone else in front of him. As we are racing again, this time Pernod gets back around Taskinen. Brandon Carr nowhere to go but down as he falls back another spot. Saboran still right there on his heels. Now Carr's going to try and go forward to the inside of Taskinen. He'll shuffle him. Saboran there, still side by side. Here comes Gianluca. 3 wide. Are we going to send it? Yes, we are. Ludovic Saboran to the bottom.
And one regulation that has changed this year is that the DD2 drivers are not on fixed gearing. They're allowed to change the gearing on these 2-speed karts, which gives them a lot more freedom, and they give away top-end speed. Other drivers are better at the top-end stuff. It's making for far more dramatic racing. So well done to the organisers. Last year, the DD2 field were a little bit displeased. 5 seconds up the road from Nicholas Ambiato, who in turn is over a second in front of Pernod, who is a second in front of this group, led by Brandon Carr, now chased by Savalio. Taskinen falls back into what is 7th place. Nanji is 9th, and Saboran is Saboran there as well. Now he was 4th, now he's about 8th. No, it's a 2-8. It's Saboran down to 7th. Nanji at the back of this.
Lucas Nanji on the 408 HM Propeller Kart Republic now is going to go from last of the group. Well, he's going to try to go forward. Didn't quite get enough ahead.
The SLA team, a big feature in the paddock. We've only got one driver here this weekend. It is Ambiano. Oh, and Savalio drops a wheel. So also what I'm saying is that SLA, they're not necessarily used to running a DD2 kart.
He is matching the pace of the guys with new tires, and he didn't go new for this session. So we're starting to see kind of that plateau of the benefit of the stickers as Brandon Carr fires the first shot for third. He'll take the spot in turn 5 and begins a bit of that white lining with Pernod right behind him. Taskin in there, a lap and a half to go.
This is the battle for the final podium position. Carr in the number 428, Pernod in the 451, Taskin in the 410, Savalio watching on at the distance. Oh, Taskinen locks it up at the braking. That was good kart control because that could have been a nasty incident.
Fortunately for Matt Taskinen, I think he's also realized that while he doesn't want to wait behind Lucas Pernod, he's not going to get to Brandon Carr, so he needs to pick his pass wisely because if he ends up getting passed again and losing the spot, it may be 2. Gianluca Savalio lurking in the distance back behind on the purple and pink REM Cosmic. And meanwhile, 5+ seconds up the road, Alan Isambard is headed for home. A dominant day and a perfectly played tire strategy with a bit of defense in the pre-final and full attack, full offense, and domination in the main. Isambard wins round 1 in DD2. Ambiano, what a run to second, and here we go. Oh, look at Savalio and Pernod and Taskinen. Gianluca almost got him there, Henry, in the last turn.
Yes, indeed, but Taskinen just held on. Welcome back to Rotax, Alan Isambard.
Senior Max, round 1 is green. Oh, and contact. Ramos goes wide in turns 1 and 2. He'll collect it, but go all the way back to about 5th from last here as we pick up the rest of the field in turn 5, Henry.
Actually, he was quite lucky there, believe it or not, Diego Ramos. He didn't get completely turned around. He has dropped places, but he hasn't lost lots and lots of time to the rest of the field. Frantic stuff. Into turn number 8, there's an RPG kart making a move, and on fresh tyres, Ingrata leading McQueen. Here comes Lewis Goff. Goff to the inside of Caden, and he picks up P2. It's an RPG 1-2 with McQueen, and then Burnett, and then a gap back to Nicholas Fuka on the AM Engines, number 337, in 5th position as we complete lap 1 of 16.
Lewis Goff needs to be on his horse here to hunt down his teammate, and he's going to get at least a little breathing room. Jensen Burnett takes over 3rd with a nice move down the inside on Caden McQueen.
He's also been the puppy fat. You know, he now looks a bit more mean, a bit more focused. You know, he knows that as you move up his father...
This is Timothy Pernod on the PSL barrel line there. He's trailing Nicholas Fuka's AM Racing Team machine as Laurent Legault is going to pick up another one. That'll move Laurent up and into 3rd. Remember also, not only is he on fresh rubber like his 2 teammates ahead of him, he was almost as fast as them after clobbering the wall in the pre-final.
14 different positions in the final. And now, in senior, the biggest power, one of the biggest powerhouses is McQueen to the inside on Burnett for P4.
And save that second set for tomorrow. Are starting to see that a low air pressure call and a smart and experienced driver, Kate McQueen, might be able to make that strategy work as Timothy Pernod finally pulls the trigger and goes by Nicholas Fuka for 6th. Teammate right behind Lucas Nanji, the HM Propeller Kart Republics. 14th, 15th, charging for more.
Yep, and there is Ramos in 16th. Oh, somebody in the barriers. Somebody in the barriers at the end of it's Lemieux. It's the number 3 level. Which Lemieux? That would be Antoine Lemieux in the barriers. Goff is now falling back into the clutches of Laurent Legault. And I think there could be a backlog for second, which will help Ingrata no end. Yes, Goff checks over his shoulder. He's now more concerned with what's happening behind him. There's the move. Pernod on Burnett for P5.
2 laps to go,
and he's a 10th away from another spot higher and a big swing of the points as they set themselves up to make a run for that grand finals ticket that'll be awarded a week from tomorrow.
In turn number 6, Legault will have to time this right. Goff has looked over his shoulder several times, so he's now focused not on offense but on defense. Legault sets him up, takes a tight line coming out the turn number 9, up scrapyard straight. Legault in his teammates' wheel tracks. Will he look to the inside? Yes, he does. Can he make the move? Yes, he can. And now he gives Goff the signal, let's go. Although I think that's in more hope than anticipation. But Aiden Ingrata will be starting his final lap on what has been an outstanding day for the young Canadian. Can Goff fight back? He's running out of time, Xander Clements.
And everyone is running out of time. They've run out of time to get to Aiden Ingrata. Check this out. 5th, Timothy Pernod at the 11th hour now at the last second has gotten by Caden McQueen. Here comes Kai Hunter as well to try and crack the top 5. Salvage this Saturday that could have been a main event win, but instead a penalty put him buried in the pack, and he's been just fighting to get a few points recovered. While on the other end of the spectrum, his teammate, Aiden Ingrata, takes a look back. Laurent Legault's gone around Louis Goff, and Aiden Ingrata will lead all the laps with ease. At least it looks that way. The 3:55, the Canadian, Ingrata wins round 1.
It wasn't easy, but Ingrata made it look that way by simply setting the kart up well, using strategy the best way he could.
He may not have gone to fresh rubber, but he did have a couple laps less than everyone else in front of him. As we are racing again, this time Pernod gets back around Taskinen. Brandon Carr nowhere to go but down as he falls back another spot. Saborin still right there on his heels. Now Carr's going to try and go forward to the inside of Taskinen. He'll shuffle him. Saborin there, still side by side. Here comes Gianluca. 3 wide. Are we going to send it? Yes, we are. Ludovic Saborin to the bottom.
And one regulation that has changed this year is that the DD2 drivers are not on fixed gearing.
So now, marking a lap later, he looks strong again, but for a half lap, letting Brandon go allowed them both to keep touch of Alan Isambard versus defending on this straightaway like Alan is for the lead here on this last lap. That might have given him the win. So now, Carr, a big crossover. The same for Pernod. They're nearly 3 wide. Alan's got the nose out front to the S's. Here we go. Last turn, Henry.
Indeed, and Alan Isambard on a very, very wide Sony kart will run the drag race to the line, takes the win as a 4-wide quad, a blanket 4-kart finish. Here we go then. Roots defends to the inside. Matcha tries to crossover, but Roots is wise to it. Runs a bit wide coming out of turn number 10. Wheel to wheel. You can hardly fit the feather between them. Into turn 11 and 12. Matcha to the inside. Roots on the outside. Matcha over the curb. Matcha gets the job done. Ives trying to squeeze Roots, but it's gonna be Maxwell Matcha.
And you can almost fit all 4 of the top 4 drivers inside the shot here, Henry.
Yeah, Caden McQueen will be thinking to himself, oh, okay, if Hunter slows them down going into this next corner, I might have an opportunity. Hunter to the inside. Burnett trying to go high, wide and handsome. Can't do it, the crossover. Here comes McQueen. Caden McQueen takes the lead. Oh, Hunter and Burnett gift wrapped it. Here comes Hunter back inside. Wheel to wheel. McQueen on the dirt. Kai Hunter. That's why the British Road Tax Championship is known as the most aggressive.
Yes, Orlando has been pretty well for me so far. New track. It's been quite fun so far, learning new tracks. But the racing side of it, it was a bit hard. I was catching Aiden at the start when I was in second. Then I just dropped off a little bit, lost a bit of power against Aiden. But third, it's not that bad. I take the points.
Feeling good going on tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel quite confident.
I wouldn't say, honestly, it was cruise control. I was struggling out there. I was just, if I pushed a little bit too hard, I would slide. Honestly, I didn't feel too comfortable with the new tires for some reason. But I want to thank Mike Rawlison, my mechanic Patrick. He's been doing a phenomenal job all weekend. Joni with the setup calls, my parents for making this happen, and yeah, and also Reese and Kai for the amazing power.
Since the beginning of the weekend, we've been really fast, so I think that also that sometimes in X30 especially, that's something that sometimes I'm lacking, just a bit of raw speed. This weekend we had that, so it makes the racing a lot easier.
Yeah, and a couple of your competitors obviously have the advantage when it comes to tires going into tomorrow. How are you guys feeling? How are you guys looking to deal with other guys like Kai Hunter and Caden McQueen who have almost newer sets? Kai, actually, your teammate has a brand new set waiting for him tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure, Kai's going to be very fast tomorrow, but I think we're not too bad ourselves. Like, we only did the final, which is 16 laps, so I don't think we'll be too bad on the tires tomorrow, so we'll see how it goes. We all have very good speed, so for sure it'll be tougher than today, but I think we can do a good job tomorrow as well.
You see.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the car on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Roberts Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed the break. Henry and myself sure did. We are ready to get back after it. It's time for our full afternoon run of sessions, kicking things off with the Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier. There were some penalties handed out after that pre-final, and sadly, last year's champ is going to be in the LCQ, burning up a little more mojo rubber. Obviously, he's got the easiest place to start it from, but an LCQ is anything but easy. Brandon Carr finds himself down in this one as well. He had a DNF at his pre-final. Did not look good. Bex Cranston had that heartbreak in yesterday's LCQ. He's got a shot at redemption from row 3. What else kind of stands out looking at this lineup here, Henry?
Paul Fouquemin, the Frenchman, down in 30th. The multiple Grand Finals qualifier. Sydney Cassels, a retirement from her pre-final. She was fast yesterday, but just out of luck. Watch for Brandon Comerford. It is good to see Zach Daly out there as well. But Dylan Ludwig, another driver, top 6 on the road yesterday, but then fell foul of the pushback. So a lot to play for. Oliver Marak on P7 on the grid. Some of these drivers found themselves in exactly the same position yesterday. The likes of Cranston, Vega, Frederick Manning, Savannah Callis, Michael Boyadzis, Zach Daly, Nicholas Fuca, Cassels, and Comerford. But for Diego Ramos, I spoke to him on the lunch break. He said there's some strange things happening. It is just not his weekend. Gotta keep digging.
Here we are, coming to green, Senior Max, Last Chance Qualifier. Diego Ramos has the field together, down to turn number 1. Green flag in the air. They're racing to the first 2 corners. And here we go. And off already. One of the AKT Energies is wide. Actually, one of the AKT OTKs. Who did we lose right there, Henry?
It was Damian Baez, the driver out of the Dominican Republic, 36th yesterday. He squeezed into the final, but then retired in the main event, and it's going to be doubly hard from him from this point to make it 2 main events out of 2. Up at the front, Ramos just trying to escape, have a clean, calm run, and he had some tire issues yesterday, but he's toughing it out. He's keeping the tires he was on yesterday, he's using them now, even though he's not happy with them, just to make sure that he's got as best rubber as possible for the main event should he qualify. Fouquemin there in the blue and white Jan Darms Racing suit, but driving the Prime Power Team Birrell ART, making a move, and he puts the number 398 of Oliver Marak behind him.
1 lap in the books for the Senior Max Last Chance Qualifier. Michael Boyadzis on screens had a great drive forward from the back. 399 again was in a great quali spot,
but now he'll lose that transfer and lose one more, trying to hang tough. And unfortunately, that was the same situation of not wanting to give up one position and ending up with a net loss at 2 that cost him in the pre-final. Big diver there from Ben Cranston, or on Ben Cranston, by one of the FKs, it looked like. Headed down into turn number 10 and 11. And wide for, Bex Cranston, he'll get even further wide. Dominic Karai put pressure on.
And one name we're not seeing out there, Brandon Carr, the driver that finished 3rd in the senior Rotax class in the 2022 Grand Finals, doing double duty this weekend, but he maybe now just throwing his hat in the ring. Oh no! 2 carts into 1 doesn't go, and Zach Daly is the odd man out. I couldn't quite see. It was a red and white wagon.
It was Sidney Cassels in the 3-1-2, or no, was that Comerford? I believe it was Cassels. Yeah, Sidney Cassels in the 3-1-2. The young ladies are around each other again. Sidney Cassels, Savannah Callis, the 2 that were in and then bumped after penalties in yesterday's LCQ. They're a little further below the cut line today. Again, 6th or better is what you need, and you need that to hold through tech and penalties and appeals and the like, as there's a bit of a bobble there for the 326 of Bex Cranston. That'll bring Oliver Marak close and through to take over 5th. And here comes Dominic Karai trying to race his way forward and in.
Up at the front, Alexis Vaillancourt. He was one of the lucky recipients of others' misfortunes yesterday. Finished outside the top 6 on the road in LCQ, then scraped in 36th on the grid, and eventually the number 324 driver came home in top 30. So hopefully he doesn't need any help from others. He's in 3rd position at the moment. However, you've got Ramos and Forchemin, the 2 drivers you'd expect to be up at the front. They are up at the front. Oh, Brandon Comerford's nose cone is looking looser than a very loose thing.
There's definitely some more pushback bumpers that have been deployed, but indeed, Brandon Comerford, this has been a rough Sunday. I mean, he was in the thick of it in the pre-final, and he is in it again here. And sadly now, using the chrome horn at this point, well, I mean, if it's deployed, it's not going to deploy again, but you still could draw a penalty. Look at this up ahead of him, though. Dominic Karai, Oliver Marak, they're so far ahead. You've got to do something. He'll take a clean move there on Bex Cranston to take over 7th.
Now, Comerford is fast. He knows motorsport. He's been a 2-wheel motocross rider, so the talent is there. It's not as though he's new to karting and new to motorsport. He's just new to the 4-wheeled part of it and the various intricacies that go with the change of discipline. And you may have to learn things the hard way at the end of this one, I have to say. Ramos by 1.5 seconds over Forchemin. Here is the move for what is fifth position, sorry. That is Dominic Karai for the Speed Concepts team, briefly passing Oliver Marak, and Marak briefly passing him back.
Both of them are safely in right now. No need to fight at this point. You're just going to hurt yourself more. You're already at the halfway point. You've got about 1.25 seconds back to Comerford and Bex Cranston, Sidney Cassels, Savannah Callis. No need to fight at this stage of the race here. Here's Sidney Cassels, the 312, the PSL driver. It's her first full year with the Red Army. This month of January is the debut. Different go-kart. Last time we saw her, her U.S. national debut came with the Italkart oriented Catalyst driver development team led by Rainbow Ruschetti and company last summer. And I believe she's set for what should be a very, very active U.S. season. Sadly, right now, outside looking in, and already had contact with Zach Daly's Velocity Sodi that whether or not she even races her way in might send her outside the cut zone or the drop zone once again.
Michael Boyadzis has sadly retired. 2 DNFs out of 2 today for the J. Howard driver development pilots. Nicholas Baker, we haven't seen him. He didn't come out, so we're down to 15 runners. Zach Daly at the back after his incident. Baez in 14th after his incident. Ludwig is 13th. Frederick Manning is 12th. Then Luca Posick, Savannah Callis, Bex Cranston, Sidney Cassels, and Brandon Comerford. We're looking at Comerford and Cassels at the moment. Now, Cassels, well, they're both probably under the watchful eye of the officials here. So Bex Cranston looking, even though he's running in 9th place, not looking as bad as we think for Cassels. It all depends on one of the top 6 falling foul of Tech.
But he's got to stay there, right?
Yeah, he's got to stay there.
3 laps to go this time by. 7 down. Here's a look at Oliver Marak and Dominic Karai. They are losing time. Brandon Comerford and Sidney Cassels, they are gaining. It was just a rough start for the pair. Out front this whole way as well, their teammate Diego Ramos racing his way through. And I think Brandon Comerford might have also lost not just, a potential penalty for the pushback deployed. That bumper is very loose. I think he may be running without one bracket, potentially without both brackets, the metal brackets that hold the 2 bars together, that the bumper is then pressed to stay attached to the go-kart. If that bumper comes off entirely, it's an instant meatball, an instant DQ for a loss of bodywork on the racetrack. You can see that shifting left to right. So either one bar is just barely holding enough tension and closing the gap just tight enough that it's not falling off, or they both are gone, and it's a waiting game of if it's going to make it, what comes first, the bumper going away or the checkered flag.
And just to remind you all that it doesn't matter in this event if it's 1 bracket or 2 brackets down or a half pushback or a full pushback. The penalty is the same, 5 seconds, non-appealable. So yeah, there was Dylan Ludwig was saying yesterday it was just half a bracket that was slightly down, and yet he received the same penalty as drivers that were like fully pushed back. I said, well, that's the way that it works in the world of road tax. Sidney Cassels has to try and do something about Comerford at the moment.
I don't know. I don't think she has to. Seeing Comerford's bumper maybe getting a bit of notice as well. First of all, a lap to go. You're not going to get around him and catch the next pack. And if your bumper's good and you're able to at least see, which drivers typically are, having that point of view from, again, right up close, or getting a signal from the fence, you know you're going to get this spot after the flag.
Yeah, no, that is very, very true.
But you might just put the bumper to him anyway.
Yeah, you want it to be sure, because there was that incident earlier with Daly that may incur the steward's wrath. We don't know. We don't want to speculate, but she wants to try and make sure there's as much clean air between her and anyone who finishes behind her, just to be on the safe side. Meanwhile, Diego Ramos. When was the last time we said the words Diego Ramos and last chance qualifier in the same sentence? I'm guessing possibly never. But it's Ramos from Brazil, Forchemin from France. 1-2 at the moment. Fuka and Vaillancourt, 3rd and 4th. Marak and Karai rounding out your top 6. Checkered flag. Easy does it.
And across the line there, single file, nothing changing. 4th, 5th, and 6th. Vaillancourt, Marak, Karai. There's issues in the last turn. This is at somewhere around just past the top 10. Luka Posic and Dominic Baez, or Damian Baez, have collided. Baez, the young man from the Dominican Republic, and Posic in that last turn, fighting for a spot that was well outside the drop zone. And this is where the heartbreak sets in here for the number 300 of Damian Baez, the AKT Racing Team EOS Kart. His day was going to be ended regardless of, or his weekend run was going to end regardless on that last lap, that last corner, but it still, it hurts nevertheless to end up in a crash, to incur more damage, and more than anything, not to see the final checkered flag at the end of the weekend. Provisional results here from this last chance qualifier. Diego Ramos, again, Paul Forchemin, Nicholas Fuka, Alexis Vaillancourt, Oliver Marak, Dominic Karai, your top 6 that will potentially be going through to the final. Apologies about the hiccup there from timing and scoring. Huge thanks again, once again, to Patrick and everyone from SRA Karting over in timing and race control. They've been doing their hardest to get everything fully functional again after some issues that greeted them on this Sunday morning. Thankfully, though, we've been greeted by great weather, and with timing back up here, you can see below the drop zone, or below the cut line, Sidney Cassels, Brandon Comerford, Savannah Callis, Bex Cranston, Frederick Manning, Dylan Ludwig, Luka Posic, Zachary Daly, and Damian Baez, again involved in that incident at the end. We'd like to ask, as the track gets cleared, before we begin with main events, that all in the paddock please rise and remove your hats and remain standing for both the Canadian National Anthem and the United States national anthem to follow. The whistle has sounded, if you heard just in the background there. Thank you again for everyone for standing and holding attention for both the Canadian and the United States national anthems. My name's Andrew Clements. Alongside me, Henry Beaudet. It is time for one last run through the gauntlet of 6 groups, 7 classes, before we can officially say we are halfway to crowning or awarding tickets to the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy Champions and beyond for 2025. Rounds 3 and 4, a complete runback of the sessions from this weekend will be once again kicking off later this coming week with practice throughout, and then of course racing on Saturday and Sunday. Qualifying for both days once again will be on Friday, and I'm sure a lot of drivers and a lot of teams already have a lot of notes as to what they may opt to do with another go at this exact format, Henry, when it comes to tire wear and tire choice of when you want to deploy that second set of tires, and if you want to alternate back and forth to your primary set. Both the same compound, but you can use 2 sets of mojos at any point throughout the weekend, so long as you start on one of them with Saturday qualifying on Friday.
Yep, this is the race, Xander Clements, where all your strategy has been geared towards. We'll find out the payoff now for all these drivers. Who's on what tires? This is what they've all been building up to. Yes, it's one of 2 finals this weekend, but you know, everyone was thinking when they got those tires on Friday afternoon, they're always thinking, yes, Sunday's final, Sunday's final. That is the main focus, because of course if you win today, it puts you in a really good frame of mind. You know, the momentum is on your side going into next week's 2 title ticket deciding rounds. A full, 32 juniors, maybe 33, 34, nearly a full grid. Drivers from Canada, Ecuador, the USA, Argentina, Brazil, Australia. We've got the first ever driver, Lucas Carriega from Bolivia, racing with us this weekend. The Dominican Republic also represented, as is Chile. And yeah, all eyes focused on what will be 14 laps, is that right? I think we have, is it
16 for the full-size divisions, junior and up, 14 for micro and mini-max, and they are...
And just to remind you, yesterday it was Rayan Gandor, driver 209 for the Rollerson Performance Group, who finished first. British driver Riley Cranham, third. Victor de Alencar for the AM team was second, Team USA. Other notable results yesterday, Edward Kennedy, P10 after a penalty. Martin Saar, we saw him be very, very quick earlier. He was 8th yesterday. Davin Roberts, 5th yesterday with a shifting rear axle. What can he do? Nathan Dupuis started today at the back of the grid, has moved up halfway, only P20 yesterday. What can Nate Dogg do? Other drivers to look out for. 4th, Alexis Baerjean, looking to go back to the grand finals for a 5th consecutive year. That would be a record amongst the competitors in this paddock. Actually, no, Kai Hunter has the record for the most consecutive grand final appearances amongst the drivers currently racing here this weekend. He has been to every grand final since 2018. Baerjean, every grand final since 2021. And he was the Minimax champion in this event last year.
So they'll work their way through the S's and slowly make their way around that final turn. Riley Cranham got a bit of a gift at the end of the pre-final as they began to fight and duke it out for second. However, he is expecting anything but for the main, and for the first time all across the 4 race sessions this weekend will be about as equal footing as we could possibly get when it comes to tire wear. Here we go, Junior Max, no, not that time, and I believe it may have been a bit premature as well for the off-pole man, Felipe Benito, to get over to that inside lane here, Henry. He was very quick to move over. Now, question for you, does that potentially trigger a penalty if it's a false start for getting out of the lanes too soon?
No, not if it's a false start. What it does do, it lets Davin Roberts, who starts from grid 3, know what Benito's tactics are going to be, and Davin can prepare accordingly. Noticing that Edward Kennedy starting at the back of the field. So why he is down there, obviously some issue in post-race tech, but it's going to be Cranham and Benito on row 1. Davin Roberts for the Ryan Perry Motorsport team, the driver out of North Carolina. Starting on the inside of row number 2, Bayerjon on the second row in that second red and white Birrell ART in kart number 296. Rayan Gandour is, let's have a count, 2, 4, 6, he's on the 4th row of the grid, just going through your camera shot there. Dupuis has made it up into the top 12. But Cranham will be looking to get the shopping and check out.
Can he do it? Can he get away from the field here to start this one? Looks like already at least the one pushback bumper has been deployed. Were there any others on that false start? It's a very slow pace speed, but also everyone is hustling to get into position at the last second as they quickly go from single file to double file. 16 laps, attempt 2, early jump on the power for Riley Cranham, but it gets the green. We're racing.
And Benito tried the same trick. He tried to get over really early. Davin Roberts was wise to it though, and Roberts just eases Benito out to keep hold of second place. Cranham leads into turn number 5. Midfield pack, 2, 3 wide. They all going to get through this bottleneck cleanly. One of the Paralins goes grass tracking at the back of the field. 2 drivers locked together. The 214 of Jack Savell and trying to think, was that the 288 of Ahmed Mustafa as well involved, but it's Cranham who leads.
We got issues.
Benito at the outside of turn number 9, and I thought his nose cone may have been sort of
put
like
behind
trapped.
the left front tire. Yeah, he went for the move on Davin Roberts. Davin didn't see him coming. Felipe Jesus did not commit to it fully, and he paid the price severely there. He'll probably cycle across the loop down to maybe the mid-teens at best. Across the line, Cranham your leader to Roberts, Bayerjon, Nate Dogg there to 4th, and Cole Medeiros. Best start he's had to this point in the weekend. P5 for the RPG Cosmic.
Yeah, and Ryan Gandour only 6th at the moment. No, he's losing a couple of places there because I think Hamish Campbell and Isaac Malkout were making a move going into turn number 5. There at the back of the field, the number 227 U-Race kart of Alexander Savage, who was 33rd yesterday. And here comes Dupuis. They have let Nate Dogg off his leash, and he's now heading up towards the podium. A driver who finished 2nd in this championship a year ago to Turner Brown ended up taking the tickets to Sano when Turner had to relinquish it because of his CIK commitments. And I know that Turner was devastated by that, but Nate was very happy. There's a wagon in barriers coming out of turn number 10. Marshall on the scene. Leaders come through turns 1 and 2 now. It's the 2-4-5 of Lucas Carriega. Well, Santa Cruz, Bolivia, you've just lost your main hope. And Nate Dupuis, someone has given him the hurry up there. I did have the fortune to see Nate's got his first little girlfriend. And I saw she FaceTimed her and said, meet Henry. All right, that was a mistake, because now I'm going to make fun of you. But he's obviously been inspired by that. And heading towards the front is Nathan Dupuis on that low-key Velocity Racing Sony kart. Zach Lamandamello is working as a driver coach for Nate. And into turn number 13. The end of lap number 5. Your lead group of 5 drivers: Cranham, Dupuis, Bayerjon, and Bayerjon, one Canadian to another. And Dupuis finds himself in 4th, and Cole Medeiros up into P3 for the Racing Edge Motorsport team. Make that P2. Now, Bayerjon versus Dupuis Mark II. Doesn't quite happen yet. Roberts back into 4th position. This is all helping Riley Cranham and Rayan Gandor in 6th position. Now trying to close in.
Yeah, Gandor's getting really close now. The RPG Cosmic there, the lone one in the top 10. I stand corrected with Jackson Porter, but I also want to make sure I give some love to Kevin Monteith and the REM crew. Cole Madero sporting their purple and chrome colors. Dupuis to the roar of the crowd here, down by our camera, turns 1 and 2. Gets himself at least back up to 4th. And that's a good recovery here. He had so much forward momentum going for him. Clean tires and sending everyone else backwards as he would make pass after pass after pass in the opening few laps. And your only fear when you have your driver doing that is if it will hold, if that speed, if that edge over the field is going to maintain, or if you will have a fall off at a certain point. For now, it still looks good, and Gandor looks good as well, as he's going to send Davin Roberts way wide into the marbles. It'll allow little sizzle to get through, and Isaac Malkia finally getting some good vibes his way here as the Midwestern American is moving finally into the top 10, and I think probably a similar reaction for himself and his father Marcus on the fence line going, yeah, this is about the session we were expecting to have, except it's happening here as our 4th on the weekend instead of our 1st. They've got the good luck going. He's into 6th, and that was a move back. Davin Roberts going the wrong direction. He's lost 8th now to Hamish Campbell.
Yeah, the Aussie moving forward, and as Dupuis closes in on Cole Medeiros, Nate Dupuis is a good 20 pounds lighter than he was this time last year. Away from the track, he has worked his socks off. Everything about his life is now focused towards being a professional athlete, looking after mind, body, fitness, diet, you name it, and it is working for him because he's realizing he's not as tired at the end of the races now, and that helps him. He's going to have to work on that fitness now, though, because he's got a 8/10 of a second, maybe nearly a full second to close in on Riley Cranham, who has the lead. Here comes Hamish Campbell, Scottish parents based in Australia. I said, I know you're Scottish, Hamish, because you've got pale, freckly skin, you're called Hamish, and you've got ginger hair. And he proudly went, yes, sir.
Big move there. That was a 2-for-1, and it was incredible. He didn't get over-undered. Again, what a frustrating moment there for Isaac Malkiewicz. He was just starting to get going. Alexis Bayarjan, again, has been as high as 2nd. He's back down outside the top 5 now. Slow crawl up the boards for Ryan Gandor there to 4th. And he's going to get a little bit more separation to safely secure that, as there's a swap and a frustrating moment, as well as Bayarjan took his hand off going, what are we doing? His teammate Isaac Malkiewicz taking command of 6th, and I think Davin Roberts wants 7th from him. He'll get that as well.
Yep, Roberts, who, believe it or not, is the youngest driver amongst this group we're watching, even though he's about 7'4". Bayerjon repasses him, and there's the 2-2-4 of Jackson Porter. Jackson and his brother, they did the some junior sprint car racing over the winter. It's not the Chili Bowl. What do they call the junior sprint cars?
Sprints.
Micro sprints as well. So he's used to running on a slick dirt surface, but he's staying on the prepared tarmac here. Battle for the lead. New leader, Nathan Dupuis.
Big move there in turn 5, and a big couple of laps from Nate as well. Halfway in and halfway home, and he has not slowed down one bit. Still remaining one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack. A great run in the works, and a much needed one to leapfrog himself into points. I mean, again, starting today from the tail end of the field in the pre-final, driving up into the mid-teens in the end of that 10-lapper. Now with 16 laps in, well, I got through already 2/3 of this field in half the time. It'd be no issue. And I hope at least that's what he told himself, because he didn't look phased at all, getting shuffled back a couple spots there by Bayarjan. And now he leads his first laps of the weekend. The black and orange low-key and velocity aligned Sodi starting to pull away.
And that is what Nate has worked on, the mental side of it. Yeah. Oh, what a move there from Medeiros. He came, and there's Medeiros and Cranham, and behind them Gandor also mixed up in it. Well, Medeiros, he came from Jacksonville to make the move there, and Dupuis emerges back in front, and it's Hamish Campbell now in 2nd position.
Unreal. What a heads-up move by Nate. to bail out of the way there at the last second. I mean, he was already at the center of the corner. And look at the ultimate benefactor. Malkuit's gone from 6th to 3rd. Huge gap behind. He can finally focus on hunting the leaders. And Hamish Campbell, a little bit narrower than Nate through the last turn. I don't know if he was thinking about a move or not. But he's got a wide open shot to either take a shot at the lead or try to push Canadian Nathan Dupuis away from the rest of the pack, and the madness that could ensue if it gets big enough again.
Well, let's not forget, here comes Campbell to the inside. Speed Concepts Racing into P1, and of course the useful tutelage of Austin Garrison helping Hamish Campbell this weekend. Dupuis second. Dupuis and Malkut, they had an incident together. They've had several incidents together over the past couple of months. They've got to play nice now and work together, frenemies, for the next couple of laps to make sure that that pesky Aussie doesn't escape up the road. Now, what about the incident earlier on? Let's have a look. Well, Boyerjon is 4th, Gandor is 6th, Medeiros is 8th, and Cranham is 9th. Bain Abernethy up into the top 10. Great drive for the Paralin driver.
First weekend with that crew as well for Benham Abernathy. I don't know if this is a new home for him. You can see he's sporting the Holtz driver development suit. He's typically running with the Wisconsin-based team on an OTK chassis. So Paralin for at least this weekend with the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. New home, new environment, new chassis, and he's inside the top 10 now on the last session of the weekend.
We've lost Darren Kidd, who was a revelation yesterday for the Mike Doty racing team. Darren, top 7 yesterday, out of the race today. A big happy birthday to Trinder, watching on from the grandstands. 21 years old today, plus tax and a tip. But she's watching and enjoying the racing here because we've got a 3-kart battle for the lead in junior Rotax. Now, Malkut, has he used up all his luck by avoiding that incident? Here comes Dupuis, and Hamish Campbell lets Dupuis and Malkut go. Smart driving from Campbell. Even though it's cost him 2 places, it's made sure that the chasing pack led by Boyerjon doesn't close in. Oh, Nate. Dupuis wide. Malkut putting the pressure on Nate Dupuis. And there's Manuel Branco saying good race officiating there. I'm watching you guys, and they can't complain if there's issues later on. That's what we want to see from a race director.
Yeah, I'm curious, and I hope that it's just exactly that, Henry, that he was saying, hey, keep it clean, boys. We've already had one incident. As Malkuit goes to the lead now, because I don't see anything Nate necessarily did wrong. It didn't look reactionary. He didn't open back up for the corner, which a lot of drivers have been doing at Scrapyard Straight. Normally, you go down, you can't go up, or at least you can't be reactionary. I didn't see a whole lot of issue there, and it looked like he dropped the tire on his own, but we're looking at ground level. Maybe he did get help, but if he did, he's playing clean. That was definitely some help. Malkuit with an over-under and a little elbow grease to pull it off.
Oh, no, let's see. 2 laps to go. Will the Red Mist defend? Because we have got 5 drivers now battling for the lead. Malkuit leads, Dupuis second, Campbell third. Under pressure from Rayan Gandor. Put yesterday's winner into P4. Campbell back to 5th. Watch for Alexis Boyerjon, the driver from L'Epiphanie in Quebec. Is like, Dupuis having a look. He had more than a look. Malkut wasn't opening the door, but like an uninvited guest at a kitchen party, Dupuis was coming in anyway. And Malkut commits Boyerjon. Oh, this is great stuff. Oh, little sizzle on the dirt.
Yeah, Isaac Malkuit there into the dirt. Lost himself a little bit, and I don't know how long it'll take to clean those tires off, but he doesn't have any time left. Rayan Gandor, I thought he wrecked, Henry. We watched him wreck. Yeah. He's into second now with 2 to go, and there's more contact behind him. This will give a huge gap. Campbell into the side of Dupuis, and he gets by.
And Davin Roberts followed Campbell through. It was a good move from Campbell. Dupuis left the door open and then didn't come across. And now Davin Roberts saying, let's go. And Nathan Dupuis saying, I can't, there's 2 laps to go. Sorry, Davin. See you in the paddock later on. And Malkut now behind his good old mate, Nate Dupuis. Let's see. Oh, he has a little look. Malkut's not shy in coming forward. He makes the move. Dupuis sideways on the exit. But it is Boyerjon. No, it's not. Rayan Gandor, spin to win, question mark. No, Boyerjon gets him back.
Yeah, again, another over-under with a little bit of help as the driver getting past completed it. Kind of just barely nudging the back bumper, and it sent Gandor just wide enough. I can only imagine the headache right now on the stress level, not just Manuel Blanco, but Christian Parent and the entire race control crew trying to keep an eye on every moment that's happening because there are so many. Look at Medeiros back here, also wrecked a moment ago. He's back in the top 10, fighting with Davin Roberts, back and forth. Roberts over under, completed. Back over to the sweeper, he'll hang on to 6 as the leaders head towards the backstretch for the final time, Henry. Alexis Bayarjan with a big-time lead back to Gandor. Can he bring home the win on his Junior Max US debut?
He hasn't allowed the chaos to get to him. He's picked his moments. He's capitalized on the mistakes of others with some really good overtaking maneuvers to boot. It's Bayarjan, Gandor, and Hamish Campbell. 1, 2, 3. Last year's Minimax champion wins in junior at round 2 here in Orlando, side by side. You couldn't separate Malcute and Campbell, and there's another problem. That's the 277.
That's Abernathy and Martin Saw. Martin Saw on the Kalkev racing machine. Benham on the Parolin. They were fighting for the top 10. They end up down in 16th and 17th.
And if, as you look at the results, if you can hear some smoking and sizzling in the background, that is the Kart Chaser social team's laptop exploding because they've got an awful lot of highlight reels to make from that one.
Yeah, I don't know, Henry. I think I had a probably 50-50 blend of highlights and lowlights, but definitely a lot of spectacular moments that made you get up out of your chair and on your feet here, and I can only imagine what the scale lines will look like. And not even probably so much for the kids, but for the parents and mechanics and team owners, because that was a race that if you are passionate about this sport and you're working for one of the drivers in it, you probably had more than one reason to get fired up at someone else or at your driver even. Because, I mean, dude, anyone in the top 15 at one point looked like they had a shot at it.
Yeah, they had a chance. Talking points, of which there were aplenty. And we are getting word from Kayla Vieska that Alexis Bayarjan has a pushback bumper, and that's unofficially.
That would put Gandor back on top. So
wow.
Could that be a sweep for Ryan Gandor and the Rawlson Performance Group camp? I mean, but again, there was so much contact, so much chaos. Who knows? Isaac Malcute and Nate Dupuis, I mean, there's a reason why you fight for every spot to the line. If the top 3 all get penalized,
you never know.
That drag race to the line could have been for the win, could still be for the win. Who knows? Lots to break down, lots to take away from Junior Max, but we're only just getting rolling, folks. That's our first of 6 main events here from Orlando. The break's over. The racing will continue. Gandor confirmed, pushback bumper penalty deployed as well. So that's first and second. Hamish Campbell, I believe, is the first one at least clear when it comes to the pushback bumpers deployed. But there is a lot of appeals and protests and penalties still yet to be delivered. That's just the physical, non-protestable penalties that we can physically see. And again, that's just the front bumper automatic device attached to the plastic that deploys off a no-fault, blameless level of force. Whether you were brake checked, whether in your mind, whether you ran into the back of someone, whether you were shoved into someone, that bumper goes in. It's like the front wing on a Formula car. It's ripped off.
Yeah, and of course, everything that we say is provisional. What happens now if you're new to karting? Yes, pushback bumpers, that's an instant penalty, non-appealable. So we can safely say that. Then they have to go through tech, they have to go over the weigh scales, and then the officials, both in the stewarding room, have got separate sets of cameras to what you're looking at on your screen. They will review incidents. The marshals and the race directors on circuit will have incidents they will report and review. So provisionally, well, on track it was Bayarjan, Gandor, Campbell, but after nose cones, it's Campbell. Well, let's see who else. Dupuis and Malcute there as well. Julian Rivera, he came home in 7th place. That could be another top 5 for the Condor from Ecuador. And he started his pre-final from the back of the grid as well after a problem in qualifying on Friday for this round. Well, that was a nice sedate start to procedures.
Yeah, let's catch our breath here, Henry. We'll be back on the other side of this break, folks. 5 more mains to roll: Micro, Masters, DD2, Mini, and Senior Max for the Rotax Max Challenge Winner Trophy, round 2.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Micro Max onto the circuit now. Hudson Howard scored the pre-final win in convincing fashion, working his way through the pack to the lead and staying there. But we've got a bigger story than the grid right now. Zev Gottschalk late to leave the starting grid, so I think he's going to burn one formation lap and let the field catch up.
That's smart from Zev Gottschalk, rather than just speed up and try and catch the field and then get back into position before the cut line, as it were. He's just letting the field catch him, and he will slot in. So it's Howard and yesterday's winner Zane Burgess on row number 1. Gottschalk eventually, and Bernardo Gube on row 2, or is, oh no! That does look like the problem that prevented the kart getting off the line has returned, and we are down the number 8 Bennett kart. Oh, devastating. Well, Murillo Dominguez and Dominic Vieira will now go from row 3. McDonnell and Becker, Goulart and Ferro. Pelletier, you can see the rest of the top 20. Dutch Westbrook going from grid 16. And Brody Stoffel down in 21st as well, so he's got work to do. Oh, now Zev Gottschalk trying to get that kart fixed. You can hear the Bennett team shouting instructions, but I think it will be a lost cause.
Well, and in most of the cases here, unfortunately, when a marshal touches the go-kart, at that point it is frozen and out of the race for safety of the marshals and the drivers at that point. So what a heartbreak. Zev Gottschalk slated to start third, will not see a single lap of competition here, and we are ready to roll without the number 8. That will slide everyone on the inside lane back from row number 1 forward. We'll move Bernardo Gubert into the third spot here as you look on the standings of how they will line. Bernardo will move up. Murilo Dominguez will move up as well. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Murilo Dominguez was actually supposed to be 5th. He'll move up to 3rd. Bernardo will get no benefit. And you go all the way back. Keep an eye out on Jaden Francisco. Something happened in the pre-final. I'll see if I can figure out what it was. The Nitro Kart driver from the tail. Super fast, though.
Yeah, there must have been a problem in post-race tech. Look out for the bright pink crash helmet of Canada's Jaden Francisco trying to do a top gear from the rear. Here we go, Hudson Howard and Zane Burgess. Bring them to the line, green flag goes up, we're off and racing. Burgess trying to go round the outside, can he make the move stick? What a move from Zane Burgess, that was insane. A full Slim Shady round the outside to take the lead at turn number 1. That's the first time we've seen anyone do that in any class this weekend. Now the pressure is on Hudson Howard to try and get back in, and he was thinking to himself, okay, I'll be able to control this. A couple of karts coming to grief, coming out of turn number 6. Corey Lyons was among them in the number 14 kart, the young Irishman for the Prime Power team. But it's Burgess for how much longer? Well, Hudson Howard thought about it and then decided to wait. Vieira Roa up into P4 from 5th position going into turn number 10 as we head down into turn number 13. Here comes Burgess. Howard locked on his rear bumper with Murilo Dominguez third. A new leader, Hudson Howard, the traditional inside path, but Burgess tries the crossover wheel to wheel through turn 3. Burgess on the dirt, but he keeps it pinned and hangs on. Wow.
Oh, back to the inside now. Dominguez side by side with Hudson Howard. Still side by side for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as there goes Vera. And then he kind of backed up into Nolan Goulart. 2 by 2, nearly 3 wide as they finally funnel down. Bernardo Goubert is going to end up as the big loser out of that whole deal. He'll go back to maybe 7th, now more, as here goes McDonald and Cam Becker on it. It's a massive gaggle here battling. Let's go side by side, though, down to pit lane. We've got at least one we believe is our junior provisional winner to chat with. We want to give him his airtime as already rocketing away from the field is Zane Burgess, and there's issues for Brody McDonald's FK as the CEF karting machine slows out of the scrapyard straightaway hairpin. 2 laps complete, and it's utter chaos. Caleb, let's go down to you.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, a wild race on the racetrack, but Hamish, your race was just as wild. Walk me through what it was like there from the seat.
Shake and bake.
No, wait, how'd it go? Because the guys up front, obviously Ryan Gandor and a couple of others got collected, and you were obviously the beneficiary after pushback.
Yeah, so in the pre-final, we got 2nd, which was good, but then we got a pushback, and from that moment, I need to be conservative, and I was like, 3rd is still good. Like, I do want to go for the win. You always want to do that for a racing driver, but like pushback puts you back 5 seconds. So don't want to be too crazy. I saw them; they're very erratic out there. Not a bad thing, very fun, but it's easily to get pushed back then. So once I saw Riley get turned around, it was unfortunate for him, and I was like, just stay calm, just maneuver around. I was doing juggling in the back, so maybe that helped. So I'm pretty good at juggling. But no, it was pretty good.
And next here, Mike Speed said, welcome to America, your first race here in the States. I guess, how's the experience been so far? And obviously, you're off to a good start going into next weekend.
Yeah, it's been pretty good in America. I love America. America #1.
And lastly, who would you like to thank for this race victory?
I'd like to thank my dad for helping me and giving me a budget to go over here. All my parents and siblings for support. My mother, which is back here in Australia. I'd like to thank the Speed team, Mike Speed and Chris for helping out for everything. And Matt McLean, my mechanic, he's been very good to work with. We were working at Bira and back in Bangkok, Thailand, and we were doing pretty well. So, yeah.
Well, there you guys have Hamish Campbell. He's also been sick all week, so the fact he did that being sick, man, what a race. Congratulations.
Very bad fever, so it was really cold, and I just got a really bad fever, so I've been like driving all over the place, hitting curves, and now today was a bit better and good enough to win, so.
Well, there you guys have him, Hamish Campbell. We'll send it back up to you guys.
Whole lot of personality there from the kid from down under. We are lucky to have some of the best drivers in the world continue to flock to North America, and happy to give them a platform to show their vibrant personality as well, Henry. You weren't lying. That kid is something else. But congratulations, Hamish Campbell. Welcome to the States and welcome to victory lane on your second try at it.
Yeah, absolutely. God help the rest of the field if he actually gets his fever down and isn't ill, because then they'll have something to worry about. But I tell you who else has got something to worry about is Zane Burgess, because Hudson Howard pulls alongside the number 55 Kart to take the lead back on this lap, 6 out of 14. You'll have seen the action on our split screen while Hamish was busy doing his best Ricky Bobby impression. And Howard and Burgess have managed to pull a little gap over third place driver Dominic Vieiraroa, who has got Mr. Farrow behind him, Albert the Younger in P4 now. Then Murilo Dominguez is 5th, Bernardo Goubert 6th, Lima, Westbrook, Goulart and Kutsukis. They're rounding out the top 10. Burgess back to the race lead, and Hudson Howard goes, no, I want to lead. Burgess goes, I know, but so do I. And now they're going to have a side-by-side discussion at over 50 miles an hour, coming flat out through turn number 7. You can't pass through there, can you? They almost make it work. Burgess back the lead. This has been a fantastic lap of racing. And I tell you who's enjoying this is Albert Farrow in the number 42 Dan Holland racing car. Well, that's about 5 overtakes for the lead in one lap. And Bernardo Goubert sends one to the inside. This is fantastic.
Yeah, that was big time pucker factor right there. Bernardo, a late commitment, but luckily no one came out off and into the weeds. Now back up front, all this fighting continues to bring the pack back together. Burgess at one point well outside the draft window, and to be tracked down as quick as he did, maybe that's why he's wanting to fight as hard as he is, because he doesn't feel like he's got his usual edge that we've been so accustomed to seeing, and that's the 55 being a little bit faster, just on raw ability, raw speed. But now Hudson Howard has a rocket ship JHDD machine. Albert Farrow is super quick as well, and the rest of the pack will be there in a moment if they cannot get rid of the 55, because Zane is making them earn it.
This is the halfway point, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. They haven't just started the last lap, even though they're racing like it is the last lap. If we've got 7 more laps of this, I'm going to make sure that I phone my GP back home to send some extra tablets out. Not sure my ticker's going to take it. We've now got a lead group of, let's count them, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. 8.5, maybe 9th, Nolan Goulart is there as well. It's Burgess, Farrow, Howard, Dominguez, Goubert, Vieira, Westbrook, Lima and Goulart. And Jaden Francisco from last is up into 10th.
Nearly 3 wide. Bernardo thought about it again. Hudson Howard in the middle of it all. Side by side for the lead with a big wide swing, and then back down to the inside for Albert Farrow. We have now got them all lined up. Here comes Nolan Goulart on the Mike Doty Racing LN kart, back in the 9th position to make it a big pack. Oh, I mentioned it earlier, Henry, that the micros were pretty tame yesterday, and for it to be, crazy racing like that there with one of the barrel arts going off. Dominguez, we needed more kids to find speed overnight, and whether they listened or whether their teams did an even more incredible job than yesterday to get them tuned up on the hot rod, well, they're fast enough. We've got a lot of drivers with the ability to win. It's how they play the next 7 laps. Markham 6 now at the line.
Look at the gap down to 10th position. Jaden Francisco, 6.5 seconds behind the race leader. He's all on his own. There he is. Francisco is not being slowed down by battling. The gap is already down to 5.5 seconds. Howard to the inside. Farrow has the lead now. Francisco gained a second on this group in the last lap. 5.5 seconds behind, 5 laps to go. I think Francisco could catch them. Will he have enough time to do anything about it when he does? We'll wait and see. At the moment, it looks like he might, because Burgess and Farrow going at it again. Farrow trying to say, let's go forward, whilst defending.
Well, Zane's going to make him pay for it. Said, if we're going to go low, you better go all the way, or I'm going to find a gap. And Farrow, around he goes. Albert Farrow, and he loses a side pod in the process.
Game over, unfortunately, for Albert Farrow. He looks down, he realizes the problem. He will have to pit, sadly. So we are down to 2, 4, 6, 7 at the front. Howard and Dutch Westbrook trying to squeeze Howard to the inside to hang on to that position. Bernardo Guber is up into P2 in the D2 Motorsport machine. Howard now back into P3. Westbrook 4th. Lima 5th. Vera 6th. Goulart 7th. Dominguez and now Jaden Francisco only 4.2 seconds off the lead. But for the first time in about 5 or 6 laps, Burgess has got at least a 1 kart length lead.
Can Bernardo Guber get there? D2 Motors already got, again, a win yesterday with the team owner, the team captain, Danilo Ramallo. Can Bernardo bring the small and budding operation another main event victory here at the RMC Winter Trophy? Or can Hudson Howard get there? Or will it once again be the Zane Show and a sweep of the weekend for the number 55 and Velocity Racing Sodi? 4 to go, and you got to go all the way back to the end of the pack here to get just to 7th, because already we have whittled it down a little by little. It's 3.6 seconds still to Francisco. He needs more. This will help. Bernardo Guber to the lead. Will it hold? It will not.
No, but it does slow Burgess down a little bit. He couldn't quite take his preferred racing line. And Kutsukis up into 10th position now. Guber back to the lead. How many lead changes have we had? It's got to be at least a dozen, probably a lot more. Side by side, 2 by 2, into turn number 10. Howard takes over second from Guber with Westbrook in 4th, and then Lima, Viraroa, Goulart, Dominguez and Francisco. Westbrook to the inside at turn 13 to pass Guber for P3.
Dutch Westbrook in the thick of it now, and again, the best run so far this weekend for Lincoln Lima. To the lead for Hudson Howard. Can he prevent the over-under? He can. The number 49 takes us through turns 3 and 4. 2.5 to go. He'll start to block the low side as behind. Move made or move attempted by Dominic Viraroa, and it will stick, I believe, for Viraroa. Yes, he's got the job done on Nolan Goulart, it looks like.
Hudson Howard has been determination personified in this race, as has Zane Burgess. Both of them just refuse to lose. And as they come down Scrapyard Straight, Jaden Francisco from last on the grid catches the lead group. He will have 2 laps, about 2,500 meters to do something absolutely incredible. Can he make even more ground up? Howard, Westbrook, Goulart, Burgess is back to 4th. That's the lowest he's been. 2 to go.
Big move for Zane. He'll take back 3rd and start to claw his way back up the leaderboard. Lincoln Lima has been, I think, the most stagnant of anyone, and that's not saying all too much because they've all been moving. The number 11 still fit. Nolan Goulart, again, just kind of riding there in the 6th spot, making some moves. Here's a move by Francisco. That's 1. Up to 8th now for Jaden from dead last on the grid as they go side by side in the sweeper. Dutch Westbrook takes over the lead.
Heartbreak for Bennick at the start of the race when they lost Ev Gottschalk before the green flag waved. The remaining Bennick now leads, but for how long? The answer, about 2 corners, no. Howard thinks better of it. There's Francisco now ahead of Viraroa, puts the Canadian into P8. We're going to get 1 lap to go next time by. The order at the start of lap 14. Westbrook, Howard, Burgess, Guber, Lima, Goulart, and then it is Murillo Dominguez. No, make that already 1 position change. Dominguez passing Nolan Goulart.
Dutch Westbrook opens the door, and here comes Hudson Howard through. Side by side on the exit. This is a compromising spot, a vulnerable spot for the 33. Now Hudson, will he learn his lesson? He left the door open here last lap. He does not. Straight to the inside. Doesn't even open up for the sweeper. He's not going to give Dutch a chance there. Needs to kind of defend it in this corner, but you cannot park the bus too tight, or Dutch and the crew will get alongside, but Dutch botched it on the exit. Here's Zane to the inside in the marbles for 2nd. Will this open the gap up enough for Hudson Howard to get away?
Who's going to get the cut back? Coming out of the corner, Westbrook and Burgess side by side. Westbrook has it, but Hudson Howard, after an absolute classic, is going to cross the finish line. It's another win for the J. Howard Driver Development Team, and oh boy, did Hudson Howard earn that one.
National win number 1 for the 49. Hudson Howard joins the list of micro-level winners here in the U.S. as he enters his second season, his first full one in the class. And for one of the few races I can only imagine that Jay will be able to be here for. A proud dad, I have to think, in only his fourth race weekend with the team that has continued to evolve. They've finally got their proper tent. The continuous evolution is going to be very fast over these next couple of months, and it's going to probably match the development of his son, Hudson Howard, on top in Micromax in a thriller. Dutch Westbrook, so close, a great effort for the Bennett driver, P2. And again, Zane Burgess doesn't get the sweep, but he still ends up with a great points haul, a hefty one. Didn't finish outside the top 3 all weekend. And
also credit to Steve Carr, Brandon Carr's dad, who is running the micro and mini arm of the J. Howard team. Look at that. Howard, Westbrook, Burgess, Goubert, Dominguez, and from P24 to P6, Jaden Francisco, Lincoln Lima, Dominic Vieira-Roa on the podium yesterday, only 8th today. Goulart 9th, 2.6 seconds covering the top 9. Luca Minosi rounds out the top 10 ahead of Max Katsukis, Cam Becker, Yusuf Adi, Maddox Pelletier, and Brody Stoffel. They all got caught up in their own private battles. Becker and Stoffel at least could have had pace to challenge the leaders had they not been mired back in the pack. Well, you always remember your first win, and everyone who watched that race will remember it for a long, long time. Sadly, Albert Farrow, Corey Lyons, and Zev Godchuk failing to finish. But, well, if the social team at Kart Chaser were working overtime after the Junior Rotax Final, that one, well, Kart Chaser kids, look forward to seeing some of the highlights on those accounts and channels. Oh, and breathe.
Lots of fun to watch here. We're only 2 races in, folks. We've got another one on deck, and then a short break, a short intermission, and then the final 3 sessions on the weekend. When we return, Max Masters is going green.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop akr.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today. DPK Americas is bridging the gap between the U.S. and the 2-time world champion DPK Alonso Kart factory team in Europe.
In partnership with Team Binnick, they offer drivers a complete career path from the Americas to Europe that allows them to continue their driver development on both sides of the world, all underneath the DPK umbrella.
For more information, contact DPK Americas at max@drivensm.com to take the next step in your driver development journey today.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Alrighty, welcome back here to the Rotax Winner Trophy. I'm standing by here with your race winner, Hudson Howard. Your first national race that you win. How does it feel, man?
it feels great. I've been working for this for my whole life, and I'm just so grateful for everything.
And before you went out onto the racetrack, you told me, we were standing by here on the fence, and you were like, hey, I'm going to go out there and win this race. And then we came in, and you're like, I told you so. How confident were you going into that one, obviously? Because you seem pretty confident.
Yeah, you just always got to be 110% that you go on it. So I just felt confident, you know, getting P2 in qualifying and winning the pre-final. I just had a good feeling, and all my equipment, it's the best equipment in the paddock. So
Who would you like to thank for this race win?
I would like to thank my mechanic, Kai, my dad for giving me everything. I'd like to thank KR for my engine. I would like to thank my mom and my whole family for cheering me on this whole weekend.
Well, there you guys have from Hudson Howard, his first national race victory, and I'm sure first of many. Back to you guys.
Here we go, Masters Max onto the racetrack, beginning the outlap. We'll pull the grid when it's prepped for this field, but what a cool moment. Hudson Howard, race win #1. You always remember your first time getting interviewed as well, right after your first ever race win.
Oh yeah, and he spoke so well. You know, that's a mark of. I did say to Jay when I first met Hudson, he's a very polite young man, and that's you know, more important than virtually anything else. Here is your starting lineup for Max Masters. Yesterday's winner, Danilo Romalo, will start from pole position. Alongside him, Mundi Lawyer from Peru. Rubens Barrichello, dealing with bottom end power issues, will go from P3 alongside Daniel Costa. Michel Legrand, the oldest driver in the field, will start P5. That's not bad, being 66 years old and starting directly behind a Formula One World Championship runner-up. Simon Protour, Dominic Legrand, Sylvain Chenard, Fernando Aguayo, Victor Kuzmachov, and Brian Hannon. Your full list of starters. And, well, can Romalo make it 2 out of 2? Who has saved tyres for this one? Who has saved, up in Canada, a bit of tequila for the Victor Kuzmachov shot game? That is the main question.
Yeah, there are 16 laps. A lot of opportunities for that. More than anything, though, there's only a short window, it feels like, of opportunity to shuffle Danilo Romalo down the order. They need to be able to get by him pretty quickly, and hopefully they can do so to make it a race for us. Danilo Romalo will take us out of that back hairpin, and Mundi Lawyer, after trailing Rubens Barrichello most of the day today, all of the day yesterday, it felt like, well, he pulled away from Rubens in that pre-final. Now, again, as you mentioned, Henry, in the full-size classes, we have seen a lot of the differing tire strategies shuffle the deck, if you will.
Yes, indeed. Mundi Lawyer did lead Rubens Barrichello for about a lap yesterday in the main event, and Rubens wasn't very happy about it, but hey, you know, now Mundi has got his job. His job is to get across and get between Romalo and Barrichello. Easier said than done. Barrichello will want to be sticking to Romalo's rear end like glue. Into the tram lines. 11 drivers, Max Masters. They are fighting for a DD2 Masters ticket to Bahrain. Here we go. Romalo brings him to the line. It's a quick break from Daniel Costa. Barrichello holds on to second. Costa up to third. Lawyer back to fourth. Then the two Legrands. But Romalo, well, that's the first job done. Barrichello in second. He'll now try to break his fellow Brazilian spirit early on. Rubens' team saying struggling with low end power or bottom end power. Let's see what Rubens can conjure up. We'll soon find out who has saved the best set of Mojo tyres, as it won't take long for any newer set of rubber to show. Oh no, and that is Ecuador's Aguayo out of the race on the Sony Kart, and the One Velocity Racing Sony Kart will go no further. And up the front, Romalo, Barrichello, Costa and Lawyer, your top four.
across the line. Lap 1 complete. They've at least got Danilo within eye shot. Rubens Barrichello, is there anything he was able to kind of keep up his sleeve, keep tucked away in that pre-final? And does he have a fully new set of stickers? Would be a huge benefit here in this one. Or were the gremlins that they were fighting, the lack of that extra bit of speed that he needed to challenge the 639, were they able to find that during the break following the pre-final? Because he definitely looks good in the opening couple of laps here, Henry. I think he might be able to bring that fight back to Romalo, which we haven't seen him be able to do since yesterday's pre-final.
Now, of course, both Barrichello and Romalo, they were on the same tyre strategy yesterday. The question remains, did Barrichello keep yesterday's tyres on for the pre-final? Did Romalo put his newer set of tyres on for that race? In which case, Rubens' tyres will be slightly better than Danilo's. Certainly looks as though Barrichello is not falling away as much as he did in the first race. Costa in third and Lawyer in fourth. They both appear to not have the pace of the two front runners. And it's going to come down to no mistakes from Romalo. 16 laps, 16 sets of 13 apexes on this 13-turn circuit. All while Rubens Barrichello stalks him and hunts him down. Barrichello checks over his shoulder. He now knows there's no threat from behind. He can focus solely on the D2 Motorsport car in front. Romalo checks behind. He now knows it's only Barrichello within striking distance. And the cat and mouse games begin. They cross the line to complete lap number 3 and begin lap number 4. Barrichello closes in. That was a good first couple of corners for Rubens. And will he look to the inside? No, not quite, but he is as close as he's been all day to yesterday's winner, Danilo Romalo.
Down to about a car length, maybe 2 at the biggest point where it opens up. That was a big amount of curbing that Rubens took there to try and eat away at the gap. You know, I mentioned earlier in the weekend here, Henry, that I feel like this place, you can gain so much on the curbing, but it's such a risk reward. I should say it's just such a risk, both on your equipment and your own body and stamina. But you can see Rubens is definitely getting a little bit more aggressive, a little more time in the air to shorten the track, shorten the lap, because at this point you might as well kind of go for broke. If you allow Romalo to complete a clean sweep of opening weekend, that means you've got to basically do the same just to try and match him and hope that you can, have him fall back to third at one point or another throughout weekend number 2 to beat him in the points. There's no difference. There's no multiplier that's going to increase on the second weekend. So with all things equal, this is not necessarily do or die, but it definitely sharpens the odds in Romalo's favor if he's able to win this main over Rubens.
Absolutely. This may be one final out of 4, but it is extremely significant, as you said, Xander, and especially in a class where, let's be fair to everybody else, it's a head-to-head fight. Mundi, Lawyer and Costa, they're playing supporting roles, but they haven't got the pace to challenge either of these two regularly. So it's who racks up the most firsts over the course of the 4 rounds. And Rubens knows he needs to make a move. He cannot allow Romalo to escape. This lap, Romalo looks like he's extended his lead by just a couple of tenths of a second. It's coming out of the corners that Barrichello was struggling. Once the 611 Kart is fully on song, then they're equal. But coming out of the corners here, this is where Romalo was having the advantage.
Well, surprise, surprise, Henry, an engine builder has a bit of an engine maybe tuning advantage there. Danilo Romalo, one of the most widely known engine builders in the paddock, now making a name for himself as a team owner. He's also, of course, known for his driving ability when he gets out and plays in the Masters divisions, and he does so on a fairly regular basis. But yep. D2 Power, I mean, they have powered a number of your favorite superstars across all divisions over the last couple of years. And Danilo maybe using a bit of that expertise to help get him a leg up on the PSL karting crew and what they've been able to do to get Rubens going. On the flip side, though, Mundi Lawyer fading back, and Daniel Costa, you covered it perfectly yesterday, Henry. First race day on the Barrel Art chassis for Daniel after so many years on an OTK, on a Tony Kart product. They are completely different to drive from everyone who has driven both back-to-back. And the driver who you will get coaching from if you drive up to Orlando Kart Center and say, hey, I'd like to learn from a pro, is probably the guy in third. And he is already making some serious gains on the entire field that are all going to be getting faster by the day. He's even bettering himself on the overall rankings by learning more about this go-kart.
Yeah, 2 years ago, we were doing this commentary for the Rotax Winter Trophy from Daniel Caliganis' workshop and his training room here at the Orlando Kart Center. But you can see Barrichello's entry into turn number 5. He's just got the kart slide sideways ever so slightly. Everybody else is sort of point and squirt, and Barrichello just using the kart. Balance is incredible, showing his years of experience, the highest level of world motorsport. And yet still Romalo, who has got to be inch perfect, is keeping him just out of harm's reach. Mundy Lawyer looking across there. It's a bit of a lonely run to fourth. Behind the top four, Michel Legrand still leading his son Dominic Legrand in 5th and 6th positions. Pro Tour is 7th. Kuzmachov is 8th. Chenard and Hannon, the remaining runners. Here is the 66-year-old Michel Legrand leading his son. That's going to be some awkward conversations afterwards. I'd be absolutely ripping the you-know-what out of my son if I was 66 years old and beating him in a go-kart race. Pro Tour is next for the Premier karting team. Then a bit of a gap back to Kuzmachov, Chenard and Hannon, who are having a great scrap over 8th, 9th and 10th.
Well, that's the thing to remember, is that Dominic Legrand definitely doesn't want to lose the bragging rights to his dad, but he did have to start behind him due to the pushback bumper penalty he incurred in the pre-final. So he's been clawing his way forward. He is, or was throughout the day, a little bit better, but maybe his dad has the edge, because lap time-wise, you can give the nod to Michel over the last few circuits. And when you take a look at lap times as well, a couple things to note. Daniel Costa has been able to get to the point of matching the leaders, but he has not been able to get any bit quicker than them. Rubens Barrichello will maybe knock a 10th off the gap for Romalo just to balance out the next lap or lose a bit. It's all just kind of holding even, and that's why, again, we're checking back through the field right now. That's with Simon Proto, nothing for him. In fact, looking on the leaderboard pylon, the first switch we've seen in position in a long time was back for 8th, just behind him, well, about 10 seconds behind him, Sylvain Genard and Victor Kuzmachov.
Here we go. Oh, Romalo, what's he doing there? He's undone his race suit. He was looking at the zip on his race suit. Now, that might sound trivial, but you don't want to think something's gone wrong. Maybe his race suit's broken, and he's driving down the main straight with no hands on the steering wheel.
I thought, honestly, he was just wanting a little more airflow, but no, you're right. He's got a wardrobe malfunction. Consider, Henry, we have streamed and we have broadcasted so many go-kart races over the last 3.5 years. I will say this is a first. I have never seen someone's race suit become undone midway through a final, especially while leading, and now we've got it front and center on our cameras, and you can see it's throwing him off because he's trying to adjust it, and Rubens Barrichello is bearing down.
I've never seen you. How did you lose the lead? Well, my zipper broke. Oh dear, no, and this is it's off his game. Look at Barrichello. Look at Barrichello. Danilo, forget the race suit. Worry about the wagon driving. Here comes Rubens, side by side as they cross the line. Romalo on the inside, Barrichello on the outside. Look for now turn number 5. Barrichello is excellent under the braking going into turn number 5. Here we go. Will he dive to the inside? No, he can't, because Romalo's defending. Now we go for the over-under. This is lap 13 out of 16.
And he's driving, and he's still defending one-handed. He's still trying to hold on, and here comes Rubens to the outside.
And now he gets it at the unbelievable stuff. He gets his race suit done back up whilst defending the race lead against a former Formula 1 driver. You could not write it. Here comes Costa. Here comes Mundy Lawyer. What is going on? Barrichello leads. Oh, Costa. And now at least Romalo can do his race suit up He's going to be fuming. That's significant. And his radiator's off,
It's
out of
knocked
the race.
the airbox off. It's knocked the carburetor off. The engine shut off. He's trying to at least get the airbox and shove the carburetor back onto the motor. When you get driven over on the right side, everything for these Rotax Max power plants is right by the right rear tire, and when it'll hit the radiator, it'll bust and break everything, and it's happened. This championship, we were talking like Danilo Romalo was going to make it extremely difficult for Rubens if he could just win this one. It would have been maybe a cruise through next weekend, but now this has just completely changed. Flip that landscape on its head. Rubens Barrichello to the lead. Mundy Lawyer with new life in the title fight. Daniel Costa on the cusp of a podium on his first weekend racing for the Red Army. And now he's out, or at least towards the rear.
And of course, Barrichello looked over his shoulder there. He's just past Romano. He now knows his main title rival is out of the race. This now becomes the potential title winning moment. If we look back at this, the moment that Romano went out and Barrichello took the lead. But we can't count out Mundy Lawyer, Mr. Consistency so far. He was on the podium yesterday, and he's running second now, and he's running second, not a million miles behind Barrichello. Costa in third. Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously there was contact between Romano and Costa. Running in fourth place is Michel Legrand. Let's not forget that when all is said and done. And the stewards and race officials have had a chance to review the action.
Oh man, 2 laps to go. Mundy Lawyer last time around was 4/10 better than Rubens. Now Barrichello looks like he's at least gotten a little bit better this lap, but still give the nod to the Peruvian. When it updates, it's only going to be an improvement by about maybe a hair, 1/1000th to be exact. But one mistake from Rubens Barrichello, and he will once again have company. One little breath that he breathes here, just to the left or the right, and Mundy Lawyer will get a huge tow down Scrapyard Straight and all of a sudden be able to put some pressure on the XF1 champ, the former 11-time Grand Prix winner. Rubens Barrichello down the backstretch, 5 car lengths down to 4, 7/10 down to 6. Market maybe down to 3 or 4/10 if he doesn't get a good exit out of that hairpin. Luckily, it looked like that was a fantastic launch out of the Scrapyard hairpin, Henry.
Mundy Lawyer launching over the curbs. He's been racing since 1977, but I don't think he's going to be trying any harder than he's ever done before for this last lap. This is a chance to beat a Formula One driver in a main event. Lawyer will be asking every single question he can from that AM run Tony Kart chassis. Oh, Barrichello was a little bit wide coming off turn number 5. Not going to say the pressure's going to get to him, but Lawyer is keeping the Brazilian honest.
He definitely had the rear end of that Viral Art for Barrichello chassis pretty free throughout most of this weekend, and it'll hang right on the ragged edge of the curbing. But Rubens trained both of his boys in karting here at this very racetrack. So he knows every inch of this place, and he enjoys driving here in his free time when he can. Can he bring it home to the S's? Final time, Mundy Lawyer's going to make it a close call, but it will not be enough. Rubens Barrichello will win round 2 in Masters Max.
And the very first win in history for the Barrichello chassis.
Yeah, he beat his boys to it.
He beat Dudu to it. Costa is third. Michel Legrand crosses the line in 4th position, just in front of his son Dominic. There's Pro Tour in 6th position. And now we have a long wait for the battle of the 7th.
And it is a battle. P7 side by side. Last time by Victor Kuzmachov, Sylvain Chenard. Fellas, if we could check in 7th and 8th
Here we
to
go.
the line.
Chenard.
Kuzmachov couldn't get it. Chenard holds on. I think that's got to be 2 shots then for the Kuzmachov crew watching along because he didn't get that spot.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's only fair.
To make it fair, fellas, let's watch him one more time as they head over to the scale line.
Replay. And Brian Hannon went missing on the last lap as well. Oh, 3 finals. Now, 3. That's 2 very different finals. There he is. Okay, Toronto. It's your last time GP Racing crew. There's your man, coming home 8th in the main event. And yeah, 3 very different races, equally as exciting and dramatic for all 3. Wow.
We've got 3 more on deck, arguably 3 of the best if you look at the average of their sessions over the weekend. DD2, when we return from this short 10 to 15 minute break, this little intermission, Mini Max, which was absolutely the race of the day yesterday, and a full house of 36 drivers in Senior Max to close it off. Don't go anywhere, folks, but if you gotta go, take a quick break and we'll see you when we are back with more racing. 3 finals remain.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we are in a short intermission as per the schedule before the DD2 MAX and DD2 Masters MAX drivers hit the racetrack for main event number 4 of 6 here at the halfway mark of our finals in the afternoon. Let's take a look back here while we've got this break in the live on-track activity to recap you what you may have missed if you were not with us yesterday afternoon in DD2.
Black and orange, Isambard Performance Sodi, Brandon Carr, and the white and orange Kart Republic. We're green, and down to turn number 1 we go. A good start for the first few rows. Good start looks like for most of the field. Little bit of a checkup there. That might have been Rojas on the Beer Alert or Taskinen. One of the two back down as Brandon Carr and Alan Isambard are side by side for the lead into turn number 6.
And that opens the door for Lucas Pernod to take second position away from Brandon Carr. It was just wheel-to-wheel contact and inches apart. Well, there was no inches apart, and Carr having to adjust his steering very, very quickly. Pernod capitalizing, and now here comes Brandon Carr's, well, another one of the HM pellet. Who is that in the Team Canada race? That is Saboran. Ludovic Saboran chasing Brandon Carr, and a little bit of a hand gestures between the two of them as Saboran goes, well, come on, get on with it. And Brandon's like, I'm trying. It's the best that Alan Isambard could have hoped for. And there is the move. Is that Mustache Mountain himself? Yes, it is. Matt Taskinen.
How about the drive back forward already for Nicholas Ambiato after the carnage in the pre-final? He's knocking on the door of what looks to be 6th. Fellow Kart Republic and Ludovic Saboran. Here he goes. deep on the brakes, little lockup, little sideways action. He'll take over another spot. That should move him safely into the 5th position.
Isambard, he took the pain and came out on top in the pre-final on older tyres than everybody else. Now he's got fresher boots. He is up the road. He's pulling away by half a second a lap at this point. He can actually not overuse them. You know, he can get away with winning this race, not running 100%. And Kart up into P2. Now he may have a problem as Isambard, because Brandon Carr doesn't care how old his tyres are. If he's got the bit between his teeth, he is going forward. Only way he knows how to drive is Brandon Carr. Head down, rear end up, pedal like the devil.
What end up?
Rear end up.
Got it.
Keeping it PG.
Into the hairpin. Whoa, a double send. Matt Taskinen, get you some with a big move. Lucas Pernod ends up losing out 2 spots on a last-second effort to bail out of the way as Nicholas Ambiato moves himself now onto the potential podium.
And again, Taskinen getting used to a new chassis. So used to seeing him on a CRG. This is a great battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th, all in a line. But it is happening over 3 seconds behind. Oh, and there goes Ambiado. I am convinced that Ambiado's on fresh tyres as well. He has come from last to second inside 6 laps.
He may not have gone to fresh rubber, but he did have a couple laps less than everyone else in front of him. As we are racing again, this time Pernod gets back around Taskinen. Brandon Carr nowhere to go but down as he falls back another spot. Saborin still right there on his heels. Now Carr's going to try and go forward to the inside of Taskinen. He'll shuffle him. Saborin there, still side by side. Here comes Gianluca. 3 wide. Are we going to send it? Yes, we are. Ludovic Saborin to the bottom.
And one regulation that has changed this year is that the DD2 drivers are not on fixed gearing. They're allowed to change the gearing on these 2-speed karts, which gives them a lot more freedom, and they give away top-end speed. Other drivers are better at the top-end stuff. It's making for far more dramatic racing. So well done to the organisers. Last year, the DD2 field were a little bit displeased. 5 seconds up the road from Nicholas Ambiado, who in turn is over a second in front of Pernod, who is a second in front of this group, led by Brandon Carr, now chased by Savalio. Taskinen falls back into what is 7th place. Nanji is 9th, and Samoran is Samoran there as well. Now he was 4th, now he's about 8th. No, it's a 2-8. It's Samoran down to 7th. Nanji at the back of this.
Lucas Nanji on the 408 HM Propeller Kart Republic now is going to go from last of the group. Well, he's going to try to go forward. Didn't quite get enough ahead.
The SLA team, a big feature in the paddock. We've only got one driver here this weekend. It is Ambiado. Oh, and Savalio drops a wheel. So also what I'm saying is that SLA, they're not necessarily used to running a DD2 kart.
He is matching the pace of the guys with new tires, and he didn't go new for this session. So we're starting to see kind of that plateau of the benefit of the stickers as Brandon Carr fires the first shot for 3rd. He'll take the spot in turn 5 and begins a bit of that white lining with Pernod right behind him. Taskinen there, a lap and a half to go.
This is the battle for the final podium position. Carr in the number 428, Pernod in the 451, Taskinen in the 410, Savalio watching on at the distance. Oh, Taskinen locks it up under braking. That was good kart control, because that could have been a nasty incident.
Fortunately for Matt Taskinen, I think he's also realized that while he doesn't want to wait behind Lucas Pernod, he's not going to get to Brandon Carr, so he needs to pick his pass wisely, because if he ends up getting passed again and losing the spot, it may be 2. Gianluca Savalio lurking in the distance back behind on the purple and pink REM Cosmic. And meanwhile, 5+ seconds up the road, Alan Isambard is headed for home. A dominant day and a perfectly played tire strategy with a bit of defense in the pre-final and full attack, full offense, and domination in the main. Isambard wins round 1 in DD2. Ambiato What a run to second, and here we go. Oh, look at Savalio and Pernod and Taskinen. Gianluca almost got him there, Henry, in the last turn.
Yes, indeed, but Taskinen just held on. Welcome back to Rotax, Alan Isambard.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry. This is Henry.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. DD2 MAX, DD2 Masters MAX to kick off the final 3 sessions of our day. As you can see in order at the bottom of your screen, we've already run through Junior Max, Micro Max, Max Masters. Each of them spectacular and memorable in their own fashion, Henry. We've got the bar set pretty high. Hopefully, with the tires starting to even out over the 2 sets on the weekend, we're in store for another one like it here.
Absolutely. No repeat winners from the first 3 finals. Alan Isambard will try to be the first repeat winner of this year's Winter Trophy. He starts on pole position alongside Brandon Carr, Gianluca Savaglio and Lucas Pernaut on row 2, Antoine Lacharite and Matt Taskinen row 3, Noah Lapola and Derek LaRoche are next, Tyler Givoge, the leading Masters DD2 driver, 9th of the grid ahead of Samuel Rojas, Lucas Nanji, Martin Janssen, Ludovic Samoran, Preston Lebreton, and after a post-race issue, Nicholas Ambiado goes from the back of the grid. Just looking through the entry list for those who are interested in useless statistics, we have 2 sets of fathers and sons racing, the Barrichellos and the Legrands. We have 1 pair of twins, the LaRussos, 1 set of brother and sister, the Lemieux, and 6 other sets of brothers. The Dominguezes, the Ferros, the Penauts, the Saborins, the Kings, and the Ibarras. Karting remains a family sport. If it's in your blood, it's in your blood.
Alan Isambard continues again that trend for the father-son run operation, and they are looking to sweep the weekend amongst 6 drivers in the 15-driver DD2 Masters MAX field that have all been to the Rotax Grand Final. So you've essentially got 6 who have at one point or another or multiple times over called themselves among the best 72 DD2 pilots in the world. And flying the Rocket Racing Company banner, as well as his own father's Isambard Performance Motorsports Sodi dealership out of South Florida. Colors, here we go. Looking for the green. DD2 Max Masters. Green flag in the air.
Here we go, through turn number 1, Isambard hangs on to the lead, Gianluca Savaglio slots into P2 ahead of Brandon Carr, and look at the Mac Minarelli of the SAAS team, that is Antoine Lacharite up into a fantastic 4th position. Pernaut is next, Lapola, and what about Matt Taskinen? Matt Taskinen looking to the inside there, and then but he gets the door slammed firmly in his face. Isambard leads, but it's game on. Savaglio with the bit between his teeth. Further back, here comes Brandon Carr. Savaglio defending on the early stages. Well, that's fine, Gianluca, as long as you're as quick, if not quicker, than the race leader. If not, you're about to upset the Steel City Saint, Brandon Carr.
What a fantastic start for Gianluca Savaglio. Still only a car length away, although the back end kind of stepped out on him going into turns 1 and 2. It looked like he did at least get a good exit out of the section, but I think Brandon Carr is going to apply some heat. And yes, Savaglio through the bumps on the inside of turn number 5 really is trying to keep him behind, and so is Isambard. I didn't think Alan was going to need to block after Gianluca went low, but everyone was covering off the inside lane there through the first couple hairpins. So 1 long train for DD2. Henry, I hope this is a sign of what's to come, because we are in store for one heck of a battle if all of them can stay this close together or even half as close over the next 15 and a half laps.
Oh yes, the DD2 drivers, Rotax's ultimate class. There's Lucas Nanji in the number 408 HM propeller kart making a move. But Savaglio, well, he cannot give, and there's the Birrell of Task in a Pernaut rather, sticking your nose at the inside of Lacharite. I'm so impressed by that grey and green SAAS kart. It's a Mac Minarelli chassis. It's the only one here. It's the only one I've commentated on since, probably about 2006 or 2007, I have to say. And there goes Brandon Carr, elbows out. Thank you very much, Gianluca, for coming. I'm into P2.
So that move now gives the first gap an opportunity for Alan Isambard to break away. It also stacks him up, opens the door for Nicholas Ambiado to send Lacharite through and down 3 total spots here. Big spend also back, or send behind him as Lajarete goes wide. And sadly, the great run, the feel-good run in the works for the Mac Minarelli SAAS karting crew goes down.
I was going to say what goes up must come down, but it's early stages yet. A lot of racing still to go. Now Gianluca Savalio will be thinking, okay, Brandon, I've given you a lap. I can't see you closing in on the race leader, so hurry up or else I'm coming through. But Nicholas Ambiado makes that a moot point. The Chilean driver from SLA Karting having the P3 from the back of the grid. Obviously, he had saved some new rubber for this race and done so well in the pre-final. Wasn't expecting to then be excluded and have to start from the back, but he's not letting it get him down. And here's the 2 red and white Birrell ARTs from the PSL karting team, Pernod and Taskinen, as Taskinen qualified for the grand finals as long ago as 2016 when he was still a junior. As
a lot of experience indeed for Matt Taskinen, and this weekend a new experience though. Still an old dog learning new tricks, if you will, because it's new colors for him for the first time. He's going to take him by his teammate as he goes down the inside and through on Lucas Pernod. And Matt Taskinen now is into the top 5. At one point he was as high as second in the pre-final. Looked really good this morning, and yesterday he couldn't seem to kind of break through that last bit to contend. He's going to get a little bit of a help now to focus forward as Lucas Nagy is bringing the fight to Lucas Pernod. And the battle of the Lucases goes the way of the Kart Republic.
That's the only time Pernod is going to be out-muscled this weekend. Boom, boom. Nicholas Ambiado, if I were Brandon Carr, I would let Nicholas go. Nicholas has got the bit between his teeth and just allow Nicholas to tow you up to the leader. Ambiado, for me, looks like he's got the fastest package over the course of this race distance. And we've lost the Polla again in the number 425.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, and now Brandon is going to tuck in. That didn't cost them too much time, but Isambard is probably now a second up the road. So Brandon Carr needs now to just help his rival along. Don't try and repass. Just try and give him a little hurry up down the straight.
But again, like you said, Ambiado, so fast. Last time by 2/10 better than Alan Isambard. So even with the pass here, Ambiado, a lot of time left in this race if that kind of delta continues through. Remember, Alan pulled the pin and used new tires in yesterday's final. Went back to the older set and put a 4th heat cycle on them, but he's still on 1 session old, 16 lap old tires. Drivers like Nicholas Ambiado, they may have gone on the long route when it came to the gamble to say, you know what, we'll save that second new set for the Sunday final. And if so, if he did indeed do that, which from what our intel initially told us from the grid, he did not and no one did, he would be looking really good. If anything right now, I think it's probably even better that he didn't, from our sake of hoping that he could arrive, because we know that around lap 10, the extra benefit of the tires being new seems to kind of go away or fade. And speaking of fading, look at that fade low. Savalio under heavy pressure from Matt Taskinen. So he obviously heard his fellow countrymen bearing down. Those two are a lot closer to the top 3 today than they were 24 hours ago.
And I mean, I don't know if it would be possible. I doubt it would be. But oh, how much fun would it be if next weekend, before the Mojo tires were dished out, the one set had pink rims on them and the other set had green rims, so we could tell. That would be something, hint, hint, hint. I don't think it's going to happen, but hey, who knows? It might be someone with a spray can loitering around the back of the Orlando Kart Center. Isambard's lead, 0.7 of a second. Ambiado, 5th yesterday, looking for his first podium. Carr, runner-up yesterday, looking to be consistent. Can't allow Isambard to rack up too many wins because there aren't that many karts in this field. 13 in the DD2 field, but here comes Ambiado. Now, Brandon Carr will be,
That was a big improvement by Nicholas Ambiado. Sorry, Henry, that was nearly half a second. That was huge against Alan Isambard. That fight is going to be here in probably about a lap. Storm brewing for the lead here right at the halfway mark in DD2. And as well, back behind for 4th and 5th, Matt Taskinen, Gianluca Savalio. They're matching the pace of Isambard. We know Alan Isambard has no issue making that IPM Velocity Sodi nice and, Rocket Racing Company Sodi nice and wide. And we saw him do it in yesterday's pre-final when they were all really bringing the fight to him. If he does so again, the lap times will really begin to slow down. And 3rd, 4th, 5th, arguably 6th with Lucas Nagy, they could all get there. Let's see what he decides to do when they get down to turn 5 this time by here. He got a good launch out at 2. I think he doesn't need to go low, but he may feel like he wants to.
And of course, Ambiado has had an up and down weekend in terms of results. And here we go. Isambard doesn't need to fight Ambiado necessarily because he's not a championship threat. Don't forget, he finished last. Took last place points after exclusion in today's pre-final. Isambard's main rival is Brandon Carr, who is still behind him. Let's think long term now. As Carr 3rd, Savalio 4th, Taskinen 5th. Is Chile on its way to a win in the Winter Trophy? We haven't had a win for a Chilean driver in the 4-year history of this event.
I think also, though, Henry, that it's so early in this championship to be thinking conservatively like that. Yes, you do not want to throw a race away being over aggressive for one spot when you know that it's not the driver that currently is in the fight for the points lead, but you never know when that extra couple of markers could make the difference. And it's one thing to, again, play the points game, keep that in the back of your mind at the final round of the championship, or even the penultimate round, but we're still not officially yet at the halfway mark. We're only on main event 2 of 4. Every point you can grab still matters. And I think also, in Alan's case here, the counter argument, the argument to support you is the fact that if he fights at all, 3rd, 4th, and 5th will get there. And I think that's why he's kind of checking his gap behind and not having some major sends cross his mind, or if they are, he's shutting them down.
Well, you're absolutely right, actually, Xander. I will concede your point, and also Alan Isambard will have watched Nicholas Ambiado this weekend. He'll be a new rival for him, and you'll have seen that the Ambiado is somewhat spectacular and has a tendency to occasionally get involved in disputes with other drivers. Oh, Isambard there bouncing over the curb, coming out to turn number 5. And unsettles that Sodi cart a little bit. And Brandon Carr inches closer. Taskinen has got past Savalio for 4th position. Chile, the USA, UK and Canada. In fact, look at the Canadian cavalry. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th.
No doubt about it here, Henry. The DD2 drivers are finally, from what we can see here from our vantage point, close together. We've seen each of them have a good session at one point or another. They've not all been in sync. They're synced up now. And for Nicholas Ambiado and the SLA kart racing crew on level footing with everyone else to be the leg up, to be a single car operation this weekend. They've always been a tiny but mighty team. They've got some of the highest number of Supernats wins of any American karting operation. And for the very small family-run team with Sebastian Ardizone, his son Santiago, I mean, they have really punched above their weight class, and they are doing it again, this time with young Nicholas Ambiado, who would love to get to represent his country once again at the Rotax Grand Finals.
Yeah, absolutely. The SLA family here, they've got a food truck here at the circuit. You know, they're part of the furniture here at Orlando Kart Center. They guided Maxwell Matcher to Supernats victory back in 2023, I recall. Here comes Mustache Mountain, Matt Taskinen on the heels of Brandon Carr. This final has been just as intense, just as exciting in different ways than the first 3 we had, because you've got 5 potential winners, all pushing the envelope. Here comes Taskinen. Let's not forget these drivers going faster than any of the other classes. So mistakes have bigger consequences for these drivers. Taskinen's on a mission and puts the Canadian into P3.
Now, how much time did he and Brandon Carr lose to the top 2? Last time by, Matt Taskinen, a 52.67. Your leader, Ambiato, nearly 4 tenths slower, 3.5 tenths to be exact, 53 flat. Isambard, exactly 4 tenths slower than Taskinen, 53.0. But then they both picked it up a little bit, and in that one lap, in the bit of not elbow grease, but tacticalness that Matt Taskinen had to deploy to get by Brandon Carr, he lost over a second. A little hope, a little bit of a sliver to get higher on the podium than P3. Probably just gone away here with 2 to go.
Well, lap 15 out of 16, down scrap yard straight. Isambard still pushing on. You can see him ducking down behind the NASA panel, trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. So he hasn't given up hope. He wants to ask Ambiado some questions on the last lap. That's the least you can do. Put the pressure on as much as possible. If the driver in front of you is quicker, well, at least try and be mentally stronger. Try and force them into an error. But Ambiado through turn number 3 on the final lap, onto the brakes to turn number 5, gets the kart rotated, doesn't drop a wheel on the exit. Now opens it out coming out of turn number 6, flat out past the mechanic stands at turn number 7. Give those curbs a couple more wallops, and now we're almost home.
Again, not to surprise anyone, as the battle is on for second. Alan Isambard to the inside. Something happened here. Here's Matt Taskinen. Big over-under, not gonna happen. Isambard parks the bus down low. Taskinen nearly got hooked behind him. The leader's headed to the S's. Final time, last corner. From last to first after a DQ in the pre-final. Nicholas Ambiato wins in DD2, and the run to the line, P3 to Taskinen by 100th. Less than 1/100th over Brandon Carr for Matt Taskinen to get on the box. And we talk about the importance of every point mattering, especially in a close quarters class like this where positions are hard to come by in the front of the field. Nicholas Ambiato in the pre-final, obviously on track, was running solidly throughout all 4 sessions, including the pre-final earlier today. But the 448 DQ'd a technical infraction for the SLA Kart Racing Kart Republic. He had to roll from the rear. We didn't really get to touch on that, I think, enough. And how impressive this run is because of how quickly he got through to the lead pack, Henry.
And the stone statues on Easter Island will be going Chile, because that is the famous Chilean chant. 4 different winners, 4 different teams rather, and Ambiado ensures that we have no repeat winners as of yet. Chile take the victory from Isambard, United States, and Matt Taskinen by an inch over Brandon Carr, although as they came out of turn 10, you mentioned Taskinen's nose got a bit hooked on the rear bumper. Whether that has consequences, we don't know. Savalio in 5th position, Nanji in 6th, Pernod 7th, Antoine Lacharit is 8th, Rojas, and once again, Tyler Givorget wins Masters in 10th place. Then Preston Lebreton, Derek LaRoche, Martin Janssen retired on the very last lap. And we also lost Ludovic Samoin and Noah Lapola.
Heartbreak for Lapola, as this was the 2nd consecutive day for the BCR Beryl Art to retire in the final. But we're going to hear from some of our top finishers in that one. Hopefully a very happy Nicholas Ambiato. We already talked to him earlier today. How about Matt Taskinen? That mustache. Maybe just aerodynamic enough to get the final couple thousands over Brandon Carr. 4 countries represented in the top 4 at the end of DD2. The United Kingdom, the US, Canada, and Chile. But Chile on top. We'll be right back with 2 more mains and hearing from some of our top finishers.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Cards.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet-weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are moments away from Mini Max going green from Orlando Kart Center. First up, though, let's go down to Caleb Viesca. Chile wins with their one and only entry, as does SLA Kart Racing in a barn burner DD2 MAX main event.
Thank you, Xander. Firstly, Nicholas, from last to first, talk to me about that race. Primeramente, Nicolás, de último a primero, descríbeme cómo te fue en esa carrera.
Bueno, preparamos bien el auto para empezar desde el último lugar. Hicimos unos cambios, guardamos la goma nueva de clasificación para la final y todo resultó muy bien, ningún toque en la carrera, logramos avanzar bien rápido y conseguir el primer lugar.
Yeah, firstly, we prepared the kart for the long run to go from last to first and save the tires well to really have enough to pull away from the rest of the field. Y para ti, sería un regreso a las finales este año. ¿Cómo te sientes después de esta victoria? Obviamente, tratar de crecer un poco más para este año.
Bueno, logramos, yo empecé desde el año pasado en DD2 y logramos avanzar bien, acostumbré al auto, he aprendido mucho sobre las carreras que tuve en la gran final del año pasado y muy preparado, o sea, súper concentrado para lograr el cupo y ojalá conseguir participar en la gran final de este año.
Yeah, last year I went to the grand finals and didn't have the best performance, but I was in the DD2 class and I'd really love to get back there this year and to have a good performance. Finalmente, ¿a quién le querías dar las gracias por esta victoria hoy?
Le quiero dar gracias a mi equipo, a SLA, a Dream Racing, el equipo de Chile, que me está apoyando desde siempre, a toda mi familia que me está viendo y a mis amigos.
There you guys have it. He'd like to thank SLA, his team, and his family back at home that's watching. There you guys have it from Nicolas. Back to you guys.
DD2 MAX, all wrapped, sealed, signed, delivered, and ready for another round of racing next week along with the previous three divisions. Two remain, folks, as we show you on the bottom of your screen, Mini Max and Senior Max here, Henry, as we've been kind of keeping notes up in the booth of everything that's been going down so far.
Yeah, I incorrectly said that we had no repeat winners. Tyler Gavoshe for the CEF Formula K team has won both DD2 Masters races. Yes, it's only a class of two, however, it's a win. Just looking at the differences, you know, yesterday we had wins for Velocity, for Dan Holland, 2 wins for RPG, a win for a privateer with Alan Isabard, D2 Motorsports, and the CEF team. Today, Speed Concepts, Jay Howard Driver Development, PSL, SLA. You know, we've had Cosmics, Sodis, Tony Karts, Formula Ks, Red Speeds, Kart Republics, and of course, Barrichello Karts winning. Great variety, and it just goes to show the increase in participation on this side of the pond, and what can we expect from this next race? Just about anything. Will Parolin get their first win with the trophy with Enzo Di Janeiro? What about the Prime Power team with James Roots? William Vitor and Parker Ives on row 2. Cameron Johnson and Arthur Farrow, yesterday's winner on row 3. Christian Sanguinetti, the only TV kart here. He's running as a privateer. He's got 7-lap-old tyres. They've saved this set. They've used it for qualifying on Friday, and they've saved them for this race. What can Sanguinetti do?
I like that strategy here, Henry. I like the concept of just breaking the tires in, essentially, with that qualifying run. So that kind of new glossy outer coat is already burned off, but you've got a full, fresh tire to try and go forward here. He's got a great spot to start from there, from 7th with Aguilar alongside. How about Matias Dominguez starting to make some more noise like his brother this weekend, this time in Mini-Max for the Dominguez that we'll be calling aboard a Imperial Art machine. Luke Kanganapatak has hovered that top 10, kind of into the top 10 bubble most of this weekend. The privateer Parolin driver could definitely make some more noise if he plays his cards right here from row 5.
Massimo and Nicholas LaRusso, the twins on row number 6. Then Alonso Gonzalez, William Rossetti, William Dion, Cristobal Bonet, Mateo Pai, Lucas Bertagna, Melville Dos Santos, and Kai Abelar of the Leading Edge Motorsport team round out your top 20.
That's only, again, a handful of the Mini-Max total drivers here. Just our first slide. Enzo De Janeiro and James Roots have led the field to green already once today. They'll be looking to do the same thing here and hopefully stay in the top 2 spots for the final. Let's go back, find Maxwell Macha. Got involved in an incident on the final lap. Looks like he drew a penalty as well. He'll roll from 22nd. He will not be there for long. The Velocity Sodi showing a lot of speed this weekend already. Keep an eye as well on the row behind him and Eric Wojciechowski, Raimundo Ibarra, Matisse Lacroix had issues on the last lap as well. Matisse will be rolling from P24. He looked like he also, I think, drew a penalty that marred him back. I don't think he was 24th when he crossed the loop, but it was definitely a big loss on the last lap for the 117.
Charles Teo blazed in his, Roy Chang, William Choquette, Salvatore Nasca, James Dorja, Ethan Miller, and Samuel Werrier are your 32 starters.
So with that, we're ready, or just about at least here, to go racing and put on another show for all of you watching along at home. We hope you've enjoyed all of our coverage so far this week. I know Henry and I have definitely enjoyed bringing it to you, along with the fantastic crew here at RTX, at SRA, and of course all of us at Kart Chaser for the first of 3 consecutive race weekends where we've got Saturdays and Sundays covered for you from sun up to just about sundown. 2 mains remain today, though, before the podium ceremonies on this beautiful Central Florida January afternoon. Enzo De Janeiro in the blue helmet, the white suit, and the predominantly white and red Parolin, then with the more red and white Imperial Art for Prime Power Team. James Roots, he's on your right. Here we go, Mini-Max, 14 laps, and we're green to turn 1.
A good start from De Janeiro, an excellent start from third place man William Vita. They're all squeezing Maxwell Macha in the middle of that pack here, but it is De Janeiro from Vita, from Johnson, and Sanguinetti already, I think, is up a couple of places. Oh no, as I say that, curse the commentator. Sanguinetti runs wide and drops back. Those 7-lap-old tyres aren't going to be much use to him at this point, but it's a long way to go. Roots to the inside on Johnson up to P3.
Parker Ives also making some moves now. He's going to get himself into 5th, but they're side by side behind him. Side by side for the lead as well. Oh, wow, lots of movement there. One of the LaRusso brothers followed Farrell low, then went back up as Farrell went through. But new leader, William Vitor. He watched his teammate, Hudson Howard, get the JHDD boys to the top step of the podium about an hour ago. He's going to try and help complete a full cadet sweep, micro and Mini-Max, as he leads at the end of lap 1.
The midfield pack goes through this. Parker Ives, he has dropped back to 7th position, just in front of Mateus LaRusso, Gonzalez, and Vincenti Aguilar just behind him. Parker Ives, that silver crash helmet, chasing yesterday's race winner, Arthur Farrow. Looking back there, Maxwell Macha already up 7 places to P15, but Caleb has got some news for us down in the pits.
Thank you, guys. I know Parker Ives got shuffled back in the field earlier in this race, but he actually started this race on a sticker set of tires, a brand new set of tires for Parker Ives, so expect him to work his way up.
No surprise, the son of a NASCAR crew chief, a NASCAR race winning crew chief, Greg Ives, has got Parker with a slight grip advantage. How big it could be at the middle point. Right now he's at that early couple of laps where he'll actually be a little bit worse off than the rest of the field as those tires begin to wear in. I'm sure he was told by Rich Gutierrez and the Brian Perry Motorsport crew, hey, really scuff those tires as hard as you can on the opening couple laps and do your best not to slip backwards, because lap 3, lap 4 hits, you're going to be a rocket. And right now, he is faded a little, but thankfully that main group is fighting, at least for second. They need to keep an eye on William Vitor, though, if they all want to have a shot still at the win.
Yeah, Vitor is trying to check out almost a full second up the road for the number 113 Jay Howard Driver Development pilot. James Roots now second, Johnson third, De Janeiro has slipped back to fourth, then it's Ferro, followed by Dominguez, and then Parker, Ives. Behind Ives, it is Gonzalez. That's LaRusso, it looks like, actually, on the CRG. There's a move from Parker Ives, gets the grip, parks it on the apex, now tries to get the power down without the back end sliding, and he makes it stick. De Janeiro on Johnson, not quite. Johnson on that Franklin Motorsport machine hangs on.
Parker Ives starting to make some inroads now, and he's bringing Matias Dominguez with him. Both of them faster than the leader. Almost as fast, though, as the fastest kid on the racetrack. That's the next driver in front of him. How about it for Arthur Farrow, the Dan Holland Racing driver, here with his brother, the two of them representing DHR very well, and already with a win. Can they get another one for the two-car effort here in Orlando as he resets fast time to a 58.390. Still very early. I'm sure that'll quickly drop, but he's hunting down third and fourth right now.
Now the field is a lot more spread out than we would have thought, and Max Romacha made good progress on the opening lap, but he's only gained 2 more places since then, so he's only 13th. James Dorja out of the race, Blaisdon has had a spin, and at the moment is running the risk of being put a lap down. Macha now up into 11th. There goes Ives past Farrow. Now Farrow would do well to just sit as close as he can to the rear bumper of that number 148 kart. Ives is going to close in on the drivers in front. First target, Cameron Johnson. And if Ives opens the doors, Farrow, if he's close enough, can just sneak through. But William Vitor doing what nobody in this class has been able to do, keep everyone behind the arm's length. There's oh, now that's not going to help Ives. That was Dominguez sending it at the inside. Ives loses 2 places. New tyres are great, but you've got to have track position to go with them. And at the moment, Parker Ives does not have that, because we are starting lap 6 out of 14.
Yeah, but I mean, Henry, I got to worry here for your fellow countryman in Arthur Farrow. That definitely would draw, I would think, the attention of race control. He kind of threw a late fade at Dominguez going into the corner, and that's what forced, again, Matias to really get out of shape, and I don't think he meant to even have a double send attempt on Parker Ives and company, but then as well at the exit of the corner, Arthur kind of finished him off a little bit, pushing him into the dirt. Now again, still a lot could change, and I don't know, again, if that's going to make a potential penalty, but it definitely was a bit early, I feel like, to be that argy-bargy.
It would have been noted. Should we just say that? It would have definitely been noted.
Good way to put it.
Massimo LaRusso in kart number 169 continues his strong weekend. 4th yesterday, running 8th today ahead of Aguilar and William Dion up into the top 10. Good drive from young William Dion. Now, the battle for second place. Roots and De Janeiro working together, but they cannot close in on William Vitor, so Enzo De Janeiro pulls the pin and goes. So, the Paralin driver up into P2.
He was faster, I mean, last time tracking up to James Roots, he's reset fast time, and by him, I don't know how much of that was a slingshot, Ricky Bobby style draft lap, or how much was raw speed, but if it was anything raw at all, that was a 4/10 gain, Henry. 58.062 for Enzo De Janeiro last time. You can already see he's pulled a little bit on James Roots. Part of that's just because James is going to have to rid the tires of all the marbles and dirt offline that has probably been building up quite a bit with all the rubber being laid down by the Mojo tires.
Well, Ben Cruttenden and the Paralin team have obviously popped the setup on that number 190 kart. And as we enter the second half of the race, no one seems to be more hooked up than De Janeiro, not even William Vita. Now, Ives back on the inside of Vero. So since we last saw Parker Ives, he has repassed Dominguez. He now repasses Vero to go back into P5, but he's 4 seconds off the race lead. He's got clear track in front of him though, Xander. That's significant. If he can just get away and stop Vero and Dominguez from going back in on him, he could close into this next group.
Yeah, sometimes, again, you're just kind of having an on-track debate, if you will, here, of whether or not you're actually faster than the driver you're going by, especially in classes like this, where, you know, again, Dominguez and Parker are trying to prove to Arthur Faro that, look, it's going to be better overall if they just stay in line and let them lead instead of them pushing Arthur. But obviously, Arthur, he's got other ideas. He's trying to keep them behind at any means possible and turning up the aggression. And to his credit, we are in the second half of this race, but even just that one exchange there, that last sector, Henry, they're now a full second back from Parker Ives, and they're a full second closer to the next group, led by Massimo LaRusso, who, by the way, kudos to him, is having a solid run here through the field, picking up a few spots from that 6th-row starting position alongside his brother into the top 10 comfortably.
One of very few drivers here this week with a CRG chassis. And putting the orange and black attack to good use. Maxwell Matcher now arrives on the scene behind LaRusso into 9th position. He's just passed Vicente Aguilar. Kanja Napatak runs 11th. Dion Gonzalez, Melville Dos Santos and Christian Sanguinetti round out your top 15. Looking down the order, we've still got, I would say, over 30 drivers still running. Well, no, maybe we've down to 28, 29. Lacroix in trouble again. Cristobal Bonet, I think, has also retired. Here is Luke Conjanapatak in the 106 kart, chasing Aguilar and Matcha.
So Maxwell Matcha now up double-digit positions. We said he wouldn't be back there for long in the early 20s. A crash and a penalty sent him down the order. He's up to the 9th spot. He's got 8th within reach. Probably could get up to maybe, I would say, 7th. Pushing 6th there, depending on how things shake out here with Dominguez and Arthur Faro. But can't say enough about what's gone on at the front of the field. Obviously, William Vitor has put on an amazing drive to this point. Over 2 seconds now back to second, and I think they may be losing hope here, Henry, and that's why we're seeing some positions change. Enzo De Janeiro, Cameron Johnson, James Roots beginning to battle for P2 because William Vitor is well up the road. Here's another swap. Johnson through to P2.
Excellent move from Johnson. De Janeiro gets him back. I've got to say, since I last saw William Vitor in Sarno at the end of October to this weekend, he is a completely different animal. And I use that in the nicest sense of the word. He has got that kart hooked up. He's driving it by the scruff of the neck. He's shown aggression. He's shown composure. And he has shown a wonderful turn of speed. That's how you do it, Enzo. Enzo to the inside of Roots at turn number 10 to take over P2, choosing a different method of attack at that corner he did yesterday and learning wisely from it. Also, let's talk about Cameron Johnson, the Franklin Motorsport driver on a Merlin chassis. Only Franklin Motorsport driver here, and he's kept it at the sharp end throughout the weekend. Now what can Matcha do? He's caught LaRusso for 8th place.
Maxwell could easily get up to Matias Dominguez here. He's going to pick off LaRusso in turn 5. He is a rocket ship. The 1:15 running times equal to that of the race leader. It'll be a bittersweet drive forward here for Maxwell Matcha to know that you probably had the speed for a podium and maybe a shot at the win had things gone a little bit differently, had you played your cards a little differently in the pre-final. But these classes, the mini and the micro divisions, are all about learning, all about development. Again, these are the kids from first, second, third grade, and all the way up to barely before middle school. So they're still just learning beyond multiplication, long division, and the like. And here they are racing 60+ miles an hour, trying to make quick split-second decisions and out-chess match each other. They've put on a great show for us so far this weekend, and for Maxwell at least, it's been a good recovery here on this Sunday.
Okay, back to the P2 battle. De Janeiro, Johnson and Roots with Ives closing in, but we've got 2 laps to go. Is Parker Ives going to run out of time? I think he will, unless these 3 drivers we're looking at now on our screens continue to battle. But De Janeiro's got some clean air between himself and Johnson and Roots. Think it could be settled now after yesterday's final. Who would have thought that the Minimax main event today would have been the tamest affair of the lot? Not I have to say. We've got William Vitor to either to blame for it or to thank for it, because he's driven absolutely superbly.
Well, that will definitely play a factor into the whole field being a little more tame, Henry, as if one driver has a little bit of a pace edge and they're able to kind of drive away early, because at least for the beginning part of a main, you're going to hold out hope that if you work together, you can track them back down. William Vitor has also never won an American national event. I don't believe he's ever stood on the podium for one before either. And so he is looking to not just join the likes of his teammate Hudson Howard to make it a JHDD, a J. Howard Driver Development sweep of Micro and Minimax on this Sunday, but also to join him as his first time standing on the top step of the podium on one of America's biggest stages. Headed to the Scrapyard Hairpin for the final time, William Vitor leads. The battle for third is on. Behind De Janeiro as sideways goes James Roots. It's going to allow Cameron Johnson to get to third safely. Roots is going to fall way back, but out of the last turn, William Vitor, welcome to the winner's circle. He wins in Minimax.
A great performance. De Janeiro takes second. Johnson on the podium for Franklin Motorsport. What a result. Ives fourth, Faro fifth, and we wait. Roots has come across the line a long way back, 10th position, and Maxwell Matcher grabs a top 6 finish, salvages a top 6 finish. LaRusso, Kanjan Abitak, Dominguez and Roots, but again, any one of those 10 had the pace to win, but William Vitor simply wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, William Vitor was flawless start to finish. Another quick time, only driver in the 57-second bracket in the last couple of laps, it looked like. Fastest lap of the race as well. He had a 10th on the entire field, Henry. He was outstanding today. Great recovery again for Maxwell Matcher, 22nd to 6th. Double-digit gains for the 115 and a good points recovery. And now with James Roots falling down to 10th on that last lap, Parker Ives having a better Sunday, and Arthur Faro only 5th across the line for him. I think Enzo De Janeiro, he might end up the best of them all, but it is going to be a pretty wide open points fight, I think, for Minimax here.
Yep, yesterday's podium finishers finishing 5th, 6th, and 10th today.
Let's go back here. We've got a bit of a moment before Senior Max will roll. Final look to the results. On the other side of the break of this recap, we will chat, of course, with our Minimax winner. But first, let's take you back as our last main event of the day gets ready to roll to recap for you what happened yesterday.
Senior Max, round 1 is green. Oh, and contact. Ramos goes wide in turns 1 and 2. He'll collect it, but go all the way back to about 5th from last here as we pick up the rest of the field in turn 5, Henry.
Actually, he was quite lucky there, believe it or not, Diego Ramos. He didn't get completely turned around. He has dropped places, but he hasn't lost lots and lots of time to the rest of the field. Frantic stuff. Into turn number 8, there's an RPG kart making a move, and on fresh tyres, Ingrata leading McQueen. Here comes Lewis Goff Goff to the inside of Caden, and he picks up P2. It's an RPG 1-2 with McQueen, and then Burnett, and then a gap back to Nicholas Fuka on the AM engines, number 337, in 5th position as we complete lap 1 of 16.
Lewis Goff needs to be on his horse here to hunt down his teammate, and he's going to get at least a little breathing room. Jensen Burnett takes over 3rd with a nice move down the inside on Caden McQueen.
He's also in the puppy fat. You know, he now looks a bit more mean, a bit more focused. You know, he knows that as you move up his father...
This is Timothy Pernod on the PSL barrel line there. He's trailing Nicholas Fuka's AM Racing Team machine as Laurent Legault is going to pick up another one. That'll move Laurent up and into 3rd. Remember also, not only is he on fresh rubber like his 2 teammates ahead of him, he was almost as fast as them after clobbering the wall in the pre-final.
14 different positions in the final. And now, in senior, one of the biggest powerhouses is McQueen to the inside on Burnett for P4.
And save that 2nd set for tomorrow. Are starting to see that a low air pressure call and a smart and experienced driver in Caden McQueen might be able to make that strategy work as Timothy Pernod finally pulls the trigger and goes by Nicholas Fuka for 6th. Teammate right behind Lucas Nanji, the HM Propeller Kart Republics. 14th, 15th, charging for more.
Yep, and there is Ramos in 16th. Oh, somebody in the barriers. Somebody in the barriers at the end of it's Lemieux. It's the number 3 level. Which Lemieux? That would be Antoine Lemieux in the barriers. Goff is now falling back into the clutches of Laurent Legault. And I think there could be a backlog for second, which will help Ingrata no end. Yes, Goff checks over his shoulder. He's now more concerned with what's happening behind him. There's the move. Pernod on Burnett for P5.
2 laps to go, and he's a 10th away from another spot higher and a big swing of the points as they set themselves up to make a run for that grand finals ticket that'll be awarded a week from tomorrow.
In turn number 6, Legault will have to time this right. Goff has looked over his shoulder several times, so he's now focused not on offense but on defense. Legault sets him up, takes a tight line coming out the turn number 9, up scrapyard straight. Legault in his teammates' wheel tracks. Will he look to the inside? Yes, he does. Can he make the move? Yes, he can. And now he gives Goff the signal, let's go. Although I think that's in more hope than anticipation. But Aiden Ingrata will be starting his final lap on what has been an outstanding day for the young Canadian. Can Goff fight back? He's running out of time, Xander Clements.
And everyone is running out of time. They've run out of time to get to Aiden Ingrata. Check this out, 5th. Timothy Pernod at the 11th hour now at the last second has gotten by Caden McQueen. Here comes Kai Hunter as well to try and crack the top 5. Salvage this Saturday that could have been a main event win, but instead a penalty put him buried in the pack, and he's been just fighting to get a few points recovered. While on the other end of the spectrum, his teammate, Aiden Ingrata, takes a look back. Laurent Legault's gone around Lewis Goff, and Aiden Ingrata will lead all the laps with ease. At least it looks that way. The 3:55, the Canadian, Ingrata wins round 1.
It wasn't easy, but Ingrata made it look that way by simply setting the kart up well, using strategy the best way he could.
He may not have gone.
Alrighty, welcome back here from a commercial break, taking a look back to that race that we just had. William Vitor, and a little story time for those of you at home. William, I actually asked you for an interview earlier on today, and you said no. You said you can interview me when I cross the line in first, and we're standing here now. Walk me through that race. I mean, how was it?
Kind of just got to the lead off the start and just was going from there.
Yeah, and lastly, I mean, here before we get going with the senior maxes, who would you like to thank for this race victory? I know Jay and the team does a lot of work, and you guys are already off to a good start with 2 wins today.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Jay Howard Driver Development, Harley Keeble, my parents, everybody who got me here today, Kart Republic, and KR Racing Engines.
Well, there you guys have it from William Vitor. A really, really good drive there in the final. Back to you guys.
You could hear in the background as well as the engines were firing for Senior Max that we're already geared up and set to go green for one more round of 16 laps from Orlando. But first of all, again, William Vitor, talk about some confidence, a little swagger, telling Caleb, yeah, no, you can talk to me when I win. Until then, no paparazzi, no nothing, get away.
What I've said about him being a different animal from last year, that shows, in a nutshell, Vitor, confident, aggressive, comfortable, happy with his team, his surroundings, and a new driver coach. Things are paying dividends. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final main event of the day, the final main event of the weekend. And what do we have in store? Well, there's a look at your starting lineup. Kai Hunter and Aiden Ingrata. RPG clean sweep of the podium yesterday, and they've annexed the front row again today. Jensen Burnett and Laurent Legault on row 2. Manuel Troncoso and Salvador Della Vecchia, row 3. Santi Fernandez and Lewis Goff, row 4. Mini Tutti, Xavier Suarez and Lucas Nanji, row 5. Aiden Shimbashi and Arnold Samorin. Then Caden McQueen and Manuel Gonzalez, William Boutillier and Aidan Fox. Olivier Bedard and Aidan Lorenko with Liam Gray and Derek King rounding out your top 20. Post-race penalties, obviously, for Lewis Goff, Caden McQueen, I believe. And getting word from Caleb Bieska that nobody has saved brand new tyres for this, but I'm sure there will be some on fresher bones than others. A look at the rest of the 36 kart starting lineup. Dudu Barrichello all the way back in 22nd position. There are your 6 transfer drivers: Diego Ramos, Paul Chemin, Alexis Boyanco, Olivier Marak, Dominic Karai and Nicolas Buca. So there were some penalties after the last chance qualifier.
That has obviously once again been a storyline, right, Henry? The drivers that are outside looking in end up getting new life off penalties. Drivers that were in thought they worked their way and thought they raced their way and thought they did everything they needed to do to punch their ticket to join the other 35 on the grid for the A main, end up getting pushed out. It's a heartbreaker, but again, the nice part is they get 2 more chances at it next weekend. So definitely some changes, like you said, though. Great catch.
Yep, and of course, not everybody is, thinks they're in contention for a ticket. This is a learning experience for some, development year for others, and then of course you've got the main contenders who have got their eyes on the main prize. Well, yesterday RPG took a pair of wins in both junior and senior. They were locked one in juniors today. Can Kai Hunter or Aiden Ingrata make it a twofer? Can Aiden Ingrata become only the 2nd repeat winner after Tyler Gavauget? Lots of questions to answer. 16 laps in which to get those answers as they head into the tram lines. Xander Clements.
The blue and green crash helmet there on Kai Hunter is on your left on the pole. Aiden Ingrata, yesterday's winner, on your right. Senior Max is away. A slow start for Kai Hunter gives him a huge lead down to turn number 1.
He got the jump on Jensen Burnett, who still manages to hang on to 2nd. Ingrata slips to 4th, and that looks like it's Manuel Troncoso up into the top 3. It is Speed Concepts Racing looking to do the double this weekend. Further back in the pack, everybody jostling, chopping and changing, but they all managed to negotiate the first few corners at least without tripping over one another too badly.
How about the start as well for Santi Fernandez, the Miami, Florida native, the Kalkev Racing team. This is their U.S. national debut. They're into the top 6. And maybe another one if he can get an over-under. Not going to be able to pick up the pieces there. P5 for Fernandez, back up to P3 for the off-pole man Aiden Ingrata as he gets by the SCR Red Speed of Manuel Troncoso.
Yeah, now of course you said that Kai Hunter may not have been wonderfully happy with Jensen Burnett after the pre-final over Burnett's early defending. Now they see what the tyre situation is in terms of has Hunter still got a bit of an advantage in terms of Mojo Rubber over Burnett. Fernandez there in 5th position. The go holding up what looks like the energy chassis. No, it's not. That's the AKT. That's Xavier Suarez with the white nose cone on his kart. There's Mini Tutti, the Chilean driver. It's been a great day for Chile. Can Xavier Suarez make it an even better one? As we look further back, Della Vecchia in 8th, Goff 9th, McQueen 10th. Then Shimbasi, Gonzalez, Saborin, Bedard, Nanji, Gray, Butilia, Barrichello, Fox and Pernod. Diego Ramos still not cracked the top 20 after winning the last chance qualifier.
Kai Hunter is still hunting for that first win at Orlando Kart Center. And I know that sounds a little silly to say considering he only set foot on the property this year at the beginning of the testing for the SCUSA Winter Series in this 6-race stand. But he was in contention for the race winners. Oh, we got problems already. That is 2 drivers together, Salvador de la Vecchia and the AKT EOS car to Suarez. Suarez climbed up on the right rear tire of the senior rookie, and he is still trying to find his footing again and regain it. He's going to latch somewhere in the mid-teens. Suarez didn't end up as bad. He's going to end up about maybe a net loss of 1 or 2.
Yeah, Della Vecchia went for the move, got the move completed. Suarez tried to cross over and just wasn't clear. And now Suarez is holding up a whole bunch of drivers, including McQueen. Looks like Goff is in the thick of the action there as well. Is that the go?
Yeah.
And Caden McQueen's nose cone is a little bit askew.
Well, and we cut away as well to go further back or forward. Caden McQueen was leading that pack into the scrapyard hairpin in a typical move that we've seen this weekend that was done by Lewis Goff. He saw that he was about to get past and then pulled the pin and went on the inside of his countryman. Now, they are all fighting so hard so early that they're going to give a huge amount of time up to the top 6 or so, and I don't know if they're going to be able to gain it back. Yeah, I mean, we're 3 seconds and counting, and look at the difference. 2 completely different races going on.
Yeah, Burnett closing in on Hunter for the race lead, and a gap back to Ingrata and Troncoso, and then another gap back to Fernandez and Legault, and then there's a huge aching gap of clean tarmac before we get to the 7th place battle. We're on lap 5 out of 16, and Jensen Burnett, he's sort of into his rhythm now for that Racing Edge Motorsport team, tracking Kai Hunter, just following in his wheel tracks, allowing Kai to just drag him around. There's the battle for 7th. It looks like Goff has P7 now with the McQueen 8th, Ano Saborin and Xavier Suarez rounding out your top 10. Della Vecchia still in 11th place.
So picking up our leaders, Jensen Burnett last time by, fastest on the circuit. 3rd, 4th there. Ingrata, Trancoso kind of holding station. There's a look at Goff, McQueen. Let's go back to find our LCQ winner. How's Diego Ramos doing? The Brazilian is about to pick up another spot, this time on Liam Gray's RPG Cosmic. That'll move him about halfway up the board. He has already picked off a ton. That was 16th. So 16 spots plus or minus there. Really 14 if you want to get technical from where he rolled from P31. But it could be a whole lot more, and who knows how he ended up after the first 2 turns. So a big time gain, and still with only 5 laps done, he's got a lot more where that came from, a lot more time to get some more positions.
Don't be surprised if we're calling Diego Ramos's name in the battle for 7th position before this one is over. Top 6, 2 by 2 by 2, miles clear of the rest, but in that pack, everyone's still closely bunched up together from 7th place on back, and Ramos is picking them up and putting them down.
Burnett crossed the line, another half-tenth taken out of the gap to the race leader, Kai Hunter. How much is he waiting? How much is he pushing? We're seeing this group behind finally start to spread out, and that's going to make things actually a little bit easier for Diego. It was good in the beginning that they were fighting so much that he's gotten up to a top 10 or top 15 starter in Salvador de la Vecchia and gone around the senior rookie. His teammate, Timothy Pernod, making a 1-2 punch, getting by in the next passing zone. But at this point in the race here for Diego, having climbed halfway up, the more spread apart they are, the better, because you can kind of get by one driver, and they're not going to feel, hecked hectic or frantic, where they need to go right back in on you or they're going to lose 5 positions. When they're spread out 1 to 2 apart, well, that's easy to pick apart and make up ground. And it's even easier sometimes when you get to your teammate, like Eduardo Barrichello, who I imagine that hand signal there was either to let Diego know you're good to go or I'm about to go, follow me, and then we can sort it out, because he's obviously tracking down Lucas Nanji. Let's see what happens here at turn 1. A move, a look to the inside, and yeah, Eduardo's just going to say, go ahead. You got it, man. You've got a lot of momentum and speed. It's all you.
Yeah, and now Dudu is going to try and sit behind Ramos and take advantage of the fact that Ramos will very shortly be asking questions of the number 301 kart, Lucas Nanji, who runs in 12th position as great race suits the HM Propeller team. And Ramos to the inside at turn number 9 makes the move. And unfortunately for Barrichello, he wasn't close enough to follow him through. In fact, he's also lost a position, has Barrichello, to Timothy Pernot in the number 351 PSL kart. So, puts Ramos on the fringes of the top 10.
And we're again just at halfway. 6 spots up for Caden McQueen. Narrow it out to 5 as Arnaud Saborni gets by, but we got a new leader. Jensen Burnett gets by in turn number 5 for the top spot. Kai Hunter's ready to fight back. Big over-under, and he closes the door on him right there going into the sweeper.
Like an unwanted cold caller, the door got slammed firmly in Jensen Burnett's face. And Kai Hunter goes, yes, welcome to the Karting Northeast School of Aggression. As now Burnett knows that if he's going to make a move, he's going to have to try and do it and slow Hunter down. At the same time, put Hunter in a position where he can't come straight back at you. We start lap number 10. Ingrata, 3rd, Troncoso, 4th, Legault and Fernandez still running 5th and 6th, 4 seconds behind. Fernandez is Arnaud Saborin in 7th, with McQueen, Goff and Tutti Suarez rounding out your top 10. But Bedard and Ramos aren't far behind in 11th and 12th.
Again, Kai Hunter, as I was mentioning earlier before things really got spun out of control, we go back to his first race. We got to watch him, and he already lost, in his mind, probably 2 main events at the first weekend. He was set to do double duty at the SCUSA Winter Series, running K Senior and Pro X30. Ryan Norberg was originally undetermined of whether or not he was going to be competing. And at the end, Kai Hunter graciously stepped aside and allowed him to step into the X30 seat as Norberg was going to have no ride. And, well, Diego Ramos just got sent on a wild ride there by the AKT EOS card of Xavier Suarez. Right as he got into the top 10, Xavier gave him a little boot, scoot, and boogie out of the way. He'll move up to 10th. And he's going to lose that, and he's going to get way too aggressive there. That's going to draw some eyes and back them all up. Frustrating, I'm sure, if you're in Diego's shoes here, because he was trying to make this a clean run up, and once they pack up like this is where things start to get ugly. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, and eventually Olivier Bedard says, nope, I've had enough of this, got to go. Ramos also quite demonstrative in his hand gestures, but it's on looking on your screen now, Bedard, Pernot, Ramos. And we've got a battle developing for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. But here is 7th, 8th and 9th. And McQueen has got ahead of Goff and is chasing down Arnaud Saborin as we head into turn number 13. Beginning lap number 12. Sorry. Here comes the RPG 344 Goff, passing the energy of McQueen. And that is for P8.
So Lewis Goff moves forward. He's about a second away from Arnaud Saborin to get to 7th. Santi Fernandez about 3 seconds up the road in 6th. As things have finally, again, kind of settled down. And if we wanted to heat up, well, I guess I better talk about Kai Hunter for a 3rd time to finish that if we want to see some excitement, because 2 times here we've been interrupted. I think the excitement will be headed our way with rookie Jensen Burnett. Hunter, in both of the KA mains that he did run, he ended up, one of them crashing midway through, the other crashed on the last lap, both fighting for the lead and the race win. And then yesterday, of course, wins a pre-final, gets a penalty, and decides, all right, we'll push those new tires to Sunday and just salvage the day. 3 races he started, 5 he was slated to start, and has been fast enough to win at all of them, but he hasn't won yet. Jensen Burnett taking the fight to him in turn 5, and let's see, he's going to learn from his lesson last time, parked the bus in 6, no over-under, completed. The rookie takes over, 15 years old, Jensen Burnett leads us out of turns 9 and 10 down the backstretch for the very first time. Let's see what Kai Hunter wants to do. He's pointing forward. These two again, as you mentioned, Henry, already some choice words after the pre-final. Burnett blocking early. Hunter, he will not get clear. He's going to have to bail out, and he does.
Yeah, and bailing out is not something that Kai Hunter likes to do. It's game on now. He looks to the inside. Burnett defends. Hunter is there. And now Kai Hunter retakes the lead. Tries to park it. Burnett on the inside. Oh, they crash. They come together. Burnett over the curbs. And now Aiden Ingrata. Oh, they're shaking of the heads. Kai Hunter is choosing not to. Now he's going to just say, there's your go-kart. And I'll see. And the wheel has been ripped off the rim. And Kai. Now Kai, there's aggression and there's anger, and then there's that.
Well, let's go back to the on-track action.
Yes.
Don't forget, 3 laps to go, folks, and the race lead has now become the fight for third. They're trying to clear the action from turns 1 and 2. Here's a look to where Ramos has gotten up to. He and Timothy Pernod will now get promoted safely into the top 10. Manuel Troncoso into second on the heels of Aiden Ingrata, who's trying to sweep the weekend. And Manuel trying to give SCR and the Red Speed crew something to get excited about. He's already got P2. He wants the lead. Manuel Troncoso to the lead in turn 5.
These events always turn up an unsung hero that may not have been one of the pre-race favorites, may not have been one of the familiar names, but yet they take their turn to shine. This is the penultimate lap. Ingrata inherited the lead, but it didn't last long. What about Legault? What about Santi Fernandez? What are you made of, Manuel Troncoso? Well, we're about to find out.
Multi-time Canadian champion there, multi-time U.S. race winner, Aiden Ingrata on his heels. 3 of the 4 drivers in the lead pack have never won a U.S. major before. Before yesterday, Laurent Legault had never stood on the podium at a U.S. major before. Last lap, Manuel Troncoso trying to hang on, trying to bring home a win for the boys in black, white, and red. Let's see what he does here at turn 5.
Oh, he left the door open. There's the inexperience. And Ingrata's going to run him wide now. Legault, peacemaker in the pre-final. Will he be the sword of Damocles in the main event? Ingrata and Legault through turn number 8-9. Troncoso left the door open. Fernandez going for a podium. Can Ingrata do the double? What can Laurent Legault do?
You've got to put the heat on. You got to force him low. Ingrata still a decent line. Nothing Laurent can do. They're going to race again for third. Look who's closing in there in 5th. Arnaud Saborin on the Prime Power Team Pyrrol Art there. Here's a big shove from Fernandez to Troncoso. But out of the last turn, it'll be close. It'll be close still. But Ingrata doubles up in Orlando.
By half a kart length over his teammate Laurent Legault. And once again, RPG take the prize in senior Rotax, but it could have been so much different with a lap to go. It looked like Troncoso could be another winner for Speed Concepts Racing. What a dramatic final. Burnett and Hunter Burnett went for the inside. Hunter, he's never going to give. If you know Kai Hunter, he's never going to leave the door open for you at that stage, and there was inevitable contact. Let's have a look at the remaining top 10 or so as they come back
hopefully
into the
so. I
pit
believe
lane.
Race Control might have just shut the doors on us really fast in that one. They've already advanced the session and closed it off. Well, maybe if they're listening, hopefully we can get them to open it back up for a moment so we can see. But let's keep an eye on the scale line in the meantime here. I imagine there's got to be a lot of chatter over there. First of all, a heartbreak and a frustrating end for our 2 leaders for the majority of that main event. Kai Hunter, once again, Orlando proves to not be too kind to him and his efforts for the win. Jensen Burnett, so close he could taste it. The chance to score his first win and only his, I believe, third race weekend in the senior ranks. Made his debut stateside in senior at the Supernats. And then, of course, was here, had a solid run and, I believe, a pair of top 10s with the SuperKarts USA Winter Series 2 weeks ago. Now here, a great run yesterday and so close. And, again, he was ready to continue. And then, obviously, Kai Hunter said, well, if I can't go, you're not going either. Pulled that spark plug as well. And that, I'm sure, will not be to the pleasure of Manuel Blanco and the entire SRA officiating crew, Henry.
Well, I mean, I've seen something like that before at Le Mans in the Army.
I've seen it a few times here.
Finals.
Guys get fired up. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's something in the water maybe when we're over here in the States. That's not the first time I've seen that one, but I have seen thrown out from an event. I've seen a DQ for it. And sometimes you get lucky because it's so far back that it gets missed. But, I mean, that was right after a wreck for the lead. That was definitely catching the spotlight of race control.
Yes, and now, of course, they've got to sit next to each other on the recovery vehicle back to the paddock. I have a feeling there won't be many words exchanged on that as Hunter looks over and Jensen Burnett will get aboard his kart.
And again, young Jensen's got a lot of lead on that seat, and I don't know if he's able to fully lift it just yet. They're going to get a little help for him. Let's take the cameras off them, though, at least for the moment, not to embarrass the young Canadian. He did a great job this weekend. Can't take anything away from the efforts he's had. Kai Hunter gave it everything he had to desperately pull himself into the championship chase here with the run he was putting together after salvaging Saturday with a top 10 run. Jensen, of course, yesterday, a consistent run, and this morning he was gracious enough, he and Kevin Monteith and the REM crew, to let us ride along with them, riding shotgun. And for a moment, as that battle heated up, Henry, I was kind of kicking ourselves that we weren't able to go shotgun again with them in the main, but, we avoided, obviously, some carnage.
Well, there is probably an onboard camera that is still living because of that decision not to put it on Burnett's kart for the final. Let's pay tribute to the circuit staff, the marshals here at Orlando Kart Center. You can see them at the end of every race. They're picking up bruised and battered go-karts onto the recovery vehicle and back to the paddock as now the cleanup operation begins for, the next 6-7 days. Before we're back here again, and that is advantage Aiden Ingrata. He's the big inheritor of Legault and Ingrata. They now establish themselves as the duo to beat in senior Rotax. Unfortunately, we also lost Salvador Della Vecchia in that race. He retired. Antoine Lemieux went out. Unofficially, we had 32 finishers in that race. We can't bring you the full results, obviously, because they are provisional with a capital P. Capital P, a capital R, a capital O, a capital
V. We'll be working on to seeing if we can at least bring the provisional results. But like you said, don't have them at this moment, and they very well could change quite a bit. But if they don't, Aiden Ingrata, what a performance and what a turnaround from a so-so start, a so-so pre-final. I mean, he was able to take advantage of rookie Manuel Troncoso, who was so impressive throughout this main, never gave up and just left that door cracked enough. And again, Laurent Legault, nose clean. I mean, if it weren't for Aiden winning, he would be easily in the points lead for Mr. Consistency, but it's a double podium for him, a double win for Ingrata, and first time on a U.S. podium for Manuel Troncoso. We'll be back on the other side of this break, folks, to hear from it all. Lots to break down from your Senior Max main.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charles Perez, who wins in Crescent. Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior. Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Ready to elevate your racing game? Introducing Apex, your 24/7 personal karting coach. Apex is your ultimate racing companion. Get expert advice anytime, anywhere. From setup tips to mental strategies, Apex has you covered. Fine-tune your car for peak performance. Get personalized advice on adjustments like tire pressure and chassis settings. Apex helps you master the track, from overtaking strategies to wet weather driving techniques, and to resilience to perform under pressure. Apex keeps you focused, confident, and race ready.
Using Apex is simple. Sign up, ask a question, and receive instant advice from top-tier coaches. With Apex, your personal karting coach, you're never alone. Get instant expert advice on everything from setup to technique. Unlock your full potential with Apex. Your journey to victory starts here. Happy racing.
Welcome back to Orlando Kart Center. As you can see, the beginning inklings of cleanup on track are beginning to take place now for the crew. 2 full race days, 3 official days of action, testing, and, well, lots to take away from what we just witnessed. Let's go down as Caleb has got the first of a few drivers we'll be getting ready to chat with here in a bit. I know he's gathering them. The scale line, of course, taking a moment, and can't blame them at all for it taking just a split second to clear with the last bits of official penalties they're trying to confirm. We've got a lot to run back from that session. Again, your provisional podium does, of course, have, once again, Rollison Performance Group 1 and 2, but a new driver to stand on the box, Manuel Troncoso for Speed Concepts Racing. Santi Fernandez backs up that impressive drive forward in the pre-final for the newly formed Kalkev Racing into the top 5. And Arnaud Saborin for Prime Power Team, and another different go-kart and team entry inside the top 5, P5. Down to you, Caleb. Lots of chaos, I can only imagine, but at least we got a few of them to chat with.
Yeah, chaos indeed. We're sitting by here with your third place finisher, Manuel Troncoso. Manuel, primeramente, no defendiste en una de las curvas y obviamente te costó un poco. Camina, dime, explícame cómo te fue en esa última vuelta.
Sí, la verdad que no me esperaba que estuviese tan cerca. O sea, bloqueé, pero no lo suficiente. Lamentablemente me pesaron los 2 RPG, pero en general creo que hice una carrera muy buena. La verdad que no me esperaba coger podio, ni mucho. O sea, pensaba top 10, ¿no? Nunca para podio. Pero la verdad que hoy funcionó súper bien el kart, el motor y todo. Así que gracias a todo mi equipo y a todos los que me apoyaron para esta carrera.
Muchas gracias, Manuel. Y gracias por la entrevista igual. He has a big support group here as well. Lastly, just to summarize what he said there, he said he didn't expect Aiden Ingrad and Laurent Legault to be that close, and unfortunately that cost him, which is why he didn't defend. But he said he didn't even expect to be on the podium. He expected a top 10 at best, and to come away with the podium, I think his entire team is happy about that. We'll send it back up to you guys.
Thank you, Caleb. Manuel Troncoso was fun to watch for sure in that main event. He did a great job driving forward, no doubt about it. That SCR OTK was mixing up what has been traditionally, through the last couple days, a sea of blue and pink in the lead group. And he'll join them on the box along with, obviously, the man just getting into the frame there at the end of that shot, Laurent Legault. So close on that last lap, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Yeah, Laurent, obviously visual frustration from you. Obviously 2 days in a row, 2 second-place finishes. Just walk me through the emotions right now.
I mean, First of all, I didn't really expect this race to be on the podium. Like, we didn't have the pace advantage that we had yesterday, which is normal because we were on the same compound of tires in terms of tire wear than everyone else. And we got lucky on this one. So I'm kind of happy to be P2 as well, but like just so frustrating to come out so close 2 days in a row.
And obviously, still, rounds 3 and 4 going into next weekend. Feeling any better for next weekend, obviously, after the performance you had this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. It's a great boost of confidence having 2 great results in a row. Certainly didn't expect that coming to the weekend, but I'll gladly take them, and I'll try to carry that momentum to next week.
If I'm not mistaken, have you been to the Grand Finals before?
I have once 2 years ago in Bahrain in 23.
How much would it mean to you to go back there to Bahrain this year?
It would be an honor to go back. I missed out, last year because I just wasn't good enough in the nationals, but I think this year I have a pretty good chance, and if I'm able to do it in the next weekend, that'll make me really happy.
And lastly, I know it's a big team that puts it together for you to come out here and run with the RPG boys. Who would you like to thank for this performance all weekend long?
I would like to thank the entire organization, Mike, Joni, my mechanic Pacho as well. They're doing a fantastic job behind the scenes. And also I would like to thank KR Sports for the engine and the support they provide me, even though they're not physically there. So those are the people I would like to thank, and my parents as well.
Well, there you guys have him from Laurent Legault, and I'm sure he's going to be one of the drivers to look out for next weekend.
Thank you very much, Caleb. Great to hear from Laurent Legault. And
So close for Laurent Legault. 2 of our podium finishers we've spoken with here. More drivers to catch up with, of course. Let's go back down to you, Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. Firstly, 2 for 2 on the weekend. Aiden and Garada, I'm sure you weren't expecting this one.
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to thank Mike, Alex, Joni, my mechanic Patrick for the whole weekend. But yeah, I wasn't expecting this, to be honest. Our tires, me, Laurent, and Lewis, our tires were, I think, one of the oldest on the grid. Most people just put on 3-lap-old tires from the second quali or the first quali or wherever. And Kai went new tires in the pre-final. So it was definitely hard. I was just struggling with grip out there. Like, I would push a little bit. I would try pushing, and I would just slide. Then that would cause overheating, and I definitely overheated my tires. But I can't complain. I definitely got lucky on this one. Jensen and Kai were on a whole different level compared to me, and they definitely deserved to beat me today.
Yeah, and you definitely have a step forward on the rest of the field going into next weekend. The ticket, honestly, for Bahrain looks like it's going in your favor already with 2 wins to your name. Would it be special to go to Bahrain this year?
Yeah, it would be very special to represent my country, but also 2 more race weekends, a long way to go. Laurent has a 2nd and 3rd and some good pre-finals. So it's still definitely far from over. I'm still going to keep pushing, and I learned a lot this weekend that I can continue to learn next weekend.
There you go from Aiden and Garada. 2 for 2 on the weekend, but job's not finished. Back to you guys.
He's exactly right, Caleb. He's got 2 more main events to try and snag a win on as the sun begins to set from Orlando. It is finally, nice to say, T-shirt weather, at least for the afternoon. It was a very chilly start to the day, Henry, but no doubt about it, it was a beautiful afternoon. It was a big leap forward for racing in the all classes, really, all except for maybe a little bit in Mini-Max, but even still, that one was solid, just hard to live up to that Saturday final.
Well, again, it was hard to live up to that, but again, you've got William Vita's excellent drive to thank for it. He didn't allow his rivals to make it an insane battle that we saw yesterday. However, the other 5 main events more than made up for it. Yeah, business certainly picked up in all classes. You know, just looking at that. Okay, RPG, they've taken 3 wins on the weekend, a couple of wins for Jay Howard Development, but the trophies have been spread amongst teams, amongst chassis, amongst different drivers. We're only halfway home, and it bodes well for next weekend.
You will still be able to catch more of our live broadcast action here this evening, as we've got Henry back on the mic for podium ceremonies. We'll put the countdown timer as an approximation in the top right corner, just as we did yesterday evening. In the interim, though, if you're looking for on-track activity, we'll be back at it. First thing, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 days from now with Saturday, round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. Weekend 1 of 3 in a row for us, and, well, it might be a whole lot more in a row as racing season's fully underway. For Henry Bodette, myself, Xander Clements, and everyone at Kart Chaser, RTX, SLRA Karting, Orlando Kart Center, and the like, thank you guys so much for watching. And, again, podium ceremonies when that countdown timer hits 0.
Welcome to the podium presentation for round 2 of the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy here in Orlando. We have 5 out of the 6 results confirmed. Senior remains provisional and we are waiting on Mini-Max. But without further ado, let's introduce to you our podium finishers here at Orlando. Starting with Junior Rotax, a thrilling final, and coming home in 3rd position, driving for HRT Motorsport and representing Ecuador, the Condor, Julian Rivera. And Julian will get his trophy presented to him by Rodrigo Alinath from RTX USA Group. There's a quick photo with the Ecuadorian flag. And now the trophy. Finishing in 2nd position, driving for PSL Karting and representing the United States, it's Isaac Marcoux. Once again, we have Julieta Fernandez from RTX USA on hand to present Isaac with his 2nd place trophy. But your winner today, the driver that has traveled further than anybody else to race here in Florida, driving for Speed Concepts Racing and representing Australia, it's Hamish Campbell. And we have the SRA karting representative to present Hamish with his winning trophy. He was the only driver to quote Ricky Bobby in his winner's interview. Ladies and gentlemen, your round 2 Junior Rotax podium. Drivers, thank you very much. We now move on to Micromax, an absolutely classic race. I urge you to re-watch it again. The top 9 finishers separated by just 2.6 seconds and over a dozen lead changes. But finishing in 3rd position, driving for Velocity Racing in association with Sodi USA, representing the United States and Jamaica, it's Zane Burgess. Zane, yesterday's race winner, with the Gainbridge Andretti logos on his race suit, steps onto the 3rd point of the podium. He's looking for his trophy. Julieta Fernandez is there, and Zane is on the podium again. But finishing in 2nd position, it was a hard luck story for him yesterday, but he drove fantastically today, driving for Team Bennick and representing the United States, it's Dutch Westbrook. And Gonzalo Alinath from the RTX USA Group presents Dutch with his runner-up trophy. But your winner at the end of 14 breathtaking laps. It's his 1st national victory in the United States. He drives for J. Howard Driver Development. He represents the USA and the United Kingdom. It's Hudson Howard. What a way to break your national race winning duck. Drivers, trophies in the air if you can, although they're a bit heavy. Ladies and gentlemen, a special round of applause for, hang on a sec. That's better. Ooh, there we go. A special round of applause for your Micro Max podium, everybody. Just give you a little hand there, Hudson. There we go. Oh, now, same tradition as yesterday. Hudson, you stay right by there. Dutch, go for it, Dutch. You know, he beat you. There we go. Take advantage. This is going to be a tradition in Micro Max. The youngest members of our Rotax family having fun. Congratulations. And Hudson's so excited. Hudson, you forgot your trophy. Now we move ahead to Max Masters. And we're going to slightly break with tradition here. Yes, the top 3 will get the trophies, but finishing in 4th position, I'd like him to come forward. I know he's going to be here. The oldest driver competing this year, 66 years old. Please put your hands together for our 4th place finisher, Michel Legrand. Michel, just come forward a second. 66 years old. For everyone watching back home, you're never too old. Your rivals, he's from Quebec, he's going to come round behind us. Just come and stand next to me. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what a 66-year-old racing driver who finished just 1 position shy of the podium and just 2 places behind a Formula 1 driver. Ladies and gentlemen, Michel Legrand, long may you continue racing, sir. And he beat his son. Well done. But now, if you'd like to come and stand aside, now we move on to the top 3. Finishing in 3rd position, driving for PSL Karting and representing the United States, Daniel Costa. Daniel, welcome to the podium. Finishing in 2nd position as Daniel receives his award. Finishing in 2nd position. He drives for the AM Racing Team. Representing Peru, it's Mundi Loya. So Michel started racing in 1978. Mundi began racing in 1977. But our Max Masters winner today, he is the only driver to remain undefeated in the Winter Trophy in terms of championship success, and he makes history by becoming the first driver to win a go-kart race bearing the Barrichello chassis name. Please put your hands together for PSL Karting's Brazilian Rubens Barrichello. A little bit of history made, and the Michel Legrand presents Rubens Barrichello with his winner's trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, after a really exciting battle, your Max Masters podium, everybody. Now watch your backs getting down, it's a bit slippery. I know that you're getting all of it now, so. Congratulations. Now we move ahead to DD2 Masters, and only 1 finisher, sadly, yet again. Martin Janssen retiring 2 laps from home, so we can't give him a trophy as he did not finish the race, sadly. But your winner, well, actually, do you know what? Actually, he didn't finish yesterday, so how about 2nd place, Martin Janssen? He did 14 out of the 16 laps. That's worth a pot. I put the old can of adult beverage down. Driving for, so P2, if you stand up on the podium there, sir. And our 2nd place Masters, DD2 Masters driver, Martin Janssen. But your winner, taking the trophy for the second day in succession, driving for the CEF racing team representing Canada. It's Tyler Givoche. Givoche? Givoche. Givois. Same horse, different jockey. 2 wins out of 2 for Tyler and the CEF Formula K team. Congratulations. Hopefully next week there'll be a few more DD2 Masters drivers for you two to play with. How's that? Congratulations once again. Thank you. Now we move ahead to the main DD2 category. And after a few post-race penalties, the podium may look slightly different, but finishing in 3rd position, driving for Racing Edge Motorsports and representing Canada, it's Gianluca Savaglio. He was too busy perming his hair and shining up his earrings. Gianluca, welcome to the podium. Congratulations. And the 3rd place trophy goes to Savaglio. Finishing in 2nd position, driving from the HM Propeller team and representing the United Kingdom. 2 runner-up spots in 2 days. It's Brandon Carr. The Steel City Saint ascends to P2 on the podium once again. Congratulations. But taking his 2nd victory in 2 days by 11 hundredths of a second, despite a power valve that decided to not give him any power in the last lap. He's a privateer independent entrant representing the United States. It's Alan Isambard. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, your DD2 podium. Trophies in the air. Smile. Thank you very, very much. We now move ahead to our penultimate class, and this remains a provisional result, although I don't think anything in the top 3 is affected. It is Senior Rotax, the biggest grid and a very dramatic final. Finishing in 3rd position, his debut podium in the United States, driving for Speed Concepts Racing, it's Manuel Troncoso. So the Dominican Republic have a driver on the podium here as well. But in a highly, highly exciting final lap, the top 2 separated by just 3 hundredths of a second. Finishing P2, driving for the Rollerson Performance Group and representing Canada, it's Laurent Legault. Two runner-up spots, 2 podiums for Laurent Legault. It wasn't quite a Rollerson Performance Group clean sweep, but the winner remains the same. 2 wins out of 2 for Legault's RPG teammate and fellow Canadian. It's Aidan Ingrata. I incorrectly said yesterday that neither Legault or Ingrata had been to the grand finals before. They both have qualified once in their careers, but it looks likely that at least one of them will go back to Bahrain this year. Ladies and gentlemen, your Senior Rotax podium. Thank you very much. Now, we do have the provisional Minimax results here. So these results do remain provisional, subject to the standard 30-minute period following tech inspection. But finishing in 3rd position, driving for Ryan Perry Motorsports and representing the United States, it's Parker Ives. So once again, obviously the podium looks slightly different from the results on track, but there is Parker's podium, finishing in 2nd position, driving for Franklin Motorsports, the only driver on a Merlin chassis here in the entire event. He represents the United States, it's Cameron Johnson. But your provisional Mini-Max winner today. It was heartbreak yesterday. It's the top step of the podium today for Paralin driver and Team USA member from 2024, Enzo Di Janeiro. Congratulations, drivers. Once more, trophies in the air. Big smiles all round. Ladies and gentlemen, your provisional Mini-Max podium, everybody. Thank you very, very much indeed. You're going to take a month to wipe the smile off Enzo's face, but we've got it all to do again next weekend. So thank you, drivers. So that concludes the podium presentation here today. We're now at the halfway point of the 2025 Rotax Winter Trophy. Thank you for joining us here on Kart Chaser. We will see you next Saturday morning for rounds 3 here in Orlando. Have a good night.
Check.